Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Zombie Wars, We All Fall Down, by Joseph Toledo. Narrated by Graham Halstead. Montana, Central Mountains. People were starting to go crazy. It was a natural effect of their imprisonment. Some started to simply walk from one end of the canyon to the other. Several tried scaling the avalanche like the other two had done, but they were quickly discouraged by the bullets of their captors. Others just stayed in their cars and tents, watching, waiting. Alice Dorn had her hands full trying to keep everyone in line. She kept most of them busy for the greater amount of time building small shelters under the canyon walls or diverting some of the water from the river over to the camp so they would not have to go as far for a drink. The weather was clear for the first 2 weeks, and then things started to get ugly. Snow came down one day in what was described as a white cloudburst, covering everything in a blanket of snow and sleet. The trucks and vans and cars were all parked neatly under the cliff, with people using them mostly for sleeping and food prep. A lot of people had begun building shelters using the rocks that were strewn about. Without much else to do, Alice had people practicing their hand-to-hand combat, and a pool was created, trying to determine when John Talon was going to arrive and what he was going to do with their captors. The odds-on favorite was he was going to be there within 5 weeks, and he was going to throw the community leader off the edge of the cliff, the same way Haggerty was. Still, people were starting to wonder if the two people that had climbed the debris pile had managed to get away at all. They had heard nothing, and the silence from the cliff top was deafening. Alice figured if they had grabbed the two, they would have been either thrown over the side, or someone would have taunted them with their deaths by now. Alice was cleaning her pistol for what had to be the 1,000th time when there was a small knock on her van side. "Come in," she called. The door opened, and a young woman stood outside.
"Pardon me, ma'am. Do you have a minute?"
The speaker was a small, petite woman of around 25, and she stood outside in the cold with her hands folded over her chest. Alice waved her in, closing the sliding door behind her. Come in, come in. Good grief, the cold is nasty today." The two settled into the two captains' chairs and rotated them so they could sit facing each other. When they were comfortable, Alice took a good look at her visitor. She was a young recruit who had joined up when John and the scouting crew had gone through southern Illinois. She was a long way from home.
"What can I do for you?"
Alice asked.
"Ma'am, I was wondering if I might suggest something."
"I'm sorry, dear. What was your name?" Alice asked.
"Sorry, ma'am. I forgot my manners. Casey Spooner, ma'am."
Alice smiled. "You can forget that ma'am nonsense. I'm not quite ready for that honorific just yet."
"Yes, Miss Dorn,"
Casey said. Clearly there was some kind of code violation going on in young Casey's head.
"Oh, for goodness sake, call me Alice. Everyone else does.
Even John, and he's not here yet," Alice said, trying to put the young woman at ease. Casey looked positively shocked.
"Oh, no, Alice. I couldn't call Commander Talon by his first name. Oh, no."
Dear Lord, your mother was strict, Alice thought. "Anyway, you had a suggestion?"
"Yes'm."
Casey got away with that one.
"I was looking at the rock pile, and I was thinking that we didn't necessarily have to climb over it. We could actually dig through it. It's mostly loose rocks and gravel, and we all have shovels and ropes and such. We could make a tunnel through the pile and get ourselves out that way."
Alice considered it.
"What about their snipers? Last time anyone went over there, bullets were all they got for their trouble." "We've got enough shooters for the cliff face,"
Casey said, which was true. The fighters took turns lying on 4 cots that were placed out for the purpose of being able to watch the cliff. Each shooter had a specific section of the cliff to watch. Anyone sticking anything over the edge got it shot off.
"Let's take 2 of them and have them watch the walls. If someone shoots at us, we shoot back," Casey said. "We get a tunnel through, enough to get some more people, and then we force the situation."
Alice liked the idea. It was something to work on.
something to keep people busy, and offered a chance to get back at the bastard who had killed their commander. She nodded slowly. "I'll put you in charge of it, Casey. You get the people you need and get it going. If you happen to put a bullet in one of them up there, I won't cry about it." Alice was a realist. There wasn't going to be any diplomatic solution to this little crisis. They either got out and got away, froze to death, or John showed up and things got real interesting real fast. Casey nodded. "Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am." She headed out of the van and almost forgot to close the door behind her. Alice thought for a long time about what Casey wanted to do, and in the end, figured the right thing will happen. As for waiting for John Talon, Alice did some mental math. If the climbers had gotten through, then they should have been able to reach the army by now, which means John should know of their predicament and will be sending reinforcements right away. Given the terrain and snow, Alice figured something should be happening within the next 2 to 3 weeks. If nothing happened, then she knew for certain that John had no idea what had happened to his northern army. Alice said a little prayer, hoping John was on his way right now. Casey walked away from Alice's van happier than she had been in weeks. For the last several days, she and her scout crew had been bored stupid, cleaning their guns for the millionth time and sharpening their already razor-sharp knives and axes. This would be something to at least try, and if they managed to get through, they'd make those sons of bitches pay for keeping them in this canyon. Casey walked around a dozen vehicles and about 50 lounging fighters. The small bits of conversation she heard from here and there centered mostly on what the army was doing and when the hell was anyone going to get here to get them out of this mess. Casey walked by, nodding to those who raised a hand in greeting. As a scout, Casey had genuine standing in the army. She and her partner were the first to go into a location, figure out how bad the zombie situation was, and then direct the army into the best way to deal with it. She had been chased more times than she could count by bloodthirsty ghouls, and had barely escaped with her life on more than a few occasions. She was required to think fast, keep a cool head, and not die. Casey worked very hard on that last one. She reached her campsite, and with a look overhead, climbed inside her scout car. It was a Subaru Outback, and it had been modified for scouting purposes. The suspension had been adjusted so the normal ground clearance of 9 inches had been increased to 15. The tires were heavy, all-terrain ones, and the windows had been covered with metal blinds able to lock out zombies in case of being surrounded. Truth be known, zombies didn't care about cars moving around them. They just went nuts when they realized there was food driving them. The interior had been modified as well. Shallow bunk beds were on one side of the rear, while supplies and a small camp stove were on the other. The idea was to be able to go anywhere and stay there if needed. Casey's partner was in her bunk, reading a small book. "Christ, close the door! I just got warm." The small head of dark hair ducked back under a wool blanket, and the book fell to the floor. "You're a baby, Janelle. You know that?" Casey said, taking her coat off and sliding into her own bunk. She pulled a homemade quilt up over her own head, trying to warm up in the cold vehicle. Most of the fighters were cold, but if they didn't have their cars, they'd be colder still. The rule was to start the cars once a day, run them for 15 minutes, get them warm, then shut them down. This was done in the evening, before the chill of the night. During the night, a lot of cars had flickering lights from candles which provided a small measure of heat. "I know that. Hush up now," Janelle said. She and Casey had known each other since they were little girls and had followed their fathers on small hunting trips here and there. When the world ended, they just kept doing what they had learned to do so long ago. Casey smiled under her quilt. "I got permission. We're going to get the crew together tomorrow." Janelle poked Casey through the bottom of her bunk. "Baby, that's awesome. Gonna give them shits the licking of their lives when we get through." Casey smiled to herself. "Yes, we are. Gotta be careful, though. They figure us out, they'll drop the canyon face down on us." Janelle poked her again. "What did Alice say?" "Just to go for it and see what happens. I'm glad she agreed. Beats waiting for Talon to show up," Casey said. "Do you think he will?" Janelle asked. "Don't know. I've heard of him doing some serious killing on the zombies, but I ain't never seen it my own self," Casey said. "I heard he and Charlie James took on a whole horde by themselves up near Coal City," Janelle said. "I heard that too. I figure they must have been exaggerating. Ain't no one never took on no horde that wasn't frozen," Casey replied. "Who are you going to get to start the tunnel?" Janelle asked, changing the subject. "I'll go talk to the teams, see who wants to stop being bored," Casey said. She hadn't thought it all the way through yet, which was something she probably should have before she got permission, but she didn't think it would be too hard to get people to do something since most of them were just sitting around, waiting for something to happen. "Let me know what you need from me," Janelle said. "I've read the same book 3 times, and it hasn't gotten any better." Casey smiled as she drifted off to sleep. She was going to nap and then talk to the teams after dark. Most of the activity in the canyon took place after dark. It was better than letting the ones up top, who were surely watching them, get any clue as to what was going on in the canyon. They'd learned not to stick their heads over the sides, but one of the watchers thought he saw a mirror up there. Ever since then, they'd been doing most of their activity at night. After the sun had been down for nearly 2 hours, Casey got herself out of bed and made her way over to where a couple of the engineer teams were hanging out. These were the guys that figured out how to move things out of the way and how to deal with physical problems that came up from trying to move an army across the country. After about an hour, Casey had 2 of the teams ready to start work, while the third wasn't sure it was such a great idea, considering the instability of the entire structure. Casey was willing to take the risk in order to get topside. It was going to take about 2 to 3 weeks, depending on the stability of the structure. One of the engineers said that they ought to use water to shore up the tunnel, because when it froze, they would not need to stabilize it with any support beams. They began their digging on the side of the slide that was closest to the canyon wall. This part of the canyon was a sheer rock face extending straight up for 3/4 of its length, and then it jutted out, rising the rest of its length about 14 feet from the rest of the wall. A casual observer, who risked a shot to the head by peering over, wouldn't see anything amiss from a bird's-eye view. The tunnel began taking shape quickly as more people dug and removed snow and rock. The diggers had the easier time of it, not having to try and keep the spray bottles warm enough to use on the walls of the tunnel. They used branches and stones when they could, but for the most part, it was just a tunnel of ice. When they reached a large boulder, they simply worked their way around it. They weren't trying to make a space large enough for a vehicle. They just wanted a space large enough to get a person through with some equipment and supplies. Once the tunnel was made, they could get enough people out to deal with a community leader and his cronies. After 4 hours of digging and spraying and rolling rocks out of the way, Casey measured off the distance they had dug and was very disappointed when it only looked like they had made 20 feet of progress. "At this rate, we can just wait for the thaw," Casey said petulantly. One of the engineers chuckled. "Huh, I wouldn't worry about it. It's the first day. We haven't got the best methods worked out yet." "Well, let's hope we get it figured out," Casey said. "I don't feel like being here another 3 weeks." "I heard that, sister," the engineer said. Dollheart, Texas. "Watch this." The words were spoken innocently enough with just a hint of eagerness and desire for approval. Most people would put down what they were doing, lift their head from their activity, and pay attention to the proceedings. Tommy Carter heard those words and responded by making sure he had no loose items that might come away in an explosion. His weapon was secured, and he had a tight grip on the rail he was leaning against. He debated whether or not he should shift his feet to a wider stance, then considered the source of the statement. Tommy opted to widen his feet. "What am I watching?" he asked Duncan, the originator of the current dilemma. "I'm aiming for the fat guy down there." Duncan pointed at a large man wandering amid several others below the interstate bridge the 2 men currently occupied. The bridge was a simple country road that crossed the highway, but the highway fence kept the group gathered below from getting up around the embankment and causing some serious headaches. Duncan brought his hand back, and Tommy could see he was holding one of his throwing spikes. It was a tube of steel about 6 inches long and roughly an inch in diameter, tapered to a sharp point at both ends. Duncan had tried other throwing objects, but these were the things he was most consistent with. Over the course of the zombie war, the ability to kill a zombie silently had become a serious asset, and Duncan was becoming deadly with the little things. Holding the spike loosely in his hand, Duncan concentrated for a second, then brought his hand sharply forward. The missile streaked toward its target and punched into the skull of the fat zombie Duncan had identified earlier. The pointed end, backed up by the heavy steel, easily penetrated the head of the zombie. The Z stood for a moment, then toppled over onto its back, half of the spike sticking out of its head like a horn. Duncan turned to Tommy and smiled. "About 30 yards, I'd say. Not bad." Tommy looked over the rail at the prone zombie. "How many more do you have?" Duncan looked puzzled. 7. Why? How many zombies are down there? 24. Where's this going? How are you going to get the spike back? Oh. Duncan looked back over the rail and cursed quietly. Shit. The spikes were a bizarre find in a house that had all sorts of weird weapons. Most of it was useless mail-order crap, but these had performed well. Duncan looked upset that he may have to leave his toy. "Well, how's the other group?" Tommy asked. Duncan looked out across the landscape and saw the car they had used to get to their current position. The zombies that had surrounded it for the last 12 hours had finally gotten bored and moved on. "They're gone. Think it's safe?" Duncan asked, picking up his weapons. "Safer than it was. Let's get moving," Tommy answered. "What about my spike?" "Fine, but you have to carry my bag," Tommy said, pulling off his rifle. "Deal." Tommy ordinarily would have just left the silly thing, but then he would have had to listen to Duncan complain about it for roughly 1,000 miles, and considering they had at least 2,000 to go, lightening the load was a good plan. Duncan had left his rifle in the car, which didn't help here. "Here we go." Tommy leaned over and sighted in the first zombie. Firing nearly straight down was not as simple as it seemed, and it was easy to miss. But since the distance wasn't great, he was able to get killing shots on 20 of the milling zombies. The other 4 had wandered under the bridge and were out of sight. Tommy walked over to the other side of the bridge and looked over. He shook his head as the stubborn zombies didn't immediately reveal themselves to get killed. "Heading down," Duncan called as he slid down the embankment. "Not yet," Tommy called, but it was too late. Duncan's head disappeared from view. Tommy frowned and shook his head. "Little shit left my bag on purpose," he thought. He picked up the backpack and went down the hillside, watching as Duncan shot the last 4 zombies with his pistol. Since Tommy had fired his rifle, quiet was no longer necessary, although looking down the highway, Tommy could see several dark shapes slowly making their way in this direction in response. Zombies were nothing if not predictable. Tommy ran towards the car while Duncan retrieved his spike. He pulled a pair of channel-lock pliers from his bag and wrenched the steel from the dead zombie. He wiped it off with the man's shirt, then tucked it into a separate compartment in his backpack for sterilizing later. Hard lessons had taught the survivors of the upheaval that the virus could stay dangerous for 48 hours if left on an exposed surface. After that, it was harmless, but if someone touched the infected area, then touched either an open wound or their eyes, they had nearly a 100% chance of getting infected. Fire killed the virus immediately, so it was part of everyone's gear to have some means of open flame to sanitize weapons used on the dead. The good news was there was very little splatter when combating the undead, since their blood wasn't flowing like a living person's did. Bullets to the head caused some mess, but not as much as a live human. Tommy reached the car and unlocked the doors. Zombies typically couldn't figure out how to open a door, but lately more and more of them were figuring it out, and sometimes they got lucky when it came to car doors. It was better to lock up than have a ghoul leave all sorts of dead bits inside the car you want to drive away in. The 2 men stashed their gear and drove away, heading back to the outskirts of Dalhart. They had left their caravan to do some scouting and had only a few hours left before the group would figure them lost and move on without them. That was the standing rule in the zombie war. Always stay on the move, draw them out, kill them. The road was fairly clear this far south, as it was discovered that apart from the main cities, the infestation wasn't as bad as other, more populated areas. Tommy and Duncan headed back to their group, which was waiting for them near Rita Blanca Lake, just off the road. 6,000 men and women made up the personnel of the caravan, and they had been on the road for nearly 4 months. The war had started in earnest when the first cold winds blew down from the north. John Talon, the duly elected chief executive of the represented states, had declared unconditional war on the zombies to the unanimous support of the population. 1 week of planning, and the teams were off. The goal was simple: kill zombies, find survivors, kill more zombies. Tommy and Duncan were tasked with the Texas campaign, while John and Charlie headed north to deal with a hostage situation. They were to take their team, head south, find as many survivors as possible, and spread the word of the new government. Communication was spotty at best, but things were getting better and more communities were turning the power back on. Major cities were still a problem, but they were handled best in the winter months. John had made it clear that the teams were to try and find survivors, but serious exploration was forbidden. Too many zombies still roamed the halls of the cities, and without serious firepower and manpower, they were going to stay that way for a while. It was generally agreed upon that the cities would be uninhabitable in the near future, so unless there was a significant survivor population, cities were to be left to rot. Duncan, in his enthusiasm, tried to burn down the cities that were useless and managed to succeed with a couple, but it was chancy at best. Tommy hit the gas and sped down the road, figuring to be at the rendezvous point in about 20 minutes. Nebraska was a hard fight, and the crew had decided to take a day and rest. Tommy and Duncan had figured to scout ahead when they got surprised by about 30 zombies checking out their car after inspecting a ranch house. The zombies chased them down the road, and the two men spent a good half day waiting for the curious dead to move away from their car. The rest had trapped them on the bridge and forced them to cool their heels outdoors for a bit. "Where do you think the survivors went?" Duncan asked as they moved along Texas's County Highway 87. He put a hand up to brace himself as Tommy swerved around a decent-sized crack in the road. "Not really sure," Tommy said. "We had a mess of Z's around the border and the surrounding area, but I expected a whole lot more. Between Perico and Stratford, there was supposed to be over 10,000, Duncan said. It was standard procedure to check the population of any town before going in, just to see how outnumbered they were going to be. And we didn't see nearly that many. Thank God, Tommy thought. No, I figured at worst it was maybe 2,000, Duncan said reflectively. Tommy thought a minute, moving the car around an overturned bucket in the road. So that means there are a lot of wandering zombies out there, or a bunch of people just up and ran away. Which way do you think our luck will hold? Tommy shot Duncan a sideways glance and got a snort in reply. Based on experience, I'd say we're screwed, Duncan said. He narrowed his eyes. Those are our cars. We're here. Tommy slowed down as he approached the small group of vehicles. There was a Ford F-150 which carried much of their gear, a Honda Pilot, a Range Rover, and a Jeep Liberty. The truck and SUVs were parked in roughly a square, leaving about 4 feet between each vehicle. The idea was to use the SUVs as shelter when no other option was available. The space between the cars was a choke point to keep from getting swarmed, if it came to that, and it also served as an escape route. In case of serious trouble, the vehicles had enough room to get away, and each was chosen because it was heavy enough to push through a crowd of zombies. These squares were something that the scouts had come up with, and since they were the tip of the spear when it came to fighting the Z's, they could pretty much do whatever they thought would keep them alive. The rest of the army was flung across the northern section of Texas, sent there by Tommy to clear out as many zombies as possible. The weather was cold, and it slowed down the zombies, but it wasn't as cold as it had been up north. So the ghouls were slower, but not what they had been killing in the northern states. "About time, Chief." The speaker was a man in his mid-40s. The streaks of gray in his otherwise black hair spoke of a troubled past. His name was Chris Johnson, and he was the leader of this particular scout group. Chris was a serious kind of man, but he had a very dry sense of humor that endeared him to his comrades. He was kind of a father figure to the younger fighters and was willing to give advice if you asked for it. His best feature was his ability to remain absolutely calm in nearly any situation. In the middle of a raging battle with zombies, Chris was known to start whistling. "Couldn't be helped, CJ," Tommy said. "What's the story with Dalhart?" Chris grunted, a deep sound from his chest. "They're in there, and they don't want to come out. I walked through a small section of town and saw dozens staring at me from behind windows and doors, but none of them came out to play," Chris said. "Disappointing, really." "Well, let's get back in there and see if we can't draw them out with a bigger pile of meat. You're just too skinny, CJ, Duncan said. The rest of the crew laughed. CJ was one of the bigger men in the Army. He was over 6 feet tall, weighed somewhere north of 220 pounds, and packed most of that on his chest and arms. If Chris Johnson didn't qualify for the top 3 in the Army for strength, then he certainly made the top 5. The funny part was he didn't look as strong as he was. His arms were long, but you could see the muscles play under his shirt. Chris had a very personal hatred of zombies and typically volunteered for the worst missions. His family was killed by the zombies, and anything he could do to thin the ranks was fine with him. He had no fear of dying, because he explained that it would just bring him back to his family, which was fine with him. "I'll take the Fantastic Four over here, and you can take the Thirsty Three over there," Chris said, pointing his very nasty melee weapon at them. It was a spear in spirit, but it had been adjusted for the foes he now faced. One end of the spear had a simple 3-inch spike on the end, topped off with a 1-inch flat ring that prevented the spike from penetrating any further. The other end was just 2 feet of flat steel welded into a kind of Y shape. Typically, CJ would get into a crowd and just start swinging that end around, literally just beating the zombies to death in a very ugly circle. Duncan will tell anyone who will listen that once he saw nothing but zombies and that weapon rising and falling. After a while, the zombies were down, and Chris wasn't. "Deal. Let's get moving," Tommy said. "All right, split up. Drivers or walkers today. Shotgun get driving. I want 40 feet of space, 2 on a side. Move it," Chris said to the team. The idea was simple. One group draws out the zombies and engages them, while the other follows in the vehicle to provide backup if needed. The vehicles were escape routes or weapons, depending on how bad things got. At the far edge of town, Duncan, Chris, and 4 other scouts started walking. 3 houses in, and there was movement. A small zombie, probably no older than 10 or 12, came running around from behind a bird bath. Chris lifted his spear and with a quick thrust killed it. He stepped on the boy's chest and pulled the spike out of its forehead. "Look alive, crew. The little ones are still fast, even in this cold," Chris said. "Yeah, Charlie got bit by one of these fast ones up in Nebraska," Duncan said, eyeballing the next house. "Heard he's immune. Guess that proves it," a woman by the name of Gwen spoke up. "Lucky bastard," another scout spoke up. "Why isn't he here with us if he's Superman?" Gwen asked out loud to no one in particular. Chris turned on her. "Because he's rescuing a third of our army. Remember Tom Haggerty?" "Yeah, so?" Gwen asked. "The group Charlie is going after killed him, and he's going alone except for Talon. I'd say he's needed elsewhere, wouldn't you?" The look in Chris's eyes did not allow any further discussion. "Yes, sir," Gwen said. She was a 30-year-old former process consultant with an IT company that didn't have a plan for zombie invasions. She had barely escaped the apocalypse because the day her building fell to the zombies just happened to be the day she was working remotely from home. The next house was a little noisier, and 4 zombies came out to meet the newcomers. The scouts and Duncan just fanned out and took the zombies down by sheer force.
If any zombie escaped with only one head injury, he was the exception. The procession proceeded down the street, and the group kept up the noise by talking loudly about nearly anything. The liveliest discussions centered around what kind of pizza should be served if a pizzeria could ever be reopened. Thin crust all the way. You're a wimp. Deep dish or nothing. Pan pizza, best of all.
Please shut up.
Just make sure there's enough toppings.
What kind?
Bacon. That last was shouted by 4 of the scouts, which proved the conversation wasn't a new one. The shout also produced a sizable horde, which came spilling out of a small apartment complex. Duncan smiled at the group. Nicely done, he said. I was wondering where the groups had gotten themselves to. He moved off to the side, leaving enough space for one of the following vehicles to pull up next to him. This procedure was repeated 4 times, with scouts getting around and taking their place. Chris shifted his grip on his weapon, bringing the other end to bear. Stay in front of the cars. Don't let them pass. Use the car for shelter if you need it, he said. The first ghoul to hit the line was a middle-aged man wearing brown-striped pajamas. His left foot had been nearly torn off, and as he limped, the bone in his leg made a clicking sound as it hit the pavement. But he was first, so Gwen killed him with a single blow of her hatchet. The next was a pair of old women whose hands and faces were simply shredded strips of meat surrounding protruding eyes. Duncan tried out his latest knife, a heavy kukri, and managed to decapitate both with a single swing. Damn, said Chris. He swung hard with his spear, crushing the skull of a young woman zombie. Duncan shrugged. Didn't know it would do that, but I'm glad it did. Everyone got busy in the next few minutes as the rest of the horde descended on the group. The air was full of groans, the sound of humans grunting with the effort of swinging their weapons hard enough to crack a skull, and the meaty thunk of metal striking flesh and bone. Things were going pretty well until a high-pitched scream got everyone's attention. "Duncan! Chris! Help!" One of the other scouts, a young woman named Aubrey, was trapped by 3 zombies who were grabbing at her and pulling on her coat and arms. She was holding them back with the handle of her weapon, but it was just a matter of seconds before they got to her. Shit, Duncan swore. He climbed over the hood of the car Tommy was in and jumped to the hood of the next car. He jumped over to the trio of zombies, smashing the one on the left with his long-handled axe. He chopped the middle one with his kukri in the back of the head, grabbed the third by the collar, and ripped him off Aubrey. The zombie cartwheeled away, and Duncan used the opportunity to hit it in the back of the head with his axe while it struggled to get up. Aubrey sunk against the car and held a hand to her shoulder. Duncan didn't spend any more time with her, gesturing that the scout in the car get out and help with the horde. Duncan went back to his position, killing 2 more zombies on the way over. Tommy went back to the car and kept the engine running in case of need. He had accounted for a zombie of his own, and the horde, which seemed endless at first, suddenly disappeared as the last zombie fell to Chris's spear. Chris leaned against the car and called out, "Sound off!" "All good. All good. All good. All good. No good." The last was spoken by Aubrey. She was still leaning against the car with her partner standing next to her. She was holding her shoulder, and tears were coming out of her eyes. The rest of the crew crowded around, but they didn't get too close. They were very respectful of what the virus could do and how contagious it was in its incubation period. "Oh, hell, Aubrey. What happened?" Chris said quietly. Aubrey shrugged. She moved her hand away from her shoulder, and it came away bloody. 3 of them came at me at once. Tried to turn them, but they came in too fast. Duncan got them off of me, but the last one got his head in for a bite," Aubrey said. "I'm sorry I wasn't faster," Duncan said softly. Aubrey shook her head. "Don't you dare. You did what you could. It's just my time. Can I ask you to bury me by that lake we saw earlier? That seemed like a nice place." Aubrey winced and more tears came out. "Sure thing," Chris said quietly. "Anything else?" "Would you do it?" Aubrey asked Chris. "After I turn, I mean." Chris nodded.
He didn't have the words as they caught in his throat. The teams left Dalhart, with Aubrey riding in the back of one of the cars. The small caravan, which now resembled a funeral procession, moved back towards Rita Blanca Lake. They pulled into a small campsite area, and everyone got out of the car. Aubrey needed help, and she complained she was already dizzy and nauseous. The two scouts who helped her were cautious, trying not to breathe too deeply around the infected woman. Aubrey sat down heavily at a picnic table, her breathing shallow and labored. Her eyes were glassed over, and she closed them repeatedly. The lake was in front of her, and the sunlight off the waves was actually quite beautiful. Some of the scouts whispered to each other that it was a very nice place if you had to die. Aubrey took off her weapons and placed them on the picnic table. Soon Aubrey's head slumped down on her chest, and she leaned over slowly, lying down on her side. Tommy and Duncan stood apart watching, while Chris took up a position behind the woman. His shoulders were slumped, and Duncan nudged Tommy. "He's taking this a little harder than I thought he would," Duncan whispered. "He should. Those two were an item," Tommy said matter-of-factly. "Huh, never knew that," Duncan said. "They were pretty secretive about it, except for the fact that Chris made the scout schedule, and they always seemed to have duty together," Tommy said. "Huh. Anything else I should know?" Duncan asked. "Gwen is a lesbian," Tommy said. "You're kidding." "Yep." "Wait, yep, you're kidding, or yep, Gwen is a lesbian?" Duncan was getting confused. "You got it," Tommy said, smiling. "I hate you." "Aubrey is starting to stir," Tommy said seriously. And she was. It had been about a half hour, and no one had moved in that time. Her hand was the first thing to move, opening and closing like Aubrey was relearning how to use it. She pushed herself up, sitting for a moment, before she stood up completely. She looked left, right, and then saw Chris standing behind her holding his spear. She locked onto him and moved around the picnic table, moving stiffly but steadily. Her arms were held out in front of her like she wanted to give Chris a hug. Chris waited and waited as Aubrey got closer and closer. "What's he doing?" Tommy asked. "Is she immune too?" Duncan asked. "No idea," Tommy said, pulling his gun out. Aubrey walked up to Chris, who dropped his spear and held out his arms. Aubrey walked into his arms and wrapped her arms around his neck. Chris lifted her up and held her close. "Well, I thought that was going to be different," Duncan said. "Shit!" Tommy yelled. Aubrey had lifted her head away from Chris's neck and then went back in, teeth digging deeply into his flesh. She took a huge bite, jerking her head away and tearing a large chunk of flesh out of Chris's neck. Blood sprayed all over the place, spraying Aubrey's face and making her look like a demon. Her mouth opened again, and she went in for a second bite, ripping away even more flesh. Chris never said a word, never cried out. He just went to his knees, holding on to the zombie that killed him, and fell over on top of her, pinning her to the ground. He died a few seconds later, bleeding out from the horrific wounds Aubrey had inflicted on his neck. Tommy rushed over and fired a single shot that killed Aubrey as she dug in for another bite. Tommy fired again, putting a bullet in the back of Chris's head. He walked away from the two corpses and faced the horrified group. "Well, that wasn't what I expected to happen this day," Tommy said. "Let's get these two buried before dark. We know there's more of them out there, and they will likely be coming for us." The rest of the scouts got busy, pulling out shovels and a couple of blankets. They pulled the lovers apart and placed the blankets over their bodies. Tommy and Duncan dug shallow graves, while 3 of the other scouts went to gather rocks to place on the mounds. Gwen took the task of removing the weapons from Chris, but she left his gear on him. "Might need it in the afterlife," she explained to Tommy after he raised an eyebrow at her. The graves were finished, the bodies placed carefully. After the earth was replaced, the mounds were covered in large stones to keep the coyotes and the wild dogs from digging up the couple. Once the work was done with the graves, the group stood around in a circle. No one really had anything to say. They were still in a state of disbelief that Chris had committed suicide when his lover had turned into a zombie. It was a scene that had probably played out hundreds of times before, when one member of a couple just could not bring themselves to kill their mate, no matter what was going to happen to them. Duncan finally spoke. Chris was a good man, a strong man, and a good fighter. He'd been through a lot, like we all have. He must have reached his breaking point when Aubrey passed. In his shoes, I don't know if I could kill Jana if I had to. But we move on, like we always do. We are secure in the knowledge that we are all a little better off for knowing people like Aubrey and Chris. There was a chorus of amen, and the group headed back to their vehicles to spend the night. Tommy and Duncan walked back to their vehicle. How do you think Charlie and John are doing? Duncan asked. Can't be doing any worse than us. We lost 20% of our team today, Tommy said. Jesus. Yeah. I won't tell if you won't. Deal. Northern Wyoming. What number are we on? I lost count after 36. Figure around 50? Why not? The last one was rather creative, I have to say. Thanks. Took me a while to figure out how to get that one done. We were 2 weeks in, following the trail that Darnell Tibbles had pointed out for us. The map was pretty simple. Just follow the pencil trail until we got to where the circled area was. The only point we had an issue with was the overland part. Since it was somewhere in the middle of January and we were heading to the land of snow, I wasn't really in the mood for a hike in the mountains. Charlie would do whatever. He'd hike through the snow, swim through a swamp, or scale a cliff if he had to without much thought. If I were honest with myself, this war was taking a toll on me. Sometimes I wondered if I should just go home and be a chief executive, but I knew I couldn't send others out to do my work for me, and I always believed that a leader was supposed to lead, not just tell others what to do. What's that? Charlie asked, looking ahead at the road. Looks like a man. Slow down, I said, unbuckling my seatbelt. Watch yourself, Charlie said. He reached behind his seat and took a rifle off the rack that was across the rear window of our vehicle. We weren't driving anything special, just a Honda Pilot. It was large, it was heavy, and it drove easily over snow and ice. Plus, there was a lot of room for our gear. I stepped out of the vehicle and started walking towards the man. He was standing on the side of the road, and next to him was a sled with several large bundles on it. I could see his breath, so I knew he was alive, but as I got closer, I could see that there was something off by the way he carried himself. He was dressed in cold weather gear, wearing heavy boots and a snowmobile suit. Another coat was over that, and I could see that coat held his essentials as he walked. The sled was tied to his waist, so all he had to do was walk. "Morning," I said. "You okay?" The man slowly looked over at me, and what I could see in his eyes nearly made me search for my weapon. When I usually met someone, their eyes had some spark in them, some life. Even if they had been driven insane by the events of the upheaval, some life was in their eyes. The man in front of me, his eyes were as dead as a zombie's. "Good morning," he said. His voice was raspy from lack of use. "Where are you headed?" "North. You?" I asked. "South," came the reply. "How long have you been on the road?" I asked. "Vehicle breakdown?" "Since the first snows. Come down from Canada." "Nope. Walked the whole way," the man said. "No need to find gas." I was impressed. First, the man had walked from Canada, and secondly, he was the first person I had met from another country. "How did Canada survive the upheaval?" I asked. The man gave a big sigh, then looked off to the north. It didn't. If anything, it died faster than the United States. People just didn't want to believe the worst was happening until it was upon them, tearing their throats out. I waited, figuring the man had more to say. I didn't have long to wait. "I was a radio jock, turning out the news every day. I saw the reports that they didn't want us to tell anyone about, and the stories that were all true, but we were denied telling people the truth," the man explained. "The lies I told killed a lot of people. Everything wasn't all right. The government wasn't on top of things, and yes, the dead had risen and were coming to kill us all. The man looked at his burden. I was investigating a remote news story when everything finally fell apart. The last time I spoke with my daughter and wife was that morning of May 5th. She called to tell me that she had seen some strange things on television, and I should be careful coming home. The man broke down for a second, and a single tear slid down his cheek to disappear in the tangled beard he had on his face. It took me 3 days to get home, and by the time I had gotten there it was too late. My daughter was dead, a zombie, killed by her mother, who was waiting for me when I got home. That's tough, friend. I lost my wife, too. My friend back in the truck lost his wife and daughter as well, I said. The man looked at me for a long time, not really processing what I said. I nodded and backed away a few steps, looking like I was giving him his moment. Truth was, after I heard his story, I couldn't give any good reason as to why the man was here, and I was starting to get an old, familiar feeling in the back of my mind. "How did your wife die?" the man asked, looking back at me. "She worked in a hospital. No one who worked in any hospital anywhere survived the first days," I said. I remembered finding Ellie on the balcony of that hospital. It seemed so long ago now. "Yes, they died." "Did you bury her?" The man seemed a little more enthusiastic now. I was actually starting to get a little creeped out. I used the moment to put a little more distance between us, then turned to him. "I burned down the entire place," I said. The man thought about that. "Funeral pyre. I like that. Send the smoke to heaven with their souls. Yeah, I like that a lot. Maybe that's what I'll do," he said. "You'll do with what?" I asked. The man gestured to the sled. "I'll build a funeral pyre for my family. Send their souls to heaven." That was when I realized the bags on the sled were about the right size if you were to put 2 humans, one smaller than the other, into garbage bags and roll them up tightly. As I watched, I swore the bag in the front, the smaller one, moved slightly. "Sir, do you have zombies on that sled?" I asked, moving away from him and circling toward the sled. The man suddenly wailed, long and loud. He dropped to his knees and continued to wail, pounding his fists into his legs. He closed his eyes and screamed at the heavens, pounding at his head. Charlie came running over, his gun out and ready to deal with whatever was going on. The wails echoed off the nearby hills and cliffs, adding an eerie chorus to the man's suffering. "What the hell?" he asked. "Man lost his family, and he's got them on the sled," I explained. "I think there's 2 Z's wrapped up over there in those bags." "Christ, are you serious?" Charlie walked over to the man who was lying on the ground, drawing little circles with his gloved hands. "Hey! Hey!" Charlie yelled. "What? What do you want?" the man asked, looking up at my friend. "Do you have any water or food in those bags on your sled?" Charlie asked. The man blinked. "Are you going to rob me?" I could actually see Charlie sigh from where I was. "Just answer the question." No food or water." The man looked at Charlie, then went back to his circles. Charlie walked over to the sled and looked carefully at the bags. He poked one with the barrel of his pistol and then looked up at me. He nodded and came back to me. "Definitely zombies. Those bags are sealed tight. Nothing could be alive in there," Charlie said. "And still moving," he added. "All right then," I said. "Cover me." I went over to the sled, and with a glance back to Circle Man, I drew my pistol and fired 2 rounds, one into the front bag and one in the rear. The movement of both bags stopped immediately, and out of the front one, a dark fluid began leaking from the bullet hole. I looked over at the man who had jumped up at the shots. He looked at me as I holstered my gun. I expected him to start wailing again or rush me or something, and Charlie must have as well because he positioned himself to intercept the man if he charged. What I did not expect was what happened next. "Well, that's that. Guess I'll go home now." The man started walking back the way he had come, leaving his sled behind. I looked at Charlie, who shrugged.
I called out to the man. "You're just going to go home?" I was incredulous. The man looked back at me, then at the sled. "I couldn't do it myself, and you're the first people I've seen that could do it for me. Thanks." I watched him walk off the road, head into the grass, and disappear over the hill. I didn't see him again. Charlie looked at me. "What the hell just happened?" It was my turn to shrug. "I have no idea, brother." Charlie and I went over to the sled and dumped the whole thing in the ditch. I sliced open the bags with my knife and exposed the 2 occupants to the mountain air. Eventually, wolves, bears, or coyotes will take care of this mess if the crows didn't. The smaller bag had a little girl in it. Her mouth was duct tape and her hands were taped as well. Her eyes were open and they had the telltale dark circles of a zombie child. I was a little worried I had killed a survivor by accident. The other bag had a dead zombie as well. Nothing with a neck wound like that would have survived. I burned my knife just in case, and then we were on our way, once again heading up to the wilds of Montana to get some of our people out of a jam and administer some rough justice on a problem. We passed a small town, Gray Bull by name, and saw a few zombies wandering around. I looked over at Charlie, and he shrugged. "Why not?" he asked. I looked over our map and decided we could get away with shooting these this time, but we were getting close enough to our destination that we were going to have to be careful of our shots, since sound carries pretty well in the mountains. The valleys were practically megaphones. On the upside, anyone who heard the shot would have a hard time locating the source, but they would be alerted all the same. We pulled over, and Charlie took his rifle out of the back. I went over to a log and picked up a broken branch. Using my new drumstick, I began smacking the log, yelling out as I did. The zombies that we had seen along the streets began making their way over to us. They moved slow, but they were steady. The weather had warmed up over the last couple of days, which kind of thawed them out a little. I figured if they had been inside, they were even faster than the ones we had seen on the streets. "How many, you figure?" Charlie asked. This was the game we played on our way up here. If we saw some Z's, we'd bet on how many there actually were. 9 times out of 10, we'd encounter at least twice as many as we had expected. "I'm gonna go with 15, I said. "Just 15? What's your call?" Charlie looked through his scope. "I'm going with 40. "What's the bet?" Betting was the best part. I won the last 2 times, and as a result didn't have to make dinner for a few days, and Charlie had to clean my rifle. "My best knife against yours," Charlie said, upping the ante. "What? What do you need another knife for? For that matter, what do I need your crappy old knife for?" I complained. "I said best knife. Deal or no?" "Deal," I said grumpily. I was actually half worried. If I lost my Bowie knife, I was pretty sure I could find another one around here somewhere. We were in the land of big knives, after all. Back in the day, people who lived around here regularly skinned grizzlies, or so I was told. Charlie's rifle cracked, and I counted the number of rounds he fired. The shots echoed off the nearby mountains and tumbled down the retreating valleys like a wave. At 10, he stopped, and I looked at the town. 10 zombies were down, and it looked like there weren't too many more. My spirits lifted a little when I realized I might be winning this one as well. "That didn't sound like 40, I said. "Give it a minute. Chances are there's a few in the homes and businesses that haven't come out yet," Charlie said optimistically. He hated losing. 2 more zombies came wandering into the street, and Charlie shot them both. I looked around at the scenery, taking in the picturesque views. I was also checking to see if the noise had attracted any other attention. Sure enough, down the highway, a lone figure lurched determinedly in our direction. He had to be at least 400 yards off, and by the way he was swaying, it'd be just wasting ammo to try and put him down before he got closer. Which was exactly why I reached into the truck and pulled out my rifle. Charlie looked at me, and I pointed down the road. Charlie took one look and snorted. If you make him drop with your first bullet, I'll just declare myself the loser and give you my best knife, Charlie said. And if I miss? I asked, resting the front grip on the rear of the truck bed. The bottom of the grip split into a small bipod, which I now used to get a bead on my prey. You lose. Fair enough. I watched the zombie through my scope, getting a feel for his rhythm and movements. He was still a very small target, even with the scope maxed out. I kept the rifle still and practiced in my mind a couple of shots before I finally committed to pulling the trigger. The gods of windage and elevation were with me that morning, because as I watched through the scope, the zombie walked right into the path of the oncoming bullet, tacking it square in the face. The air behind the zombie's head blossomed with a fine black mist, and the Z dropped, nose first, onto the road. I celebrated my marksmanship with a simple exclamation. Wow, it worked, I said, mostly to myself. Charlie was enough of a gentleman to congratulate me properly. You suck, he said. I nodded and looked over at the town. Looks like you have some more friends, I said. Charlie cursed. Naturally. Help me out, will you? Surely, I replied, swinging my rifle around and bringing the power of my scope back down to normal magnification. Looking at a zombie when the magnification was too high was an unpleasant surprise we had all given ourselves at one time or another. I wasn't too keen on repeating the experience. I fired several times, knocking back a couple of zombie girls, a cowboy-looking specimen, and a long-haired, biker-type zombie. Charlie worked his magic on a group of tourists and what had to have been a state trooper. That one was still holding his gun, which was a little weird. When the firing stopped, I called out my total to Charlie, who added it to his total. When he did the math, Charlie cursed again, long and loud. Do I want to know? I asked, smiling. 30-fucking-9, Charlie said. Unbelievable. The terms of the bet were you could get up to your number but not go over. If you did and the other guy's number was higher, then it was a matter of how close you were to the actual number. Actually 40 with the guy I killed, I offered. Oh, sure, I feel much better now, Charlie said. Relax, I don't need your knife. I'll just look around the next town for a shop that sells them and we can both get new knives, I said. No, I made the bet. You get the best one, Charlie said. All right, I said. Secretly, I was actually curious. Charlie was nigh fanatical about his knives, especially his tomahawks, so I was curious as to what he considered the best to be. Let's get on the road. I have a feeling we're going into some rough country and we're going to need to get as far north as we can, I said. I looked at the sky and didn't like what I saw gathering in the west. Hang on. Charlie rummaged a bit in his pack before handing me a knife. It was a big blade with micarta handles. The blade was over 7 inches long and was elegant in a simple drop-point way. On the blade near the grip was etched Spartan Blades, X Harzy Ellie Mod 1. I had no idea what that meant. I only knew it felt like it was a very good knife. Charlie, it was a lucky shot on my best day, I said, handing the knife back to him. You sure? Charlie asked. It's yours. You won the bet. I'm sure, I said. Thank God, Charlie exclaimed as he put the knife away. I love that knife. Can't bear to use it, but I love having it. I just shook my head. You're so freaking weird. I'll keep my eye out for another one. I owe you a knife, Charlie said. A best knife, I corrected. Yes, a best knife. We drove west, following the road up towards Montana. Darnell's directions were more specific once we reached his former compound, but we had to get there first. 310 took us past the town of Lovell, but there was nothing much to see there. The road took us through the center of town, but it looked like everyone had left for parts unknown. Probably went to the mountains when everything went south, Charlie said. You think? I asked. These people are second- and third-generation pioneers. They've been raised to be self-reliant and take care of their own, asking nothing of nobody. They would know when a situation was bad and get the hell out, Charlie explained. They wouldn't be as stupid as most city dwellers. You actually just said city dwellers? I said. Charlie grinned. I'm a Missouri boy, remember? I'd bet we'd find quite a few communities up in the mountains. Yeah, been thinking about that, I said. Talk to me, Charlie said, as he navigated his way around a power line that had fallen sometime in the past. The West Coast had some of the biggest cities, and likely the hardest hit. I was thinking about closing the mountain passes, I said. What about any survivors on the other side of that gate? Charlie asked. I figured we'd rig it so anyone alive could get through, but no one who was dead, I said. Charlie thought about that one. I might have a few ideas about that, and we could use the earth movers we already have, or maybe one of those really big ones from a quarry or something. Good idea. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it, I said. We pulled out of Lovell and headed west, eventually swinging north. Wyoming was a fooler of a state. One would think it was all mountains, but there was a lot of flat land out there. The roads were pretty good, even though there was a decent bit of snow still on the ground. I had read once that Wyoming and Colorado didn't get as much snow as the middle states did, keeping it mostly in the high country. Whoever wrote that obviously never drove out here. We were in snow that stayed at least a foot deep, higher in drifts out on the prairie, yet clear around certain rocky areas. Up ahead was the town of Cowley. At least that was what the map told me. As we moved closer to the town proper, Charlie slowed the truck down. We stopped completely outside a large building that I knew could only be a school. What's up? I asked, looking around for trouble. Charlie shrugged. I don't know, but every instinct I have is telling me we need to drive through here as fast as we can. I hated it when Charlie had one of his instinctual episodes, not because he usually was very dramatic about them, but because he was nearly always right. Is it that school there? I asked. Not sure. Maybe. I don't know. Well, that cleared it up for me, I said. Why don't we try driving through and see what we can see? Fair enough, Charlie said, moving the truck forward again. We turned down the first street we came to. It was 4th Street, and it was clear nothing was alive on this street. The houses were the usual low-roof variety, but instead of open spaces between the homes, they had cattle and horse pens. So much for the traditional dog run. Charlie turned up a block and headed back down 3rd Street. The view didn't change, and I was starting to wonder about Charlie's instincts. There, look at the snow between the houses, Charlie said. I looked and saw what appeared to be footprints going from one house to the next. The snow was pushed through, not stepped over, and I could see streaks in the snow, likely blood. Gotcha. How long? I asked. Can't tell, but obviously after the last snowfall, which was, 2 days ago, Charlie said. About there. What are you thinking? I said, already knowing the answer. We need to go hunting, either now or later, Charlie said. Never put off today, I started. The zombie you'll need to kill tomorrow, Charlie said. Find an open spot to park, and let's gear up. How bad could it be? It's winter, I said. Charlie reached over and showed me the scar on his hand. That bad. You'll bring that up every time for how long? Just want to know, I asked. At least a year, if we live that long, Charlie said. You're too ugly to live forever, I said. But at least I have a deadline now. Charlie drove slowly through the town following 3rd Street. We kept an eye on the snow, and the trail led from one house to the other. We nearly reached the end of the street when Charlie brought the truck to a stop. They stopped here, he said quietly. Let's gear up, I said. We got out of the truck on my side, which was the furthest from the house. I opened the back door and pulled out my pack, Charlie's pack, his tomahawk harness, and my pickaxe. We pulled out our rifles, and then changed our minds. I did grab 2 extra magazines for both our Glocks, bringing my total on me to 5 and Charlie to 6. Between the two of us, we had 170 rounds of 9mm goodness to distribute should the need arise.
If I ever came across a 9mm carbine that took Glock mags, I might actually cry. Nothing fancy. I'd even take maybe an old MP5 or something. I pulled out my pick and hefted it, the weight barely noticeable these days. For a moment, I wondered how many ghouls I had dispatched with this pick, and realized that was a number I'd rather not think about. I checked my pistol, my knife, and my mags. I adjusted a strap on my pack, and I was ready to go. Charlie needed a hand with his pack, but then he was ready to go too. We moved through the snow towards the house. I had the unhealthy job of opening the front door. The house was small, painted white at some point, and had a long, sloping roof. An empty swing squeaked softly on the porch as we approached. Charlie pointed to the door, and I saw what he was looking at. The porch had been cleared of snow, and there were several footprints around the door and the window. Clearly, someone had lived here and had been approached by the horde. I turned the knob and pushed the door open, stepping back to give myself room to kill whatever was going to come out. I waited for a minute, and then signaled Charlie I was going in. He nodded and stepped up to come in right behind me. I went through the door and moved to the left, keeping my pick out in front of me. Charlie was right behind me, turning to the right, his hawks held at the ready. The room was small but tidy, with flowered furniture and antique-looking tables. I looked at the floor and saw a lot of water and footprints leading to the kitchen. I nodded at Charlie, who saw what I was looking at, and he moved in that direction. I kept a watch on the hallway that led to the back rooms and bedrooms. "John, in here." Charlie kept his voice to a whisper, but in that quiet place, it was like he had shouted. I stepped around the corner and bumped into Charlie. Over his shoulder, I saw why he had called me in. The kitchen was small, with a green counter running along one wall, bisected by an electric stove. A fridge was on the other wall, and a sink looked out the back window into the backyard. The center of the kitchen had a small round table and 4 wooden chairs. At least, it would have looked like that, except for the 2 corpses and the unbelievable amount of blood on the walls, counter, and floors. A woman was draped over the sink, her hands still grasping the outside of the window she tried to escape through. Her feet didn't touch the floor, and I could see deep claw marks in her back. Huge bite marks on her shoulders, neck, and back showed how she died, and the sink was full of her blood. One of her legs had enough flesh torn away that I could see at least 6 inches of her femur. On the floor by her swinging feet was a man, his face a frozen mask of fury. His arms were covered in bites, and his neck had been ripped open as well. His gut was torn open, and parts of his organs were here and there, adding to the gore. The back door was open, and I could see footprints leading off towards a house on the other side of the lawn. "Charlie?" I whispered. "What?" "Why haven't they turned?" I asked. Their heads looked okay. No trauma there. There was enough damage to maybe keep them from crawling, but not enough to keep them from turning. "That is a good question," Charlie said. He began to examine the man on the floor while I went over to the woman. I looked her over carefully, and aside from the awful wounds, she should be trying to eat my face off right now. I looked at her arms and saw a curious set of markings. When I looked closer, I began to realize why she hadn't turned. "Charlie, I think this woman was immune like you. That's why she didn't turn after she died," I said. Charlie nodded. "I think this guy was the same. Do you think they were married?" I shook my head. "Too coincidental. I'd say more like brother and sister. Same blood type, shared genes, and all that stuff I don't fully understand." "Well, now we need to keep going," Charlie said. He stepped around the huge pool of blood and out the rear door. We followed the trail through the snow, and I kept an eye out for any tracks that led away from the group. I wasn't in the mood to be jumped by any strays that had left the group. The footprints went across the backyard and made their way to the house directly across from the one with the 2 dead people. The rear door was still slightly open, which did fill me with a lot of confidence that the owners were still alive. Charlie went up to the door and started to push it open. I looked over at the side of the house and swept up my pick. A teenage zombie was coming around the house, and he saw me the same time I saw him. He immediately stretched out his arms to try and grab me when I brought the pointed end of the pick down onto the top of his head. The crack of the metal-piercing bone was loud in the snow-covered stillness. A small flock of sparrows flew up off the roof of the house next door, and a small bit of snow fell off the roof of the house we were at, landing on the back of Charlie's neck. "Really?" Charlie aimed the question at the sky. "Really?" "Just get through the damn door," I said, trying not to laugh. Charlie slammed the door open, and he went to his usual right as I went to my usual left. The kitchen was empty, but at a glance it had been occupied recently. There was a coffee pot on the stove that looked like it had been made earlier that day, and the bread on the counter wasn't moldy and nasty. I held up a hand, and Charlie paused. I pointed to the other room, and we both went in looking for trouble. This room was empty as well, but the furniture was all over the place. I watched as Charlie followed the blood trails to the back bedrooms, but he shook his head as he came back. "The blood is leading away from the bedrooms, not toward them," he said. "No one is back there." "Guess they weren't immune," I said. "Not this time," Charlie said. "Tracks are outside the front door," I said. "Here we go again," Charlie said. "You do realize they are getting larger as a group while we have no reinforcements?" "Yeah, I suppose that's true. But we had nothing else to do today, did we?" "There is that." We went out the front door, and I was trying to put a timeline in my head. There was no way these attacks were just random zombies wandering around. Something had to attract the horde to each house individually. We went outside the front and checked the trail. The footprints were bloodier this time, and there seemed to be more of them. The tracks led across the street and over to another house. This one was a 2-story home with a brick first floor. Charlie stepped suddenly, and I stepped wide to give him room. "Looks like they didn't get in right away," Charlie said, pointing to the tracks in the snow around the house. The snow was trampled flat around the house, and it looked like handprints were streaked across the windows. The door looked like it had been hit with something ugly, but then I realized it was just zombie splatter. Zombie hands tended to break apart when they were smashed against something unyielding like a steel door. "All right, I'll go this way and you go that way. We'll meet where the tracks leave off," I said. "Fair enough. Watch yourself," Charlie said. "You too." I went around the west side of the building, walking wide to clear the corner. I was glad I did, since there was another zombie walking towards me. It was a man about my age, or at least he used to be a man, with a large beard and a shock of wild hair. His eyes were glassy, and his mouth was open, revealing a number of blood-soaked teeth. I cocked my pick back, ready to take him out, when suddenly he tripped on something under the snow. I wasn't about to let a freebie go like that, so I slammed my weapon down onto the back of his head as he struggled to get out of the snow. I ran my pick through the snow to clean it off a little and stepped around the house to the front yard. 2 more zombies were there, moving towards the other side of the house, and they hadn't seen me yet. I stepped quickly towards the pair, striking down the one on the left, and then using a backswing to take down the other as it turned towards me. I looked around for any other enemies, but the yard was clear. I looked at the house and didn't see any signs that they had broken in. The trail led off to the other side of the street, in between 2 houses, and I knew that was where we had to go. I waited for a minute, and then Charlie appeared. He was walking normally, and his hawks didn't look like they had seen any action. He stopped and looked at the 2 corpses. "Just 2?" he asked. "The third one's around the corner. Real woolly dude, too," I said. "Nothing on my side," Charlie said. "Any sign of entry on your side?" "Nope. Looks like we might be closing in, though. These guys seem like they just haven't caught up with the main group," I said. "They went that way, in case you were wondering." "Well, 3 down is 3 we don't have to face later," Charlie said. "Always good to play the odds," I said. We walked across the yard, following the tracks. They crossed the street and went in between the houses on the other side. The houses were pretty run down, with shingles coming off the roofs, and parts of the siding were sagging and coming off.
One of the houses had some bushes around the front windows, but they were reaching to the roofline and obviously hadn't been cut in years. As we passed by, I looked in one window and saw the home was a mess inside. I began to think the homes were not messy as a result of the upheaval. They had always been that way. Charlie led the way, and when we reached the backyard, he suddenly swung left and right, killing 2 zombies that were on the move from the middle of the yard. Behind them, feasting on something, was a crowd of about 15 Zs. They were huddled around some kind of prey on the ground, and the snow was bright with fresh blood. Some of the zombies would raise their heads to slurp down a particularly delectable morsel, and their faces were covered in blood. It was like watching a pack of wolves eat an elk. One of the zombies looked at me when it raised its head and stood up suddenly. Its groan attracted the attention of the rest of the pack, and as one, they rose to their feet to start the slow walk over to us. They weren't moving too fast, but they were moving quickly enough to be a problem if we got delayed for any reason. I put my pick down in the snow with the handle sticking up, drawing my Glock as I did so. Charlie followed suit and stepped over a few paces to make sure his line of fire had nothing behind it. One time, Tommy shot a zombie and the bullet knocked off the valve that connected a hose to a propane tank. That sucker is probably halfway to Jupiter by now. I didn't waste any time. I just lined up my first shot and killed the damn zombie. Some people like to hit them in the forehead, but that was actually a chancy thing. Depending on the angle of the hit, the bullet had a decent chance of bouncing off the skull. Me, I like to shoot for the center of the face, particularly the eyes. That almost never failed to bring them down permanently. 15 shots between the two of us, and the threat was finished. I looked over at what the zombies were feeding on, and my heart sank. It was a man, not a beast, and he had been eaten from the back. His ribs were showing, and I could see where great handfuls of lung tissue and organ tissue had been torn apart. His legs were drawn up, and his arms were tucked by his sides, both of which showed huge bite marks and tears in the flesh. I shook my head and started to turn away when I heard an odd sound. I looked over at Charlie, but he was too busy reloading his magazine to have noticed anything. I looked around, trying to zero in on the source of the sound, but I didn't hear it again. I turned back to Charlie and was about to open my mouth when I heard it again. It sounded like a small cough, or like someone trying to get some air. Charlie looked at me, and I knew he had heard it too. He looked at the bloody mess in the yard and nodded in that direction. "He's lying on something," Charlie said. I looked and saw that Charlie was right. There was something under the man's chest, something he died trying to protect. As we watched, the man started to stir, and we knew he was going to rise soon. Whatever he was protecting was going to be dead the second he realized it was within biting distance. Charlie quickly stepped over and brought his left-hand axe down in a single sweep, killing the emerging zombie. I reached his side and kicked him over, knocking him away from whatever it was he was protecting. Nestled in the snow in a small hollow the man must have hurriedly scooped with his hands was a little blanket-wrapped bundle. The blanket was soaked in blood, and if any of that blood was infected, whatever was in there was likely infected as well. Charlie carefully pulled the blanket away, revealing what was worth dying for. "What the hell?" Charlie asked. I looked over his shoulder and saw 2 big brown eyes looking back at me. They blinked once, then closed again. "Well, I wasn't expecting that," I said. Charlie looked thoughtful. "You know, I haven't seen too many of these lately, now that I think about it." I cogitated for a moment as well. "You know, you're right, now that I think on it." "What should we do?" Charlie asked. "May as well bring it with us. Is it a boy or a girl?" Girl." "All right, pick it up and let's get going. I don't think there's any more zombies around here," I said. "Poor little thing, looks starved," Charlie said. "We can feed it in the truck. Probably freezing, too. I know I am," I said. I never liked just standing in the snow. "All right, let me see something first." Charlie picked it up, and the brown eyes opened again. The little tail on the beagle pup wagged a few times and then was still.
She seemed glad to see us, but Charlie was keeping her at arm's length. We went back to the house with the blood-stained walls and found that the water was still working. Charlie grabbed a towel and dampened it, rubbing it all over the pup. She woke up a little bit more for that and used the opportunity to try and give Charlie a lick. Charlie kept his distance, controlling the pup while he rubbed her down. When he finished, he handed the towel to me. "Any sign of blood?" Charlie asked. I looked carefully at the towel. I didn't see anything red, which told me the pup hadn't been hit with the blood yet. We were safe to handle the little beagle. "Nope, all clear." "How it's clear is a damn mystery," I said. "It's cold. Blood doesn't flow as fast when it's cold," Charlie said. This time he grabbed a small blanket off the back of the couch and wrapped the pup up in it. The little nose poked out, and with a move a rattler would have envied, she jumped up and licked Charlie across the mouth. "Blah," Charlie said, pulling his head back. "Dog slobber." "You're such a ladies' man. I'm telling Rebecca," I said. "Funny guy. You know, I recall a time when—" Charlie never got to finish his sentence. Outside, there was a huge scream that rose up to the clouds and crashed down again like an ocean wave on rocks. The scream was long and loud, and if there were any zombies within 10 miles, they were surely on their way here now. I looked at Charlie and shrugged. "Are banshees native to Wyoming?" Charlie asked. "They are now, I think," I said. "What in the name of God was that?" The pup, who had been whining with joy at her rescuer, was now tucking herself into a small ball and trying to hide in the blanket. Charlie glanced down at her and drew his pistol. "After what we've seen with Tucker, I'm inclined to trust animal instincts even more than my own," Charlie said. I nodded and pulled my own gun, motioning Charlie to head for the door. We backtracked the zombies, moving past the slaughterhouse kitchen and back towards our truck. When we reached the house just across the street from our vehicle, Charlie came to a stop. 3 men were standing by our truck, and all 3 were armed with rifles. We were still inside the house, so the men hadn't seen us. They were on alert, though, as was practically everyone, thanks to that unholy scream. "Plan?" Charlie asked. "Put your stuff in my backpack and put the dog in your pack. I'll go out back, get down the street, and then cross to the other side. I'll get behind them, and when you see me, come out like you were looking for something to eat," I said. "Better than my idea," Charlie said thoughtfully. "I don't even want to know," I said. We transferred everything quickly, and I shrugged on the heavier pack. I went out the back door and over to the next road. I kept low and moved as quickly as I could, hoping that god-awful scream would not come again. About 6 houses down, I crept back towards the front of the homes again and looked down the street. The 3 men were standing at the back of the truck, and they looked like they were waiting for something. I delayed until they were all facing away, and then I sprinted across the street. Sliding to a stop behind the row of houses, I made my way back towards the truck, keeping out of sight. When I reached the house that had the truck in front of it, I crept around the side. I stayed away from windows, since I didn't need a stay-at-home zombie to make noise trying to get out at me. I stood out for a second, showing myself to the house across the street where Charlie was waiting. I hoped he managed to keep the pup quiet, because I had a feeling this mess had something to do with her. Charlie stepped out of the house and walked toward the truck. He had the presence of mind to be holding a pillowcase with some things in it. I hadn't thought of that, but it was a pretty nice touch. The men at the truck noticed him right away. I held my gun on the nearest one just in case their intent was hostile. The 2 nearest Charlie raised their weapons and aimed right at him. "Hold it right there," one of them shouted. "Don't move." "Whoa." Charlie raised his hands and kept them up by his shoulders. Anyone would think he was just trying to be peaceful, but his hands were actually closer to his tomahawks, and in a blink you could grab one and have it flying towards your head before you realized he had moved. "Hang on, I'm just looking for some supplies." "Bullshit, your truck is full of supplies." The speaker was an incredibly tall man. He had to be at least 6'9" to 6'11". He gestured towards the truck. "This ain't how the truck left the factory neither. Who the hell are you?" I took this exchange as an opportunity to get a little closer. The nice thing about snow was it made nearly everyone stealthy.
I'm just a guy trying to chase down a rumor. Guy I met back in the hills told me there was a community across the Mississippi down around Tennessee. Figured I'd head that way, Charlie said.
The other two men conferred, and they faced Charlie again.
Show us what's in your pack, and you can head out afterwards.
The speaker was a round sort of man. He wasn't fat, just fleshy. Zombies would feed off him for a week. Shit, exactly what we didn't want to happen. I didn't know why, but if they knew we had that dog, they'd try to kill us for sure. Charlie handled it well. He put the pillowcase onto the ground and stepped back from it, keeping his hands right where he could use them.
No problem. Help yourself. Tell you what, you keep what's in that sack, and I'll just move along, he said.
I had to give him credit. Charlie was a huge man, but he was somehow convincing these locals that he wanted no trouble with them. If I knew Charlie, he was hyper-tensed to move right when an opportunity presented itself. If one didn't come up, he'd make one somehow. The two men stepped towards Charlie, and the tall one spoke up.
Stop.
Everyone looked at the man. He used his rifle to point to the snow around the truck.
Where's your friend? There's 2 sets of tracks leading away from the truck, the man asked, raising his rifle to aim it at Charlie. Is he inside another house, taking what doesn't belong to him, maybe?
The words were spoken softly, but the menace in them was thick in the cold air. Charlie shrugged.
I wish I knew what you were talking about. I got out of the truck, went to the house, went back to the passenger side to get my bag out, and came over here.
Charlie's explanation made sense, and I could tell the tall guy was thinking it over.
Well, let's see what's in your bags then. The one on the ground and the one on your back, the tall man said. And don't think you can get your gun out to try anything. You look like you belong to some military group or militia.
Charlie shrugged.
Whatever you say, but I'm keeping my pack on. Nothing in there is from around here. Oh, I think you'll take it off, tall man said.
I stuck my gun into the back of his neck.
I think he won't, I said.
Hold it, I yelled at the other men as they turned around.
Drop your weapons, now!
Tall man slowly put his rifle down, and I saw him tense. I stepped back and kept him between me and the 2 other men. I could see them weighing their chances when Charlie moved. He jumped forward, whipping out his tomahawks. He backhanded both men on the side of the head, hitting them with the hammer side of the weapon. Both men dropped like the puppeteer had cut the strings. Charlie tossed their guns into the snow and gave them a quick once-over. 2 more guns joined the first 2, and a large bowie knife followed. He walked back over to the tall man and looked at him critically.
You need to be more friendly. What was that screech, by the way? Charlie asked.
The tall man sneered, and it was a nasty look on his lean face.
The pup was lost. We need the pup back.
I waited for the man to say something more, but he didn't.
That makes no sense, I said. What pup? The pup that keeps us safe. She keeps us from turning into zombies, the tall man said. That makes less sense, Charlie said. We're out of here. We killed some zombies for you. You're welcome.
Charlie got into the truck and fired it up. I kept my gun on the tall man until Charlie pulled the truck a little further away.
You got some messed up things going on here, I said. But they're your problems. I don't think I'll be seeing you again, but if I do, I'd suggest you take it easy next time. Your friends got off lucky.
The tall man watched me with dark eyes, and I had a feeling he'd probably try a shot if he got the chance. I walked over to his rifle and threw it into the snow with the others.
I'll be seeing you, the man said as I got into the truck. Your mistake, I said, and the way I said it left no doubt as to what I was going to do if that meeting ever took place.
Charlie drove off, and just at that moment, the pup, who had been getting more and more wriggly, climbed out of the pack and put its little paws up on the rear window. It looked out at the man, who apparently saw it driving away. Another screech rent the air, and I looked through the side mirror to see the man throwing his head back and screaming. I have no explanation, Charlie said, as he scratched the dog behind her ears. She sat back down and lay in his lap, putting her head on his leg and staring up at me with brown eyes, letting her tail thump Charlie's other leg. Any thoughts on a name? I asked, feeding the little girl a slice of beef jerky. She gobbled it down like her stomach had stopped talking to her, and I gave her some more for good measure. While she ate, I poured a small cup full of water, and she took that down like she hadn't been near it for days. After her 5th cup, I was wondering what those people had done to her and why they were so freaking weird about getting her back. How about Hope? Charlie asked. I thought about it. Nah, girl dogs should have 2-syllable names, like Daisy or Sasha. It was Charlie's turn to think about it. Okay, how about a city name, like Cheyenne? We did find her in Wyoming, he said. I looked down at the dog who was resting comfortably in Charlie's lap. What do you say, Brown Eyes? Want to be called Cheyenne? I asked. I got a yawn in reply. Montana, here we come, Charlie said. Wyoming? You kind of sucked, I said. Dickens, Texas. Where the dickens are we? I swear to God, if you make that fucking joke one more fucking time, I will take your fucking gun away and shove it up your fucking ass before I pull the fucking trigger. Jesus, not only did you get up on the wrong side of the bed, but it bit you on the ass on your way out. Okay, how many times have you made that same joke? How many? I'll take a round number or an estimate. How many? All right, I'll stop. Sheesh. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Duncan turned away from his friend with a barely concealed grin on his face. Ever since they drove into the town of Dickens, he had been relentless with his using the word for everything he could think of. Based on the death threats he had received and the failed ambush yesterday morning, he figured he had managed to succeed in his attempts to irritate as many people as possible in the shortest amount of time. The army was moving slowly through the area, having been spread out to deal with as many zombies as possible. Skirmishes were widespread, and currently Duncan and Tommy were doing a little scouting for one of the larger groups. The weather had been cold up until they got deep into Texas, when suddenly it warmed up, and the war got a little more interesting. The zombies, while noticeably slower, were still very much a threat and had to be dealt with. The upside was Texas seemed to have a lot more living communities in it than other states, a fact that prompted Tommy to speculate that they had a lot more guns in Texas, and most adults knew pretty well how to use them. In the short time they had been there, several communities had been glad to see someone was taking the fight to the zombies, and others were grateful to know they weren't the last ones on Earth. The rumor of the vast horde came up again, and it took several talks and a few threats to get that one to die down again. How do you think John and Charlie are doing? Duncan asked, trying to change the subject off his teasing. Tommy thought about it for a second. Well, if they made decent time, they should be somewhere in Montana by now, assuming they didn't get into any trouble, he said. Duncan didn't say a word. He just slowly looked over at his friend with narrowed eyes. Tommy got the hint. Yeah, they probably tried to clear out some town and got into trouble for it. Duncan stood up suddenly and looked out over the plain. Tommy looked in the same direction and saw a small car racing over towards them. Ours? Tommy asked. Can't tell yet, Duncan replied. Tommy responded by reaching for his rifle. He was different from his friends in that he didn't go for an AR-style rifle. His liked a magazine-fed, bolt-action rifle with a small-powered scope mounted forward of the action. It was chambered in .308, which allowed him to kill at a decent distance while still being able to deal with threats close in. He stepped back to the car and flipped the small bipod legs down onto the roof of the vehicle. Tommy placed the crosshairs of the scope on the oncoming car and waited. Duncan placed himself behind the car as well, placing a pistol in his hand and keeping another close by for his other hand. Duncan was a firm believer in a hail of gunfire. The car raced up the road, swerving around potholes and skidding across patches of ice. At one point, the car slid sideways for a bit before the driver righted the course. The vehicle bounced over a washed-out section of the road before slamming to a stop. One of the passengers got out and raised a pair of binoculars to his face. Through the scope, Tommy could see the man clearly. He was dressed for warfare and had 4 red bandanas, one tied around each of his arms and legs. "Ours. That's Trent Caseman with the Scouts," Tommy said. "He see us?" Duncan asked. "Why'd you think he stopped?" "I don't know. Scouts are crazy," Duncan said. "And what are we doing?" Tommy asked. "Leading by example," Duncan said. He raised his left hand and waved it 4 times. That was the signal to identify each other over long distances. 3 times meant distress, and 2 times was so universal as to be useless. Anyone waving both arms was usually someone who had no idea who they were signaling. The signals had to be established after an incident in the Ozarks. A small squad was working their way through and came across what looked like someone in trouble. Turned into an ambush, and the squad was prepped for a pretty bad night of torture when Charlie, who tracked them after they hadn't shown up, arrived to deliver a little homegrown Missouri-born retribution. Rumor had it the gents responsible twitched every time something went bump in the night. Trent responded with 4 waves of his own and jumped back in the car. The vehicle came even faster than before, and Tommy was surprised the thing didn't rattle apart when it finally arrived. Duncan had holstered his handgun, and Tommy rested the rifle on the hood of the car while the 2 scouts jumped out of the vehicle. Trent hurried over to Duncan. "Sir, we have a problem," Trent said. He fished in a pocket and pulled out a map. It was loaded with circles and numbers in both red and black marker. The black lines meant living people and communities and the range they controlled. The red was for uncontrolled or zombie-infested areas. From his vantage point, Tommy could see a large, circled red area. "Talk to me," Duncan said. He nodded to Trent's partner. It was a woman who only went by the name Dakota. She looked like she had Native American blood, but in fact, she was from Great Britain. "Sir, we did a deep scout in the territory, just grabbing prelim numbers. Out on the plain here, about 70 miles south, we ran into a massive horde," Trent said. "How massive?" Tommy asked. "About 6,000, maybe as many as 8. Can't be certain," Dakota said. Duncan whistled. "That's a good-sized mob. Are they contained by anything that we can use, geographically, I mean?" Trent shook his head. "Sir, this is West Texas." "Right. Are they on the move?" Duncan wanted to know. "They're headed this way, but this is a different kind of horde, sir," Dakota said. "Please don't tell me we're looking at 6,000 kid zombies," Tommy said. "No, sir. What we're facing is the remnants of the United States Army. At least what was in this area when they lost to the zombies." "Holy shit," Duncan said. "I wondered when we would find out what happened to those guys. Every other place we went there were signs of fighting, but the actual soldiers themselves were always gone." "It gets better, sir," Trent said. "Can't get much worse," Tommy said, not believing his own words. "Since they were fighting the zombies at the time they died, a lot of them are wearing bulletproof helmets," Dakota said. The reality of that statement took a moment to sink in. Duncan started. "Yeah," Tommy finished. "What are we going to do, sir?" Trent asked. Duncan thought for a minute. "We need to take a look at these Z's. Are all of them wearing helmets, or just a lot of them?" Dakota shrugged. "All of the ones I saw were wearing them, sir. Some of them were hanging down their backs or in front, but the obstacle was still there, sir," she said. "We don't have the manpower to take them all at once, sir. We're about 2,000 to 4,000 short for that," Trent said, "and spread out to boot." Tommy thought about it for a moment. "All right, get back to the rendezvous point and we'll come up with a plan. If you see anyone on your way there, tell them that we're going to need every scout we can reach. I need to know everything about that horde. Direction, widest point, everything. Try not to get them following you," he said. Duncan nodded and pulled out a map of his own, checking the one Trent showed him, and making a few marks with a pencil before giving it back. "We'll see you back there in an hour," Duncan said, raising a hand and checking the sun. The pair of scouts got back in their vehicle and headed back the way they came. Duncan got on the radio and called the army to gather at the rendezvous point with instructions that all commanders meet at the command trailer. After that, he looked over at Tommy. "So what's the plan?" he asked. Tommy shrugged. "No clue yet, but we have an hour to figure it out," he said. "Perfect." The two looked at the map and checked the surrounding country. It was disappointing to both of them that the land was somewhat flat, mostly flat and extremely flat. There wasn't a riverbed or arroyo or anything that they could make use of. The only thing this part of the country had was roads. "Can we funnel them? Use the semis and the bar?" Duncan asked. "Too many of them. We'd be outflanked in a heartbeat," Tommy replied. "Sharpshooters? A hit in the face is still a kill shot," Duncan said. "True, but we need something more than one shot at a time. A horde that size is not going to just hold still and be shot," Tommy said. "They'll advance, and the shooters will be overrun." "What if we made a kind of hill that the zombies had to walk up, and at the bottom were our shooters aiming upwards to get the killing shot?" Duncan asked. Tommy thought that one over. "Do we have the kind of time to make something like that?" Duncan nodded. "If we get the earth movers over here," he said, pointing to the map, "then we stand a good chance of making a long hill. Doesn't need to be too high, just a few feet, but enough to get the angle." Tommy saw the potential. "And if we make two of them, have a retreat position, and repeat the process, then we have a better chance of getting them all." The two men got back in the car and hurried to the rendezvous point. It took 2 hours for the rest of the commanders to arrive, and by that time the earth movers were already pushing dirt and moving sand. Duncan had wanted just a 2-foot hill, but Tommy had successfully argued that a 4-foot hill would be better, since the shooters would be able to shoot from further back. The meeting was brief, but to the point. "We're about 3 hours away from being swarmed by a massive horde to the south," Duncan said. "How massive?" one of the commanders asked. He was a hard-looking man of around 50. Trent spoke up. "Dakota and I gave it an initial estimate of 8,000. After looking at it again, we may have been off by a couple thousand." "Couple thousand to the good or bad?" Tommy asked. "Bad," Dakota said. The word hung in the air like a silent fart. "So we're looking at 10,000 on the loose headed this way," another commander spoke. "Well, so what? We've faced some big hordes before. We can handle it. It's only what, 2 to 1? I got extra bullets if y'all need more than 2. There was a general chuckle around the room before Duncan raised his hand for silence. "This one is special," he said. "How special?" Dakota spoke up again. "It's what's left of the army that fought down here. Many of the soldiers are still in their combat gear, including their Kevlar helmets." "Aw, sweet Jesus. Can we ever get a break?" the first commander, a man named Hodgins, asked of no one. "Let's just get to the basics," Tommy said. "And I need no more interruptions." His steady look silenced the room. It was a trick he had picked up from John. "Here's where we are," Tommy said, pointing to a map. "The horde is down here. What we are doing right now is building a small berm of dirt and creating a hill the zombies have to climb. At the top is when we will shoot them under their helmets." Duncan demonstrated the angle to the commanders, and the room brightened somewhat. "If you get down on one knee, then you can accomplish 2 things at once," Duncan said. "You can hide behind the hill, and they won't see you, and you have a great angle to shoot them with." Tommy chimed in. "Plus, you have a much more stable shooting platform." He looked at the commanders. "We want 2-man teams all down the line. One to shoot, the other to reload magazines and to change weapons with. No one does it alone. Understood?" There were nods of assent all around the room. "Lastly, we are putting a man or woman in a vehicle parked behind the firing team. That's a retreat point and escape," Tommy said. "With a whole lot of luck, we won't need it. But let's keep our troops alive. Any questions?" The group looked at each other, and there was a lot of shrugging and nodding. This group of men and women came from all walks of life, thrown together with a common goal of not seeing their world fall under the dead feet of a million ghouls. They didn't have to fight, but each of them knew if it wasn't on this day, it would be on another. And if not in this lifetime, then in their children's, and none of them wanted that to happen. "All right, get to your men and get into position. By my reckoning, we have about 2 hours before that horde gets in sight," Tommy said. That ended the meeting quickly. As the commanders separated and went to their fighters, Tommy watched them leave with Duncan. "What do you think?" he asked. "Best chance we have to get rid of a lot of zombies," Duncan said. "Also a good chance to pick up some extra weapons and ammo if we track them back." "I'd be more interested in some extra trucks," Tommy said. "That would be nice." An hour later, Tommy and Duncan were in their car surveying the work that the earth movers had accomplished. It was a simple task. Just send the bulldozers out to scrape the hard ground and move it to the side to create a small hill. The line of attack went for nearly a mile, and as they drove by, the troops were getting themselves into position. They stayed about 20 yards apart, giving them room to fire. Magazines were topped off, and some of the pairs were flipping coins to see who would be shooting and who would be reloading. The drivers were making sure their cars were ready and would be taking off if the need arose. Duncan searched the plain with his binoculars, but couldn't see anything. He went over to a small hill nearby and looked again from the summit. Still nothing. Idly, he wondered if the horde had somehow turned and they were going to get attacked from the rear. Tommy called up from the car. "Anything?" Duncan shook his head. "Not that I can see." He scanned the horizon again, but all he could see was plains sprinkled with pockets of snow and brush. Depressing country all the same, he thought to himself. He looked again, then decided the binoculars were not getting the job done. "Toss up my rifle scope, will you?" Duncan asked Tommy. "The one in the big ammo can." Duncan heard Tommy rummaging around in the car, and eventually he came up with the scope. "Here." Tommy sent the scope spinning up to Duncan, who scrambled to catch it. It was a lucky find in a looted gun store. It was a U.S. Optics LR-17, which meant nothing to Duncan. All he knew was the thing worked like a charm and was adjustable to 17 power. Duncan loved the thing, but he rarely got a chance for long-range shooting. "Nice throw," he called down to Tommy, who grinned back at him. Duncan shook his head and then brought the rifle scope up. He scanned the plain and was starting to think they had wasted their time here when he saw them. They were about a mile away, moving steadily through the plains. Hundreds of soldiers marching in a long line, followed by hundreds more. They moved steadily, trudging through the brush and flowing around trees and rocks. Most of them were wearing helmets, although not all of them. In between the troops were a number of civilians, likely people from towns this group had overrun. Duncan wondered how many more of these hordes were out there, especially on the east and west coast. He signaled down to Tommy. "They're coming, about a mile out and closing. They're really spread out, so the shooters are going to be busy." Tommy nodded and spoke quickly into the radio. The effect as the word spread was nearly instant. A ripple passed through the line as the word circulated, and shooters checked and rechecked their guns and ammunition. The loaders made sure magazines were ready to go, and extra cartridges were close at hand. All they had to do now was wait. Tommy climbed the hill Duncan was on and watched with his friend as the massive horde walked closer and closer. The shooters on the line were under orders to fire the second they had a shot and keep going from there. The loaders had the harder job. They had to keep the ammo flowing, but they had to also keep an eye out for any zombies that managed to get through the line. "Here they come," Duncan said, looking through his binoculars now that the zombies had gotten closer. "Jesus, there's a lot of them," Tommy said. He had brought up his rifle and was looking through his scope as well. His was a lower power scope, but it would work just fine from his perch should he need it. "Just keep coming, you nasty bastards. Just keep coming," Duncan said. The horde closed the distance, and Tommy looked forward to the first shots being fired. This was a war, after all, and the enemy was right there. Out on the plain, the horde advanced. One zombie private, a young man likely no older than 19, was on the far flank, following the zombie ahead of him. He was just watching the soldier walk when something caught his eye. It was a jackrabbit that popped out of its hole, caught the scent of the zombies, and bolted in the other direction. Private Zombie let out a shrieking groan and left the horde to chase the rabbit. Instantly, several zombies became interested, and they too followed the young private. The trend became general, and in a matter of a minute, the entire horde turned north and away from the trenches and small hill. "What the hell?" Duncan asked out loud to no one in particular. Tommy shrugged. "They turned. Happens. Let's turn them back before it's too late. If we try to engage them on level ground with no cover, we're all dead." He dropped to his stomach and sighted through his scope. Tommy found a target without a helmet and fired. The sound echoed out across the land and down the line. Hundreds of dead soldier and dead civilian heads turned his way, and he took advantage of the situation by firing again and again. The horde, now attracted to a new sound and the potential for food, raised their own war cry and started towards the battle. Duncan watched the turn and slapped Tommy on the back. "Nice work, but if the fighters don't do their jobs, then we're going to be really popular in about 20 minutes. "Shut up and reload my mags for me, would you?" Tommy said, squeezing off another shot. Duncan took the hint and grabbed the box of ammo. He topped off the empty magazine and handed it to Tommy just as that worthy fired his last round. He slapped the magazine in place and worked the bolt. The red dot on his scope settled on another target, and he fired again. In a few minutes, the first zombies reached the top of the small hill. Gunfire erupted on the line, and suddenly everyone was very busy. Magazines were emptied and dropped with another one taking its place. Reloaders were furiously loading the magazines while keeping an eye on the line at the same time, in case another zombie slipped through. Dead soldiers piled up on the hill, making another barrier for the Z's to climb over and giving the shooters a chance to take a breath and cool their barrels off. Duncan and Tommy had stopped firing and were looking at the line. It was holding for the most part, but there was a problem. The dead had been piled high, and the zombies were walking north to get around it. Tommy shot 2 of the zombies, but his third shot bounced off the helmet of another and simply knocked him over. The soldier got back up and continued as if nothing had happened. "We got a problem," Tommy said. "I'm open to ideas," Duncan said. Tommy watched the group move forward and then made a decision. "Call them back. Pull back the army. Half of them aren't engaged anyway. Get them back," Tommy said, hoping his hunch would work. Duncan threw himself down the hill and scrambled for the radio. He reached it just as a voice was screaming over the airways. "They're through! They're through! We're cut off! My shooter is dead! Oh, God!" Duncan yelled into the microphone. "Pull back! Pull back! Get out of there! Get in your car and head north! Now! Go, go, go! Commanders, get your troops up north about 2 miles. Regroup there. Duncan out." Duncan jumped onto the roof of the car and got onto the roof. He looked down the line with his powerful scope and watched as the cars pulled away. Far down the line, he could see a horde of zombies climbing over the wall and falling over the side. 2 cars were still on the line, and the zombies were swarming around them. Duncan called out to Tommy, "They need help! I'm heading south!" Tommy grabbed his rifle and magazines and slid down the hill. He jumped into the passenger seat just as Duncan gunned the engine and crunched over dirt and ice and snow. The road was parallel to the front line, and they raced past cars and trucks heading in the opposite direction. A horde of zombies was getting larger around something, and both Tommy and Duncan knew that there had to be something alive in there to keep their interest. "Stop here," Tommy said. The car slid to a stop, and he jumped out. Kneeling by the side of the car, he put the tripod of his rifle on the hood and sighted in his first zombie. The red dot appeared in the center of a zombie face, and Tommy let go the shot. An instant later, another shot rang out, and a second zombie had fallen. Duncan was getting in on the action, too. The sound of the shots turned several zombies, and there were still more coming over the hill. The 2 men stopped firing at the same time, letting one man shoot while the other reloaded the magazines that had just went dry. Bodies began to pile up, and the soldiers were falling over the newly remade dead. 2 shots bounced off 2 helmets, and the men firing shrugged at each other. Suddenly, there was a clear path, and Duncan ran forward while Tommy covered the hill. Duncan ran and jumped over corpses, sliding around a pile of goo that might have once been a living man. Blood covered the ground, and Duncan winced when he saw what had happened to the shooter. He had no chance whatsoever. Duncan fired a round into his head as a courtesy and then reached the car. He pounded on the window and then ducked as a shot screamed over his head, killing a zombie climbing over the hill. A very frightened face suddenly peered out of the car, and then Duncan was wrapped up in a very grateful fighter. "Whoa, you're okay. Where's your reloader?" Duncan asked. Another shot flew overhead, and Duncan looked back to see Tommy waving his arms. "When the wave broke over the hill, he dropped his mags and ran. I didn't even know what was happening till the zombies were clawing at the windows. Thank you so much, sir." The soldier, a young woman who couldn't have been over 20, hugged Duncan again. "All right, enough. We need to run," Duncan said. "We'll deal with your reloader later." The two ran back to the car as another wave broke over the hill, and 20 zombies tumbled into view, standing up and moving towards the pair. The groan they set up was answered by another huge noise behind them, and Tommy knew the battle was far from over. They drove back, hurrying because the zombies were now pouring over the hill and were starting to reach the road. Tommy had to swerve around several pockets of ghouls, and one actually reached the car, only to bounce off the fender as Tommy aimed for it while he drove past. Behind them, the zombies were walking up the road, chasing down the meals that had been so tantalizing in front of them, and then suddenly swept away to the north. Tommy and Duncan drove until they saw the gathering of cars 2 miles north as instructed. The distance gave them only about a half an hour of time to prepare for the next assault. To the north was another town, and there was no way they were going to face a horde that size without proper battlements and protection. Duncan reached the commanders first. He could see they were not happy, and some of them were openly scowling and speaking in low tones to each other. One man in particular was sitting on his hood with his arms crossed, openly talking about inexperience and stupidity. "I'll remember you," Duncan thought as he reached the center of the group. "All right, here's the deal. We need to get ahead of this group. I figure we killed about 500 to 1,000 zombies out there," Duncan said. "Yeah, we killed. Didn't see you on the line," the man with the crossed arms spoke. Duncan took a deep breath. "I went to where the line was breached and pulled a fighter from a car. What did you do?" Duncan threw the challenge out in the open, and the group of men and women went silent. The tension was thick, and Duncan was marking where everyone was sitting in case he needed to move quickly. The man with the crossed arms unfolded them and stood up slowly. He glowered at Duncan, and his hand twitched near his gun. Duncan watched him without blinking, keeping an eye on the gun hand. Tommy chose that moment to intervene. "Both of you, stand down, now. We have bigger problems." Duncan let the tension flow out of his body, but he kept a wary eye on his adversary. The situation was far from being over, and everyone knew it, but for the moment, the group still had a common enemy. "Stand down, my ass. We could have killed them damn zombies, and you lost your nerve. You called us back before we could really get going." The man, whose name was Breck, looked around the group and grinned when he saw he had a few nodding supporters. Tommy looked the man squarely in the eye. "Stand down or you are relieved. Your choice. Make it now." Tommy said the words slowly but clearly, a trick he had learned from John. He never broke eye contact and had total faith that Duncan would deal with whatever might transpire outside of his field of vision. Breck fumed and nearly bared his teeth in frustration, but he knew in the end he would lose. If things came to a head here and he came out on top, it was only a matter of time before Talon and James got back. "Standing down, sir," Breck said. Tommy took his eyes off of the man and addressed the group. "The zombies are coming. We hit them, but barely made a dent. There's too many to face head-on, and we are running out of options before they are on us. I'll be honest, I need some ideas right now. If they were just regular zombies, I'd say let's circle the wagons, set up a defensive perimeter, and let them come to us. But these guys need a special kind of killing. Can we dig a trench? Let them fall into it? Wait, no, helmets. Damn. What about a wall? No, same problem. Hell, I'm tapped. Same here. What is that fool doing?" The last statement caught everyone by surprise, and as one, they looked over to where Duncan was facing off with a small mesquite tree. He knelt down and pretended to aim, then shook his head and got up again. He tried it lying down, and the aim was worse. He turned over and lay on his back with his arm over his eyes. "Nothing. He's as stuck as we are. Everyone turned away, and some of the commanders were looking at the horizon, trying to calculate when the horde would arrive. "Got it!" Duncan yelled. Everyone turned back to see him still lying on his back, but this time he was aiming a rifle at the tree. The simplicity of the solution suddenly struck the group, and there were excited murmurs as the assembled commanders pondered the new information. "All right," Tommy said. "Here's the new plan. 2 shooters per car. They can reload their own mags. 1 driver. The 2 in the back lie down in the truck or on the truck bed and shoot upwards into the zombies. Driver keeps an eye on things and skedaddles when necessary. Clear?" Several nods circulated the area. "Get going. We'll use the 345 road as the center point of the line and slowly go north from there. Dismissed." The group walked away, and Duncan and Tommy watched them go. Duncan spoke first. "Think we'll have trouble with him again?" he asked. "Was the Pope Catholic?" "Do you think the Pope is still alive?" "Probably. All religious leaders seem to somehow survive the worst of human conditions, somehow. Let's get this done." The 2 men walked over to their car, and Duncan drove them to where the semi-trucks were parked. The drivers were waiting for instructions and looking off to the horizon. Tommy looked the same way, and he could see, just at the horizon level, a rippling mass that boded ill for everyone. "Fire them up," Duncan yelled. "I need you on a line on the road in 10 minutes. "What are we doing?" a driver asked. "Just being a barricade. We want to keep the horde coming at us and not scattering all over creation. Move it," Duncan yelled back. "Follow my lead. Let's go." Duncan waited for the men to clamber into their cabs and fire up the big diesels. He pulled out ahead of them and passed the long line of cars waiting to get into position. The idea was to just slowly ride forward and shoot the zombies as they tried to grab at you. In theory, everything should go well. Duncan led the trucks down the road and then signaled them to get into a long line along the road. The drivers complied, and when they reached their destinations, they quickly put their blockades up, turning 10 semis into a nearly solid wall. The drivers were perfectly safe in their cabs, but all of them would be on the roofs of their trailers helping out with some sniping. With the trucks in place, Tommy and Duncan got out of the way of the fighters who were eager to close with the enemy and inflict some damage. Tommy told Duncan to find a high point where they both could exercise their rifles. As they drove, Tommy pointed out a truck that had a man lying in the bed with a pistol in each hand. "You do realize that no matter what you do from this point on, you will never be as cool as that guy," Tommy said. Duncan looked. "If he lives, we should promote him. John can do it when he gets back." "Right." The line of cars and trucks assembled themselves along a line heading east and west. The hard part was the waiting, while checking and rechecking gear that had already been checked several times. The horde walked closer and closer, and drivers eyed the land in front of them, making sure to note where the ruts and holes were. Shooters made sure they were secure in their vehicles, all of them having fastened themselves to the car or truck in some fashion. There wasn't any particular order or firing discipline needed. The fighters just went to work when the opportunity presented itself. Duncan and Tommy busied themselves with making long-range shots at zombies that tried to walk around the other side of the truck line. The crackle of gunfire was constant, and as the car line moved back, piles of corpses were being left in its wake. It was as if the cars were a very large snail that was leaving a trail of slime behind it. A quick look at the battle itself left Tommy to believe they might actually pull this one off. Thousands of bodies carpeted the plains, and it was plain to see the strategy had been a sound one. The moving cars were too irresistible to the zombies, although it must have been frustrating to have the buffet table driving away from you all the time. The drivers were careful to pick terrain that would offer the easiest passage, trying not to throw off anyone's aim or run the risk of someone tumbling out of the back of the cars and trucks. The shooters were taking a great deal of risk because sometimes the zombies were almost within grasping distance before they were shot. Duncan watched the battle with his scope, this time mounted on a rifle, and occasionally fired a shot. The noise from the battlefield was deafening, with the cars, the shots, and the groans of the zombies combining to punish the eardrums and tighten the neck muscles. "Looks like they're starting to thin out," Tommy said. He'd been shooting for a while and was nearing the end of his ammunition supply for his rifle, which was a good thing, too, because he was sure Duncan would want to go down and join the fight. "Seems like it. We're going to have a hell of a cleanup after this," Duncan said, firing another shot. "We have the earth movers. We'll dig a mass grave and put them in there," Tommy said. Duncan turned to look at his friend. "You're not thinking of using the earth movers on the soldiers' bodies, are you?" Tommy shook his head. "God, no. Did you think I meant that? Hell no, these were the defenders of this country. We'll lay them in properly." Duncan nodded and fired another shot. "Good. We'd have a full-scale rebellion to deal with, and not just from that idiot Breck." It took a while, and the sun was well past the noon hour before the final soldier was put down. Several cars overheated, and the crews had to abandon them to the horde, while guns overheated and ammo supplies ran low. But in the end, the field was clear, and the survivors knew they had done something significant in the fight against the undead. 2 days later, Duncan met with the commanders again. This time, Breck was absent, having been sent out to scout ahead while the army dealt with the huge pile of corpses the latest battle had tallied. "We're on the road again tomorrow, going to head south until we hit the next major metropolitan area. After that, we head west and get ourselves into New Mexico. Any questions?" Duncan said. "Any word from John or Charlie?" one commander wanted to know. Several nodding heads told Duncan others were taking a serious interest in John's absence. Duncan shook his head. "We figure he's about where he needs to be, so hopefully he will get the situation resolved and get our people back." "What if he doesn't come back?" Duncan wasn't offended by the question. Everyone took their chances in the field, so death wasn't such a far-off proposition. "Then we keep going. In all honesty, did you really have anything better to do?" That got a response of laughter which diffused the dark conversation. Duncan dismissed the group as Tommy walked in. "They looking for John and Charlie?" he asked. "Still, you think they're okay? Better than whatever they're running into that they don't like." "True. How do you think our people are doing?" Tommy thought for a moment. "Probably trying to find some way of killing their captors." Montana. Ravine. Casey was frustrated. They'd been digging for 2 weeks, and by her estimation, they were only about halfway there. The first diggings were much more successful, but as they dug farther and farther into the landslide, more rocks and rubble had to be moved out of the way. Some of them were large enough that the tunnel had to be diverted, and that meant time and fear of discovery. More than once, one of the fighters stationed to watch the rim shot at a curious head peeking over the side. One of them shot a mirror to pieces that someone had attached to a stick to see what was going on. Casey vented her frustration in a meeting with Alice down where the creek disappeared in a small cave under the rock. More than one fighter speculated about heading into that dark tunnel, but none of them figured they'd come out the other end alive. The water moved in with deceptive slowness, but just past the outer rim you could see the water pouring with increased velocity, vanishing into blackness darker than absolute night. "It's worse than I thought," Casey said. "The rocks are unstable, the ice is not holding things back, and we've had 2 cave-ins already, and we're not even halfway there." Casey ran a hand through her hair. "Ugh, maybe we should just come out the top and climb for it," she said, looking up at the cliff face for the millionth time. She hated the cliff, hated the people who lived on it, hated the creek, hated everything about this prison. Alice held out a calming hand. "You have to be patient, dear. You've given this camp something to root for, something that allows them to see progress being made. Hopefully it will bear fruit." Alice looked up at the cliff face, then back to Casey. "Have you given any thought to what you plan to do once you reach the top?" she asked. Casey nodded. "We figured we'd get most of our people through the tunnel during the night, then make our way into the town. We round up the community, shoot the man who killed Haggerty, then get the rest of us out with whatever we can get from our vehicles, supply up, and head out." Alice thought for a moment. "Would you kill any of the townspeople?" Casey nodded. "If we had to, and if they supported that bastard Hobbs, yes." Alice looked again up at the cliff. "I see. Well, you do what you have to." Thank you, dear, for speaking with me. Casey nodded and walked away, not feeling very good for the meeting. She felt like Alice was not really interested in the tunnel and was distracted for some reason. Maybe she's starting to lose it, Casey thought as she made her way over to her car. She wanted to rest a bit before tonight's digging, and the air today had an especially nasty chill about it. Every glance at the sky told her snow was coming, and that was good for the digging, as most people on the mountain would stay indoors and leave them alone for the night. It might be an opportunity to move some of the heavier obstacles out of the way. The snow started around past sundown. Casey was standing outside the tunnel entrance when an odd sound drifted through the air with the snow. It was a kind of clanking noise, like something heavy was being lifted slowly. Undeterred, Casey sent the 4-man team of diggers into the tunnel with instructions to dig as hard and fast as they could. Casey was tired of waiting, tired of hoping that John Talon would rescue them, tired of everything. She would get out of this damn canyon or die trying. Suddenly, there was a loud crashing sound, like steel striking stone. The clanking sound started again, and when it finished, there was another crash. Casey looked at the men and women around her and was greeted with a lot of shrugs. A lot of strange noises happened on top of the canyon, and this was likely another one of them. The clanking sound stopped, and it was replaced by another sound. This one was a low grinding with a hissing noise that got louder and louder. Casey looked up through the snow and felt like she was flying up at the rim of the canyon. Except that she wasn't the one that was moving. The canyon rim was coming down to meet her. "Get out! Get out of there!" Casey screamed. Her cries were drowned in a roar of rock and stone that fell from the canyon wall. Others cried out as well, and then ducked back as the debris and stones fell all around them. One person got too close to the falling rock and was felled by a stone the size of a bowling ball. The uproar seemed like it lasted forever, and small stones fell with regularity for at least another 15 minutes. Casey was held back by 2 other fighters, and she struggled to try and reach the 4 men who had been suddenly buried under a house-sized chunk of cliff. "No!" Casey yelled. She broke free of her captors and ran towards the rock pile. Small stones dribbled down around the edges of the tunnel. From the ruined passage, a dark liquid slowly poured out, pooling at the base of the hill. Even in the darkness, everyone knew what it was. Casey fell to her knees at the edge of the puddle, holding her head in her hands and crying. She paused long enough to look up at the cliff, and snow melted on her face. "You bastards! Why do you want to keep us down here? Why?" Casey cried out at the sky, but didn't get any response. On top of the cliff, Carson Hobbs listened to Casey's cries and smiled to himself. He turned to the person at his side. "You did your part, so you can leave. Doubt you could show your face to any one of those people down there after this," Carson said. Alice was furious. "You said no one would get hurt, that you would make sure that no one was in that area." She could hear Casey's cries as well, and knew there would be a reckoning for her treachery someday. When she first found the note at the creek bed, she was hesitant to send it back. But when the offer was to be lifted out of the canyon and sent on her way, it was too much to resist. "I lied. So what? I like to win." Carson pointed to the far trail that led up the hill through the community. "Follow that until you run out of mountain." "What do I do for supplies?" Carson shrugged. "Your problem. Should have brought up your own." Alice's shoulders sagged as she realized she was alone in this venture. "I don't know where we are," she said in a small voice. Carson sighed, long and loud. "When you reach the end of the trail, no matter how many turns you've taken, you'll be facing east. What you do from there is up to you." Alice took a deep breath and started walking towards the trail. As she passed Carson, he suddenly moved, grabbing her by the arm, and with a shift of his feet he spun her around and threw her out into the empty air over the canyon. Alice screamed as she flew out into open, the momentum of Carson's throw spinning her body around as she tumbled through the air. She screamed all the way down until the ground rushed up to meet her and broke her life on the jagged rocks she had caused to fall on her own people. Carson looked at his cronies, the few men who were smart enough to stay on his good side. "I hate traitors," he said with a grin. Down below, Casey walked slowly over to the broken body of Alice. She was lying on her back on top of a pile of rocks, adding her blood to the pool beneath her. Her head had cracked open on impact, and her lifeless eyes stared up at the cliffs she hated so much. "She ratted us out. Trying to save herself, she ratted us out and killed 4 good men," Casey said to the group who gathered to look at what had happened. "Guess she got what she deserved." Several nods around the group formed a consensus with Casey's judgment. "What do we do now?" The question gave voice to the thought everyone was having at the same time. Casey shook her head. "If John doesn't get here soon, we're going to do one thing for sure." "What's that?" "Die." Up on the cliff, Luke Blacktail had watched Carson murder that woman without so much as a second thought. He had killed in a similar fashion when he cut the rope that had carried the intruder's commander. That death was necessary, as it kept the people below leaderless and running in circles. As long as they kept this group under control, then no one could come back and claim them. In a few months, when the winter snows melted and flooded the canyon, all of their troubles would be swept away through that cave on the canyon floor. Luke left the rim and headed back towards the main lodge. He knew he had to inform Cole of what transpired, and he was curious as to how their leader would take the information. Carson had thrown that woman over the cliff without so much as a flicker of conscience, and that might be a very bad thing in the future for the community. Luke often had pangs of guilt, wondering if there could have been another way. But in the end, he had to admit to himself he was more afraid of Cole Hobbs than he was of his own conscience. At the lodge, Luke found Cole standing in the meeting room, looking out one of the windows. The view was nothing much, just a lane of houses, so Luke knew Cole was just thinking. "Cole?" Hobbs turned his head, but didn't say a word. "It's done. Carson collapsed the rock face onto the tunnel the people were making. Turns out that woman was correct. You were right to try and recruit someone to turn," Luke said. Cole gave Luke a half smile. "And what did Carson do with the woman?" he asked, turning back to look out the window. Luke gave the story straight. "He made her think she could walk away. Then he threw her over the edge of the canyon. She's dead." Cole turned his head again. "How did Carson handle that?" he asked. "Honestly, I don't have patience for anything else." "I got the feeling he enjoyed it," Blacktail said. Cole nodded slowly, losing himself in his thoughts for a moment. Luke began to edge away and start for the door when Cole's voice stopped him. "That doesn't matter. What matters is he learned from his mistake and knows now to act when he needs to. He'll do well when he takes over here," Cole said. Luke thought a minute about that and realized that the words Darnell spoke that night were ringing more true every day. Cole was making this a monarchy, and with his push to the lands to the east, he was going to be the ruler of an area bigger than most European countries. Already he was thinking about succession. "We'll see," Luke said. Cole turned his head fully. "What do you mean by that?" Luke shook his head. "I got a feeling something is headed our way, boss. Something that will not stop, no matter what we put up in front of it." Cole smirked. "Old Indian feeling. Don't believe in that superstitious nonsense myself." Blacktail kept his face impassive. "Neither did I, until I made a ghost out of that commander. Mark my words, Cole. Something's headed our way." Montana, Route 12. "Is this the turnoff?" "It's what Darnell said and what's on the map." "But there's no road." "Map says there is." "Are you sure?" "No." "Well, here goes nothing. If we get stuck, we'll dig out and try again. Don't be a baby." "I'm not a baby." "R2. "Am not. I'm telling."
Despite his protests, Charlie turned the truck down the snow-covered road. In all fairness, there was a road we could see. It was just coated with about 6 inches of snow that was just waiting to attach to our tires and spin us off into the trees or off a cliff. A small sign labeled the road as Spring Creek, so we were actually on track. Behind us, a huge bank of hills began to fade away, while ahead of us loomed some really big mountains. I wasn't even sure what mountains we were headed into, but this was the road we needed. Spring Creek Road was a smaller runoff of a small runoff road in the middle of God alone knew where. The further we drove into the hills, the more I wondered how in the name of all that's holy did an entire third of a sizable army get so freaking lost. "Is this road even on the map?" Charlie asked as he concentrated on the road. He was trying to distinguish between light and slightly darker shades of snow to determine where the road was. For the first mile, it was easy. Just drive between the fence and the bushes. But as we went further into the hills, the terrain grew decidedly more difficult. Cheyenne wasn't helping much. She stayed curled up on the seat, or she would burst into fits of adoration and try to lick Charlie's face while he drove. On a clear road, that wasn't a problem. On a snow-covered one like this, more of a problem. When she did that, I had to rescue Charlie, which meant I had to control a wiggly bundle of energy determined to cover my face in dog slobber. She'd act up and then curl back up on the seat with her head on Charlie's leg. It was a process that we went through on a routine basis. The hills rose up sharply and suddenly on our right, while the land to our left began to fall away. Rock faces that went straight up told me this road wasn't part of the natural landscape, but had been cut, carved, and blasted through here. Within another mile, however, the sides of the road reversed themselves, and we saw hills rising on our left, while the land tapered away on our right. If we could go fast through here, the changes would likely be dizzying. Pine trees rose like sentinels, crowding the road and making it difficult to see around the bend. The road twisted around the hills and stayed in the valley for the most part. The hills grew the farther we made our way into the wilderness and finally reached the height of what I would call serious mountains. "Problem," Charlie said. "I see it. Good time to get out and let Cheyenne have a run." "I'll take this one. You get the next one," I said. "Deal." Charlie brought the truck to a stop and we both got out. Cheyenne bounced out with Charlie and immediately jumped through the snow. She ran for a bit on one of the trails, then squatted down. A short minute later, she was off again, being followed by a very large human who had a tough time keeping up with her. For my part, I pulled a large bladed snow shovel out of the back of the truck and went to work on the very large drift that was blocking the road. Most of the time we could just work our way through them, but this one was big enough to cause some problems. An hour later, I had cut the drift down enough to where we could safely drive through. I was in my shirt sleeves, having ditched my coat a while ago as I heated up from the exercise. I was putting the snow shovel away when I saw him. He was walking slowly down the road, limping slightly as he came. He was ragged from the elements, and there wasn't much of him left. One arm was mostly bone, and the other was missing from the elbow down. His entire lower jaw hung loose, and his tongue waved around the air like a questing snake. He really was one of the worst zombies I had seen in a while. I didn't bother with any extra weapons. I was still wearing my Glock and my knife. I walked out to meet the ghoul, still carrying the snow shovel. It was a good metal one with an old-fashioned curved blade model with the long, straight handle guaranteed to give you back trouble. The zombie let out this gurgling noise that was amazingly disgusting. Close up, he was actually worse than before. He raised both arms and tried to advance more quickly through the snow. I used the extra length of the snow shovel and swung the heavy blade in a sweeping arc that connected with his head right above the ear. The blade crashed through its head and literally took the entire top half of his head off. The head flew off into the trees while the rest of him stood there for a second, just a top half of his mouth and big tongue muscle. The body crumpled down, and I used the blade to push it off the road. Next, I had to go find the rest of the head, which was easy to do since it was sitting on a pile of pine trees. I was shocked to find it still alive, considering the trauma I had done to it,
but the eyes watched my approach and stared at me while I took a second swing and caved in the top of the skull. The eyes were dead after that. I went back to the truck and stowed the shovel. I was cooling down, so I put my coat back on while I watched Charlie return with Cheyenne. The little beagle was riding in Charlie's arm, wagging her tail and acting like she was still looking for trouble. Charlie, for his part, was covered in snow from his waist down, and it looked like he had pine needles in his hair. I wanted the story, but I was having more fun making up my own. "How was the walk?" I asked. Charlie put Cheyenne back in the truck, where she promptly put her front paws on the window and barked at us. "Just fine. After I chased her through 3 snowdrifts, she saw a squirrel in the trees. That was another adventure." Charlie brushed snow from his pants. "I think we may need to find a place where we can drop her off. Not sure how much more she can ride with us. Last community we saw was a full state south. I haven't got any other ideas, and if we leave her out here, she'll be dead in a day," I said. "Ah, no. She may be with us for the long haul," Charlie said. Let's get moving. I'd rather we were in some better shelter than a truck when night hits," I said, looking at the sky and figuring we had about 3 or 4 hours of daylight left. We climbed back into the truck and had a moment settling the pup down. She insisted on sitting on my lap and watching the truck navigate through the snow. Charlie saw the zombie remains, and even he winced when he saw what the zombie looked like. "That was gross," he said. "It was worse close up, trust me," I replied. "How'd the shovel do?" Charlie asked. "Took the top half of his head clean off." "Nice. Actually made him look worse, if that was possible," I said. "Wow. Head was dead, right?" Charlie asked, steering around a tight turn. "Nope. Had to kill the damn thing, too. No idea why it stayed alive," I said. "Yuck." We drove deeper into the mountains, following what looked to be part of some old access road or firefighting road. Could have been an old logging trail as well. We had no real way of knowing. The woods darkened considerably as the sun slipped past the top of the mountains. The sky remained very bright, so it was weird to have to use our headlights when the sun was still very much in the sky. We just happened to be in a hole. The road wound its way through the valleys, sometimes coming out of one valley and into another. At the back of one set of mountains, I thought I saw the remains of what might have been a town once upon a time, but we were too far away to be sure. Charlie had to drive slowly, making sure he stayed within the assumed boundaries of the road. It wasn't easy, and I could see the strain it was taking on him. Every time we hit a straight patch that gave us some breathing room, he deflated a little, like he was holding his breath. "How much longer?" Charlie asked. I checked and rechecked the map Darnell had labeled for us. "If I'm following this correctly, we should be near a stream which will take us deeper into the mountains. There will be 2 campsites and places to stay when we reach them." Again, "How much longer?" "Looks like about 5 miles as the crow flies, 20 the way this road twists," I said. "Great. I'll drive for no other reason than to quit your whining," I said. "Then we'd never get there. You'd get lost in a tunnel," Charlie said with a smile. "Make your point," I replied. I snapped my fingers by Charlie's face, and Cheyenne happily jumped up to get a pet. Finding Charlie's face nearby, she set to licking him with vigor and accuracy. "Ah!" Charlie groaned, bringing a hand up to his face. "She got her tongue in my mouth. Blech!" I pulled the slurping pup off the man and held her myself, laughing at his discomfort. I've been blessed by her myself that way. She's quick. I scratched the pup behind her ears, getting her attention and settling her down. We drove for another 4 miles and were on a road that moved up constantly. It was covered in snow and ice and would have been treacherous even with regular plowing in the old days. The trees thinned out along the roadbed, but grew more plentiful up the hills toward the mountains. On the side of the road, I saw a small bridge which led to a cleared area with what looked like a house and a few cabins. There were some camper pads with lines, but I doubted they'd be of any use. Charlie pulled the truck into the area and parked it near a cabin. "This one looks like the one Darnell described," Charlie said. "Even if it's not, it'll do," I said. "I'll check out the house and you can look over the cabin. We split up and carefully checked the two buildings. Charlie did a sweep of the grounds and went up the road a ways. When he got back, he had news. Major movement here a while back. Had to be hundreds of vehicles up this road. They pretty much flattened the roadbed. Snow covered most of it, but in the clearer areas you can see it, Charlie said with a small sweep of his hand. So where they went, we can go? I asked. Looks like it. All right, let's get some sleep. I'll walk the dog, you get our gear inside, I said, slipping a small bit of paracord around Cheyenne's neck as a leash. Deal. Watch her around the drifts. She likes to go bury herself, Charlie said. That's why I have the leash, I said. Smarter, not harder. Charlie chose not to reply. I gave the little beagle a run, and by the time we got back, the sun was well and truly set. The darkness was offset by the brilliant sky and unbelievable canopy of stars that stretched away into the vastness of space. Cheyenne and I just stood there for a while, taking in the sight and feeling mighty small by comparison. I thought about Sarah and the boys, trying to figure out a timeline, and after the math added up, I realized we had very little time left to wrap this mess up and get ourselves back south. We stepped into the cabin, and Charlie was already stretched out in one of the beds, snoring like his nose was trying to separate itself from his face. I closed the door to his room and took a place on the floor. I took my boots off and covered myself in the old quilt off the couch. Cheyenne curled up next to me with her head by my ear. I could hear her breathing softly as she watched over me, and then it shifted into a more steady rhythm as she drifted off. I listened to the quiet of the mountains as I closed my eyes. There was something in the wind, but I was too tired to care. The door was locked, and my gun was within reach. I was as safe as I could make myself. I didn't know what time it was when I woke up. All I knew was it was still dark as could be. Cheyenne was away from me, and a quick look around showed me she was over by the window looking out. A small whine escaped her, but she was otherwise quiet. Her tail was tucked, and that wasn't a good sign. I made my way over to the window and carefully looked out. Outside the cabin, near the road, was a lone zombie. He was standing by the creek and moving slowly in the cold of the night. I could see his eyes in the dark, glowing like fireflies that forgot to turn their butts off. I put a hand on Cheyenne's head, and she jerked slightly before twisting a little to give my hand a lick. I started to turn to get my pick when I saw movement. It wasn't much, just a shadow moving from tree to tree, but it was big enough that I knew who it was. Charlie stepped out from behind a tree and confronted the zombie directly. He walked up to it and in a blink had it on the ground. The Z reached up from the snow, and Charlie backhanded it with his hawk, putting it down for good. I watched as he stood up, testing the wind. He stood absolutely still, and I knew he was listening to the forest. Anything out of the ordinary, he was going to investigate. I gave the dog a small rub on the head and slipped back to my warm spot on the floor. Charlie would be back when he felt like it. I wasn't his dad anyway. In the morning, Charlie and I headed deeper into the mountains. We passed another campsite and then turned up a road that led us up what might have been a logging trail. The road was rough as hell, and the snow and ice didn't help much either. As we went up the trail, there were stumps and trees with chains on them, which confirmed the logging trail idea. Tree branches were broken on the side of the road, and dirty snow told the tale of passing vehicles struggling to get up the trail. "What the hell were they thinking coming up this road?" Charlie said, gritting his teeth as we crawled over a sizable log. "I'm going to guess they got lost in the dark and just bowled their way through," I said. "You know what Haggerty was like." Charlie shook his head. "Don't like talking about him in the past tense." "Same here, but we'll even the score," I said. "And then some," Charlie said. We reached an open area where the road crossed a small stream. The stream bed was wide and flat, with a small bit of water peeking through the snow. The stream bed cleared a path through the trees, while the road took a turn up the mountain and disappeared in a tangle of trees and branches. Charlie stopped the truck on the far side of the stream. "I think I got a clear idea why that turned astray," he said. "Same here. In the dark, that stream bed would look like a road," I said.
Do we take the same route? Not if we want to get caught the same way. I think we want to head up this road, see where it goes. Might be better if we walked anyway, I replied. I was thinking the same thing. How we going in? Charlie asked. I think we're in hostile territory as it is. I say we go in hard and get to the bottom of this mess, I said. What do we do with Cheyenne? Charlie asked. At the sound of her name, the little beagle perked up with her ears on alert. I scratched her head and patted her until she settled down. We'll have to take her with us. What happens if we run into trouble? Charlie asked. I'm open to suggestions, I said. Screw it. I have an idea, Charlie said. Let's get moving. He rummaged behind his seat and came up with a small duffel bag. Taking out the contents, Charlie replaced them with the dog, who was content to ride at Charlie's hip. I guess she's happy with it, I said, getting my vest and backpack on. I put on my balaclava and made sure my gloves were secure. I wasn't worried about zombie gloop as much as I was about getting cold. We were in the mountains at the far end of January, after all. We headed up the old trail, keeping as inconspicuous as possible. The trees masked our approach, and the snow kept our footsteps silent. Cheyenne was cooperative and just rode at Charlie's side. Her little nose was the only thing she stuck out of the bag, and I could see her just sniffing away at the air as we moved. The trail took us through several cleared areas that were being reclaimed by nature in stages. You could almost mark the years of inactivity by the amount of growth that was returning the cleared areas to forest again. We walked further into the woods, and that's when Charlie suddenly handed me Cheyenne and his rifle. We're not alone. I'll be right back, was all he said before he stepped off the road and disappeared into the woods. I slung the beagle bag over my shoulder and added Charlie's rifle as well. I walked forward, rifle at the ready, keeping to the edge of the woods. A quick look down showed me that the little nose that had been outside the bag since the walk began was gone. I peeked inside the bag and saw a small, sleeping dog who opened half an eye at me as if to say I needed to close the zipper again. Suddenly, there was a thumping sound like somebody ran into a tree. Brush cracked and snapped as something ran through the undergrowth without trying to be quiet. It was the sound of something trying to escape whatever it was that had found it. The forest burst apart in front of me, and a dark-haired man fell to his knees as the resistance of the brush suddenly gave way. He stood up and looked wildly around. His eyes fell on me and grew as wide as dinner plates. He grabbed at the gun on his hip, and I stepped forward, slamming my fist into his jaw. He fell backwards and lay there for a second, blinking and staring at the sky. When his eyes refocused, he found the barrel of my rifle uncomfortably close to his nose. He tried to back his head up, but the ground wasn't being cooperative. "Hello," I said, smiling. "I think you're going to help me." The man worked his jaw and stared at the rifle. "Why would I do that if you're just going to kill me anyway?" I nodded. "You could tell yourself that, but is that the way to go? I need information. You have it. Just tell me what I want to know, and you can go." "You'll let me go?" "Yup." "Bullshit." "Okay," I said. "We'll wait for the man that flushed you out of the woods to come here and let you be exercised for one of his knives." "You'll talk. They always do." I stepped back and kept my rifle on the man who was clearly agitated by the thought of Charlie coming for him again. "All right, just head up the trail. There's a wall, and after that a bridge. Then you'll be in the community," the man said. "That's what I figured," I said. I motioned for the man to get up. "One more thing. How are the people in the canyon? Are they okay?" The man shook his head. "They're alive, most of them anyway. Boss's son dropped a section of cliff on the tunnel they were digging through the rubble of the first landslide, killed 6 or 7 of them. Boss's son took a woman out of the canyon, then threw her back in. Might have been their other leader." Charlie emerged from the woods at that moment. "Her name was Alice," he said. "So your boss and his son have killed several of our people. All right, run back to them and let them know we're coming." Charlie reached out and took the man's weapons. "Go." The man turned and headed up the trail and soon disappeared. I handed Charlie his rifle back and swung the bag of dog over to him as well. He took a moment to check on Cheyenne, who rewarded his attention with a small lick on his hand.
Charlie fed her a couple of pieces of jerky and then took her out of the bag. She yawned and stretched, then scampered off to go and relieve herself. She trotted back and crawled back into the bag, getting snow all over it. "Smarter than we are," I said. How do you want to play this?" Charlie asked. "Not sure yet. My feelings are to kill this boss and his son just for good measure and throw their carcasses into the canyon. But I have a feeling there's something more here, so we'll play it by ear," I said, running a quick hand over my vest to check for mags and reloads. "Well, they'll know we're coming anyway," Charlie said. "Right, and their response will tell us how to play it. If they try to ambush or straight up kill us, we know what to do. If they try some sort of bluff, then we deal with the head of the snake. Got it?" Charlie checked his mags as well and made sure his hawks were ready to hand. Charlie actually had 2 sets of tomahawks. The first set, which he had with him forever, were regular fighting tomahawks. They were with him most of the time. The other set, which he liked to call his warhawks, were of a different variety. These tomahawks were heavier, had a larger blade, and had a spike on the end opposite the blade to balance the weapon. He could throw those things 50 yards with serious accuracy, and in a zombie situation, they were downright fearsome. The warhawks rode in their harness on Charlie's back right now. We kept to the trail and stayed alert. The footprints of the man we had released were sign enough that we were headed the right way. About an hour into our walk, we started to see signs of activity. The clearings we had passed earlier were much more clear now, and it looked like there was a serious effort at some kind of farming. Through the trees, we could see livestock, so it stood to reason that these people were doing pretty well, all things considered. I was hoping we could get through this without a protracted fight, as it seemed these people really just wanted to survive. "Funny thing," Charlie said suddenly. "What's that?" "All they had to do was just help them out of the canyon, and we'd never have cared this place existed," he said. "Very true." "What's that?" I asked, pointing to a structure through the trees. "Not sure, but the trail leads right to it, just like the footprints do," Charlie said. I looked through the trees, but I couldn't really tell what it was. It seemed like it was a wooden fence, but this fence was 10 feet high. "Come on," I said. "Let's take a shortcut." We moved through the trees, keeping as quiet as we could. Every 10 steps or so, we would stop and just look around and listen for any sound that might betray an ambusher. About 10 feet from the edge of the clearing, we were able to see the obstacle much clearer. It was a wall made from trees, like a stockade from the old Western movies. This one was much newer, though, and had the look of being moved several times. The wood was gray with raw blonde areas where nails had been ripped out from previous building. The wall stretched from one end of a clearing to the next, and it seemed like it went on for quite a distance. That wasn't the interesting part. The interesting part was the trio of men standing on the other side of the wall. They were standing on some kind of platform, because they were just hovering about 6 feet off the ground. One of them was a large man who literally looked like he had been carved out of the mountain itself. The other was a tall young man who looked enough like the other one to be a relation of some kind. The third couldn't have been more different if he tried. He was shorter than the other two, with a darker complexion. His high cheekbones and black hair spoke of some kind of Native American descent, and he seemed much more alert than the other two. He looked right at us, but we were far enough in the brush that he couldn't make us out. There were 2 men standing outside the wall by what must have been the door, and we could see 4 more men walking along the wall further down. "Thoughts?" Charlie asked. "Let's let the 4 men walk further away, then I'll get to the edge. You get over to the other side of the road and stay quiet. I want you to be a surprise. But if you feel the need to get into action, go right ahead," I said. "You got it." Charlie slipped away, and I went over to the edge of the woods. I kept an eye on the 4 walking away, and when I figured they were far enough out, I brought my rifle up and shot the 2 men at the gate. I was aiming for their legs and dropped them both. I stepped back into the woods and listened while the man on the platform cursed and shouted orders. I watched the 4 men come running up along the wall, and from a different firing position, I shot the 2 lead men, this time near the shoulders. The second man I hit a little lower than I wanted to, and I may have punched a hole in his lung. Whoops. The second 2 men skidded to a halt to help their comrades, and as they were bending over, I shot them both in the ass. 4 more men lay yelling and cursing on the ground, while the leaders on the platform had ducked down behind cover. For a minute, the only sound was the cries of the wounded. Then a deep voice came barreling over the top of the wall. "Who's out there? Stop shooting, damn you! Let us get our wounded!" I chose not to reply. Instead, I trained my rifle on the stockade door. When it opened a crack, I sent another bullet through it, hitting something on the other side and raising a fresh cloud of swearing. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. "God damn it! What do you want?" I still didn't answer. These men had been in control for so long, it was time to give them a taste of what uncontrolled looked like. For a long time, it was silent, save for the groaning and whimpering of the wounded men. I waited for a little while longer. Then I stepped out of the woods. I kept my rifle aimed at the spot where the former heads of state had been, figuring if things went sideways, I could part the hairline of at least 2 of them. As far as I knew, Charlie hadn't gotten involved yet, so it remained to be seen how they would react to just little old me. "I want Cole Hobbs," I shouted. "Bring him out, now!" 3 heads slowly rose over the top of the wall. The first one to see me was a young man with cruel eyes. Back in the day when I was a teacher, I remember being careful of kids that had eyes like that. They were, to a child, difficult human beings. That young man was holding a scoped rifle, and he began to bring it to bear. I quickly pointed my rifle at his head. "You'll die a second after you point that at me," I said. Something in my tone must have told him on a primitive level that I wasn't kidding around, that his life was actually at stake. He held the rifle aloft, then grabbed it with his offhand. He placed it against the stockade wall, but in such a way that he could grab it quickly. I shook my head at him, but he wasn't the one I wanted. The second head was the dark-haired man who looked like he was more at home in the woods than the other 2. His eyes were calm and calculating, and even at this distance I could see him working the angles in his mind. He was looking at the 6 men I had already put down and the willingness I had in pulling the trigger. If I had to place the man in the world, I'd have said he was a survivor. No matter what happened, he would be the one who survived. The last head to see me was a very large one. He stared at me with undisguised anger, and I knew he would be the one that would give me the most trouble. I was tempted to pull the trigger right then, but that wouldn't get my people out. I needed him to get his people in line, and killing him outright, as much as I would feel better about it, wouldn't get the job done. "What do you want? You got a lot of nerve showing up here and shooting my men. I ought to have you shot right now," the large man, who I assumed was Cole, blustered and fumed. "Have me shot?" I asked. "Wouldn't you rather have me thrown off a cliff?" Cole stared at me, and I knew he was trying to figure out how to get to me. But while he may have been a decent leader who got his people out of trouble, he knew nothing else. "I didn't throw anyone off a cliff," Cole said with a smirk. "Your commander's rope broke." I put the red dot of my rifle's scope on his head. My hand was tightening on the grip, and I was massaging that trigger when suddenly there was a metallic ringing sound, like a hammer hitting a rock. The man standing next to Cole suddenly stood up straight, his eyes staring at the tomahawk that had crashed through his forehead and pierced his brain. He died in shock, toppling over the wall to land heavily on the ground below. "Jesus!" Cole and the other man dropped out of sight, screaming and cursing. The blade had missed him by mere inches. I ran forward, watching as Charlie emerged from the woods. He hadn't seen any action on his side, so I guess he got bored. He reached down and yanked the hawk out of the man's face. The blood poured out of the wound, staining the ground. Charlie swung the axe, flinging the blood away, then slammed into the door in the wall. The door flew open, and I moved in, quickly scanning the area and finding nothing that resembled a threat. I was almost offended. If that guy we cut loose had warned them we were coming, I expected a bigger reception. I pointed the rifle up at Cole. "Come on down. We're wasting time," I said. Cole looked at me and he started to smirk again. I put a bullet close enough to his head to move his hair. He ducked down and stared at me. "That's the last bullet that will miss you," I said. Charlie was staring down a small group of men and women who were angling towards the door. "Go help your comrades. Leave your weapons at the door.
After that, you might want to think twice before you try your luck against us. We're armed, we're tired, and we're really pissed," Charlie said. Cole and the other man reached the ground. They looked enough alike that I suspected they were related, but I wasn't going to ask because I didn't care. "Weapons on the ground now. All of them," I said. Cole shrugged and raised his hands. "I never needed a weapon." The other man laughed. "I wonder how'd you do without your guns, tough guy." I laughed back. "As soon as we get our people out, you're gonna find out." "You must be Talon, then," Cole said. "Guilty," I replied. "Start walking." "If I refuse?" Cole asked. Charlie stepped forward and punched Cole square in the face. His head snapped back from the blow, and his arms went wide as he fell backwards into the snow. "Dad!" the other man yelled. Cole pulled his head off the ground and shook it slowly. It must have been a long time since anyone had knocked him down, and when his eyes cleared, he focused on Charlie, who stood there calmly waiting for Cole to come to his senses. "That's what happens when you refuse. Thanks for asking," Charlie said. "Son of a bitch!" Cole scrambled to his feet and lunged at Charlie, his huge arms spread wide to grab at Charlie and break him through sheer brute force. Charlie stepped to the side and kicked Cole in the knee, sending him crashing to the ground again. Charlie swung the bag off his shoulder that was holding Cheyenne and handed it to me. I took it and backed up, making sure Cole's son saw the rifle I was still pointing at him. Cole got to his feet again and tried to swing at Charlie again, but Charlie had trained too long to be worried about what Cole brought to the fight. Charlie blocked the looping punch and slammed an elbow into the side of Cole's head, knocking him back and opening a cut on his head. Hobbs swung a wicked left hook that caught Charlie in the side. He grunted in surprise, but retaliated with a jab to Cole's nose. Blood spurted under the punch, and Cole's eyes fogged for a second. Charlie followed up with a roundhouse that spun Cole around and knocked him down to the ground again. Cole got up and tried to clinch with Charlie, but Charlie grabbed his wrists and spun him away, tossing him back to the ground. Hobbs landed hard and was much slower getting up. Years of inactivity were catching up to him, while Charlie was hardly breathing any heavier than normal. Cole's son was agitated, but he wasn't going to risk being shot for it. His expression was one of shock, which was normal when someone he thought was invincible was being taken apart one piece at a time. "Who killed Haggerty?" I asked. Cole's son tore his eyes off the fight and looked at me. "Luke Blacktail cut the rope," he said. "Where is he?" I asked. "Your friend killed him with an axe 10 minutes ago." "Good," I said. One thing taken care of. Cole tried another rush, and Charlie leaned into it, punching straight through Cole's hands and landing a solid punch right between Cole's eyes. It stopped him dead in his tracks, and he fell forward like a tree that had been cut. He slammed into the ground face first and lay there quietly. Charlie shook his hand and left Cole, then came over to open the bag and let Cheyenne run around. She jumped out with a yelp and proceeded to sniff everything nearby. She looked up at Cole's son with puppy eyes, but he shifted his foot and pushed her away. Suddenly, his eyes got huge as they stared at the 10-inch knife that had materialized and was held to his throat. I could almost hear him gulp for air as Charlie stared into his eyes. "Touch that dog again, and I will kill you," he said. Charlie never raised his voice above a normal range, and that probably scared the young Hobbs more than someone screaming the threat at him. Cheyenne scampered around and spent a small amount of time sniffing Cole. She must have smelled something she didn't like, because she stepped back with her tail down and looked for Charlie to reassure her she was okay. We waited a while for Cole to regain consciousness, and during that time we had a rather amusing gathering of individuals. People kept coming over a bridge and up to the small stockade, and we kept adding them to the small gathering that I watched over from the top of the platform Cole and company had recently vacated. It was interesting as I overheard brief snippets of conversation coming up from the collective. "Had it coming a long time." "Not right, keeping those folks down there." "I'm not helping Cole no more. He gets what he deserves." "Carson would be worse. He's just a bully." "Always somebody out there tougher than you. Cole just learned that the hard way."
The comments made me realize that the regular people of this community were decent folk who were just being held in submission by the big bully who was laying out in the dirt for all to see. By the time Cole had awakened, I was standing guard over 68 people. Cheyenne was the center of attention for a number of people, and she was as happy as I had ever seen her. Charlie was the first thing Cole saw as he raised his head, and as his eyes cleared, he noticed the group of people watching him. His bloodied face became a mask of rage, and he lumbered to his feet, barking at the people he once ruled. "What's the matter with you idiots? Get them! Move, damn you!" he yelled. It was very telling that no one moved at all. Carson stepped towards the group, and a couple of them actually stepped back. I figured the son was as bad as the dad when it came to being leaders of this community. Cole sputtered in rage, and Charlie stepped forward to slap him across the face. Cole held a hand to his reddening cheek and started to bring his hands up when Charlie slapped him again. Cole shook that one off, and just as he began to move, Charlie slapped him a third time. Cole didn't learn his lesson and brought his arms around again, and this time Charlie slapped him so hard it echoed across the canyon. That one brought Cole down to one knee, and after that he raised a single hand in surrender. "All right then," I said. "My name is John Talon, and that man over there is Charlie James. We're the leaders of the army that got trapped in your canyon, and we're here to get them out. We can't do it alone, so all of you are going to help. Any questions?" There wasn't really too much to discuss, so we walked back down the trail and reached the stream bed. We followed its winding trail down the mountain and into the canyon. Looking up, I saw we had gone in a complete circle. The bridge was above us, and I could see where the rock slides had caused so much trouble. I told the townsfolk to start clearing a path, one wide enough for the vehicles I hoped we would drive out of here. I made my way to nearly the top of the rubble and ducked when someone took a shot at me. "Hold your damn fire! It's Talon!" I yelled. That bullet had come close. There was a small amount of commotion out of sight, then a voice drifted over. "Is that really you, John?" "It is. Can I come over without anyone else shooting at me?" I asked. "Sorry, sir. Please come over." I climbed over the rest of the boulders and rubble, slipping and nearly killing myself on a couple of sharp stones. On the other side of the pile was the lost part of my army. They looked like hell, but overall they could have been a lot worse off. We spoke for a good long time, and I told them they needed to get their things together and get the vehicle started. The canyon was huge and easily held the hundreds of cars and trucks that lined the edges. As they started to pack up, I gave them one admonition. They were not to harm any of the townspeople. I had to fire a shot into the ground to get the clamor to quiet down. "They are right now helping to get you out. The villains are the Hobbses. They have controlled this town, and that reign has come to an end," I said. "They will be dealt with, but you will leave the rest alone. Charlie killed the man who dropped Haggerty, so take what you can from that." That seemed to mollify the crowd. They began to prepare to leave, and with all the hands removing the debris, the passage was mostly cleared within a few hours. I said a few words over our fallen comrades, and with Charlie leading the way, the army began to move out of its rocky prison. I walked behind the last car, making sure everyone got out, and we left nothing behind of value. I paused for a moment at Haggerty's grave, which was marked by a simple stone. The other graves were behind it closer to the cliff face. I doubted the graves would survive many floods in the spring, but there was nothing to be done about it now. "At ease, Commander," I said softly. "I'll take it from here." We reached the road again, and the army was already moving back down the mountain. We needed supplies, munitions, and a really good night's rest before the stink of this situation wore off. I faced Cole Hobbs and his son, Carson, at the crossroads where the stream bisected the road. I put my rifle in the truck and turned to them. Behind them were the townsfolk who had helped us dig out our people. I directed my question to them. "Do you need these two anymore?" Several heads shook no, while one voice in the back shouted, "Hell no!" Cole glared at the group. His power was gone, and he didn't know what to do with himself. I looked at him. "Looks like you have a couple choices. Stay here and behave yourself, or take your family and go somewhere else." Cole grunted. I built this town. I'm not leaving. Carson smirked. Soon as you leave, things will go back to normal. I smiled. Not as such, I said, drawing my pistol and shooting Carson in the knee. Carson screamed and dropped to the ground, holding his shattered leg. Cole roared and lunged forward, but I was ready for that. As he grabbed me, I ducked under his arm, grabbing his coat. I used his momentum and arched my back as he went over my shoulder. I used the grip I had on his coat to push down as hard as I could and slammed him to the ground. Cole's breath barked out of him, leaving him gasping on the stone. I stood up and went over to Carson, who was groaning about his wounded leg. That was for Alice. I could have killed you, but then it would have been over. This way, every time you take a step that hurts, you'll remember why I shot you, I said. If I ever see you outside of this area and you have a weapon in your hand, I'll shoot on sight, figuring you're too stupid to live. I looked up at the townspeople. They're yours. I got what I came for. The world out there is changing. The zombies are still bad, but we're making some progress. You have a good place here. It's safe. I'd rather not be looking over my shoulder when this is all done. I got in the truck and Charlie fired up the engine. We backed out of the stream and headed back down the logging trail, leaving the community behind. Charlie waited until we reached the bottom of the hill before he spoke. What do you plan to do with that community? He asked. Nothing. We might tap them for the skills they have, but they weren't responsible for what happened, I said. True, but they didn't do anything either. Fear can paralyze. People don't like to challenge the status quo, even though they know it's wrong. We both can name a dozen situations in this war, and all the ones past when people should have done something, but they didn't, I said. Right enough. Where are we headed after this? Well, we've wasted enough time on this, and our families are on their way to meet us. Plan was to get down to Denver and meet the rest of the army who should be swinging north along the Rocky Mountains to meet us there, I speculated. Families coming out here? By themselves? Charlie asked, concerned. You think Sarah and Rebecca would do that? I asked. Charlie shook his head. Sorry, you're right. When did we say we would meet them? Calendars are off, so it was supposed to be 4 full moons. We're on our way to the 4th. We'd better get moving. I'd say we have about 2 weeks. Charlie made a face. We need to get through Wyoming in the winter and meet up with Duncan and Tommy in 2 weeks? Might want to drive faster, I said. Wonder what those two are up to anyway. Knowing them, probably just taking a leisure drive along the southern states, taking in the sights, Charlie said. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Why are we in a Motel 6? It was open. They were all open. This one didn't have any broken windows. So? So, it's 40 degrees out. It's cold and I can't sleep well in the cold. God, you're weird. Yeah, Charlie says that a lot too. He's right a lot. Shut up. The two men bickered like old friends, which is exactly what they were. They had known each other for a long time, even before the upheaval, and by some miracle, they were still around to give each other hell. Tommy stretched. I'm gonna go back to my room and sleep. I've had enough losses at cards to last me a while. Are you gonna give me my ammo back? The two men had used their cartridges as money to bet with. Only the little stuff, Duncan laughed. You suck, and you probably cheated, Tommy said, scooping up his pistol ammo. Probably. See you in the morning. Tommy paused on his way out the door. Do you think we did the right thing, sending most of the army north to clear out Kansas and Nebraska while we play around here with just 500 fighters? Duncan shrugged. Whose idea was it? Yours? Then yes, it was a good idea. Tommy laughed. Christ, I'm out of here. He left the room and Duncan was by himself. They were spending the night in a small motel on the outskirts of Albuquerque, New Mexico. The Rio Grande was a little ways to the east, and beyond that was the city proper. Tommy and Duncan had led the army through Texas, picking up fighters and dropping them off as they cleared out zombie stronghold after zombie stronghold. Dallas was a lost cause, but surprisingly, Houston was not. The people there managed to contain their outbreaks and maintain their safety. They were down to half their original population, but it was far better than some other communities. Other towns fared better. The ones that were further away from the main roads and cities did just fine. It was the same story across most of the state, which was why Tommy and Duncan accelerated the push across the state into New Mexico. There were still large populations of zombies in the southern part of the state, but they were running short on time and needed to start the long sweep across the southwest and up to the north. Based on what they had to do, Arizona was going to have to wait. In the morning, Duncan and Tommy were on the roof of the hotel, looking out over the river at the city. 10 of their commanders were with them who would convey the orders of the day down to the squads. Most of the orders were understood standing orders. Don't do anything stupid and try not to die. The rest pretty much consisted of working their way through the city and trying to root out as many zombies as they could. The plan was to take a small group through the city, get the zombies to start chasing, then take them to a killing zone where the rest of the fighters were waiting. It worked in the last 2 cities, although Duncan was getting a little worried since their ammo supply was getting low. The resupply trucks were with the main force, and though both he and Tommy thought they would be able to scrounge enough from the countryside, they hadn't found as much as they had hoped. Tommy pointed to the mountains. "That's our refuge in case things get ugly here. Just run east until you start going up. Tell your people that, too." The commanders all nodded. One of them, a smaller gentleman called Harum, spoke up. "Sir," Duncan looked at him. "What's up?" "Sir, I've been doing a little scouting, me and one of my men, and I'm fairly certain there's something weird here," Harum said. Everyone on the roof was paying attention now. Harum was known for his feelings, and every single time he was right. Duncan nodded for Harum to go on. "Sir, I went out to check the bridges, and 2 of them were blocked. No way through. The 3rd and 4th were also blocked, but in such a way that someone who knew the route could get through quickly if he was being chased," Harum said. Tommy took that in. "Did you go through?" "No, sir. While we were looking at the bridges, my alarm bells were going off in my head, and we got out of there," Harum said apologetically. Duncan smiled. "Good idea. Well, at least we're not walking in blind now. Thanks, Harum. You're better than Tucker." Everyone smiled at that. Tucker was famous in the army, and everyone wanted to use him as a scout. The group came down off the roof and went to their fighters. Duncan and Tommy went to their group of scouts and got ready for their part of the trip. The plan originally was to take the cautious route through, but after Harum's warning, Duncan was feeling a bit anxious and wanted to see what was up with this city. Tommy knew better than to try and change his mind, so he just went with it. The 2 men climbed back aboard their truck and headed towards the river. The scouts followed, and in a short time they were staring at the bridge Harum talked about. Duncan woke up a very sleepy Tucker and showed him the bridge. Tucker responded by yawning and going back to sleep. "So much for our furry friend's instincts," Tommy said. "Never said he was infallible," Duncan said defensively. "What do you want to do about this so-called fake barricade?" Tommy considered that. "What do you think John would do if he was here?" "Probably introduce himself and see if the bridge fell over in shock and awe," Duncan said. The 2 men laughed for a moment. They loved their friend like a brother, but they did see a few odd quirks in him. "Don't get me wrong," Duncan explained when he calmed down a bit. "But did you ever wonder why he always introduced himself everywhere we went?" "Helps spread the myth, keeps hope alive. I don't know," Tommy said. "How many places has he saved? How many lives would have been lost if he hadn't thought of a better way to get through this other than hunkering in and hoping no zombie found you?" Duncan held up his hands. "You laugh too, by the way. I'm just pointing out one of his little traits. I'm not saying we all don't owe him a lot." Tommy nodded. "Yes, I will agree with you on that one. Now think differently. What would Charlie do with this barricade?" 10 minutes later, the biggest truck in the group was plowing through the debris, knocking a good bit of it into the Rio Grande. The group moved on, slipping into the heart of the town. They didn't encounter any zombies out in the open, which was odd since the weather was about 45 degrees and zombies were certainly active at that temperature. Tommy, who was driving in the lead car, stopped at the center of an intersection. The houses were built in a mostly uniform manner, lower to the ground and running mostly to single-story buildings. Several homes were of a more traditional box shape, while others had the generic look of homes all across the nation. At this particular junction, the homes were definitely more of the old Spanish style, with thick adobe walls and low trees to provide shade from the sun in the summer. Tommy got out, and Duncan followed. The two men retrieved their rifles and waited until the rest of the group had joined them. They split into two groups and went in separate directions. They would walk and check for zombies going around 2 blocks, then regroup at the cars and move on 2 blocks. They walked steadily down the street, keeping an eye on the houses. They weren't here in force, so they didn't go from house to house. They were also trying to conserve their ammo, so this was more of a scouting mission than a clearing one. They were also looking to see if they could figure out what was setting off Harem's warning system. Tommy spoke to Duncan in a low voice. "I'm going to step ahead of you. Look to the left of my head." Duncan waited, looked, and then replied, "Got it." They kept walking, keeping an eye out for not only the dead, but the living now as well. "What do you think it was?" Tommy asked. Duncan shook his head. "Some kind of glass, either a scope or binoculars. Somebody's watching us. Kind of wish we were moving with more force. We are, it's just not with us right here." "Hang on." Tommy ducked into an alleyway and pulled out his radio. "Com 1, this is Scout 2. Over. Be advised there are eyes on us, east of the river, central downtown, likely on a high-rise. Over." "Roger, Scout 2. We'll pass the word. Rendezvous point the same. Over." "No. Try to stay out of sight. Any contact?" "Over," Tommy asked. "Not yet, but it's early. Over." "Roger that. Stay safe. Out." Tommy put the radio back and rejoined Duncan. Anyone observing would think he had ducked into the alley to relieve himself. "I told them to keep an eye out, that we are being watched," Tommy said. "Are they going to ground?" Duncan asked. "Just playing it safe. They're moving more cautiously and hiding their numbers if they can," Tommy said. "Sounds like sound advice," Duncan said. He looked around. "What's that noise?" Tommy looked around. "Sounds like a garage door opener." "There's power here? I didn't see any lights or anything last night," Duncan said. "On the left!" A cry came from behind the two, and they immediately ran to the source. 10 zombies were coming out of a driveway, and a garage door was open where it had been closed before. "I've a few questions once we clear this up," Duncan said, pulling his long-handled axe into striking position. Tommy nodded. "Same here." He went over to the nearest zombie and slammed his weapon into its head, hitting it hard enough that an eyeball popped out and bounced along the street. Duncan used the extra length of his axe to easily kill a young female zombie that must have died last winter since she was wearing a heavy down coat. The other scouts easily killed the rest of the zombies, since it was literally man-to-man. As the last zombie fell, Duncan turned to Tommy. "I think we need to get to our vehicles and do it quickly," he said. "There is no way I'm going to be convinced that the zombies in that house happened to discover electricity and the garage door opener all at exactly the same moment we were walking by." "Roger that," Tommy said. "Scouts, let's double-time it back to the trucks. There's something weird here, and I'd rather face it inside my ride." No one disagreed, and the group retreated the way they had come, with Tommy calling to the other group of scouts to get back to the vehicles. "Did they get a surprise too?" Duncan asked, watching the homes for any more unexpected garage sale parties. "They did. Same as ours. Walk in the park and then suddenly there they were," Tommy said. "I don't believe in coincidences," Duncan said. "Neither do I." Both men were silent as they thought about what that meant. The group rounded the corner to where their trucks were waiting and skidded to a stop. Between them and their vehicles were about 20 ghouls, and at the sound of the men stopping their run, they turned and faced the newcomers. Heads tilted and mouths opened while hands turned into claws. The horde advanced as one, swaying in a near-synchronous pattern. There was a short guy in the back that ruined the cadence, but Duncan was still slightly amused by the whole thing. "Split up! Separate them!" Tommy yelled. The 6 men split off and ran towards the left, following the road. Immediately, 8 or 9 zombies trailed from the rear of the group. The rest stayed the course, heading right for the remaining 6. Duncan jumped ahead of the group, swinging his longer axe. The pointed end crunched through a zombie's skull and dropped it to the ground. Duncan grabbed the feet of the zombie he had killed and swung the corpse over towards the feet of the main group, knocking several over and tripping a few more. Using the opportunity, the other man danced forward, killing what they could safely reach. No one but a soon-to-be-dead fool tried to grapple with a zombie when there were others close by. That was one thing stressed in training. Kill it quick, move on to the others. That was also why everyone carried several knives and axes. If one got stuck, pull another one. 2 of the men were using billhooks, which worked really well until they got stuck. Another used a simple bat with railroad spikes through it. Didn't have to be fancy, it just had to crack a skull. Tommy brained one zombie, then tripped another before killing it as well. The battle was brief but decisive. The zombies were all dead, and the other group that had split off came back wiping their weapons off. Before the group drove on, they quickly burned the virus off their weapons. The men moved closer to the center of town where the buildings began to rise out of the desert. No other zombies came out to meet them, which caused a conversation between the 2 leaders. "I'm guessing someone was trying to get rid of us," Duncan said. "Do tell, oh obvious one," Tommy intoned. "Funny. There's no way those zombies were anything but a way to deal with people someone doesn't like. They aren't going to release a resource like that when we're safe in our cars," Duncan observed. "Interesting defense mechanism. I wonder how they keep the released zombies from entering their safe zones, if they have any," Tommy observed. "Guess we'll find out." Duncan pointed to a web of cables and lines that all seemed to be running in the same direction. "I think if we follow the lines, we will reach the source of the defense." Tommy looked up. "Nice work. I totally missed that." "Apology accepted," Duncan smirked. "Not yet. If we've run their zombie gauntlet, what do you think they have in store for us when we get closer to their base of operations?" Tommy asked. Duncan thought about that one, and he didn't like what he came up with. He grabbed the radio. "All scouts, this is Scout 1. Be advised we may be hitting some harder turf in a minute. Over." A chorus of "Roger" came back, and Tommy decided to up the safety measures one more notch. He told Duncan to slow up, and he climbed out of the truck and got into the bed. He attached his belt to the small strap bolted to the roof of the truck, securing him in the event of a run. He brought up his rifle, the high-powered bolt action that had served him so well in the past. If anyone was thinking about shooting at them long distance, Tommy wanted to be able to reply in kind. Duncan led the scout squad through the heart of the city, passing several blocks of devastation. Old scorch marks still decorated the walls of several buildings, and many cars were open and rusting. Several cars were burnt-out husks, and here and there the occasional bone could be seen. Businesses were broken into, and debris was scattered all over the place. The squad worked their way through the wreckage, making their way into the heart of Albuquerque. The buildings got taller and taller, and presently Tommy thumped on the roof of the truck. "Stop here," he called out. Duncan complied, and the group came to a stop. "What's up?" Duncan called out his window. "We're here," Tommy said. Duncan looked around. They were in front of a tall hotel, and across the street from there was a convention center. "What's here?" "The local population," Tommy said, jumping out of the truck bed. "How do you know that?" Duncan looked around again and couldn't see anything. "Because there's a guy on the roof of this hotel. He and I have been staring at each other through the scopes on our rifles for the last 10 minutes. I'd say they were cautious, but probably friendly to the cause," Tommy said. "I guess we'll find out. What do we do now?" "Wait a minute, I suppose, to see if they want to talk. If not, we'll move on. They aren't going anywhere," Tommy said. "Sir!" Duncan turned around. "What is it?" "Sir, look at that car!" The scout pointed to a vehicle on the side of the road. Duncan looked. The car was under a light pole that had collapsed on the vehicle after it had been struck. The car was in good shape, except for a window that had been smashed in. "Huh, that's odd. Thanks." Duncan began to look harder at the carnage and destruction around him, and things began to take a particular shape. He pulled out his binoculars and stared down the road, taking in the scene before him. He was concentrating so hard on the street that he didn't notice Tommy tapping on his arm. "You done sightseeing? Let's go," Tommy said. "Where?" Duncan asked. "Up there," Tommy pointed. A ladder had been lowered from the second floor of the hotel and stood waiting there like a silent guardian. "Of course." Duncan put the binoculars away. "Up we go." "What were you looking at?" "Tell you later." Duncan signaled to the men. "You 10 with us. The rest of you watch the vehicles." The group climbed the short ladder to the second floor, and they waited for their hosts to arrive. The room they were in was a small conference room, and there was a fine layer of dirt and dust from being exposed to the New Mexico elements. The ladder mechanism was a fire escape ladder that had been appropriated to this side of the building. After 5 minutes of staring at each other, Duncan looked back down the ladder. "How long before we say to hell with it and move on?" he asked. "I'm not really sure I trust this setup." Tommy cocked his head at his friend. "How so?" "Things aren't really as they seem," Duncan said. "Again, how so?" Tommy asked. Duncan shrugged. "Do you really think it's taking this long to get together a welcoming committee? I'll bet you $1 against a toothbrush we're being listened to right now." Tommy looked at the walls. "Okay, if you're right, let's get out of here." Duncan shrugged. "Works for me." He went over to the ladder and slipped a leg over when the door suddenly opened. One man walked in, and he smiled at the scene before him. "Good morning, and welcome to our humble home. I am Brent Locke, one of the council members here. To whom am I speaking?" Duncan took a long look at the man before him. He was tall and lean, wearing a knit shirt tucked into khaki pants. He was unarmed, except for a small knife riding on his left hip. Duncan reflected that compared to this man, he himself looked kind of crude and rough. Duncan consoled himself with the knowledge that he was better armed, probably better looking, too. Tommy spoke up before Duncan had a chance to open his mouth. "I'm Tommy Carter. My friend here is Duncan Freeze. We're the commanders of this group here, scouting our way through Arizona and looking for any other survivors." Tommy decided he wasn't going to reveal the full strength of his position if he didn't have to. "Are you in charge of the other groups moving through the territory?" Brent asked, giving Tommy a small smile. So much for the rest of the team staying hidden. "I would be, yes," Tommy said. "How many men do you have?" Brent asked, the small smile never leaving his face. Duncan spoke up. "How many do you have?" Brent took a small step back. "I believe you're in our territory, and the polite thing to do would be to accommodate your hosts." The smile never left his face, although his tone changed. Duncan smiled back. "If I knew I could trust my hosts, I might be more accommodating. But since all that destruction out there never really happened, you might want to start there with an explanation." Duncan held Brent's eyes, and it was the other man who looked away first. "I see you're an observant man. Let's go see the rest of the council, and you'll have your questions answered. Fair enough?" Brent asked. "Well, as a measure of trust, I'll let you know how many men we have," Tommy said. "Sound off, commanders." Brent started a little when Tommy's radio barked. "Com, 50 men here. Com, 100 here. Com, 50 men. Com, 50 men." The list went on, and Tommy could see Brent doing the math as the numbers were called out. It was also obvious that Tommy had turned his radio on the second they made contact, so the commanders could come to a rescue if needed or avenge as necessary. 500 men, Brent asked. That might be just enough. He turned towards the door. "Enough for what?" Duncan asked as he followed Brent. "Enough to save us all," Brent said. "I'll let the council members explain." Tommy and Duncan shared a look as they followed the man through the door. The exit led to a flight of stairs, and as they went up flight after flight, Duncan noted the firing holes in the walls. Anyone or anything trying to get up this flight of stairs without leave of the residents were going to pay a heavy price to get to the top. After 6 flights of stairs, Brent led them through a heavy door. They went down another long hallway, then he led them through a small utility door. As they walked through, they had to shield their eyes against the sunlight that brightened the scene before them. The roof of the hotel was a series of glass panels that angled away from the top of the building, creating a huge atrium effect. Rooms faced the light with doors that led out to balcony hallways. The large areas on the floor of the hotel had been converted away from shops and bars to platforms that had crops growing on them. A water system poured water from a central basin to the top tier of the platforms, and small hoses poured the runoff onto the platform below. Tommy could see several people moving around on the crops, checking plants and testing the soil. Another part of the base had several people lounging in a circle reading books and having what appeared to be a lively discussion. One of the shops looked to have been converted to a classroom, and Tommy could see several children receiving instruction. "Follow me," Brent said. He led the way along the hallway, and as the group passed the rooms, they could see people had converted several of them to be living rooms adjoined to the bedrooms. Brent took the men to the large, central staircase that went from the top of the hotel all the way to the ground floor. They walked down the stairs and reached the ground floor. Every available space was utilized to some extent, and everything had been repurposed to help the survival of the people in the building. The men were led to a large hallway, which brought them to a former convention room. The room was bare, except for a small semicircle of tables. Behind those tables, 7 men and women waited for the arrival of the newcomers. A single chair was empty, and Brent walked over to it and sat down. Tommy motioned for the men to spread out, and Duncan placed 2 men outside the door with rifles drawn. 2 more men stood to the side of the council, and the looks the council members shared showed they didn't much care for that at all, but they didn't have much to say about it. "Welcome to our refuge," the woman in the center spoke first, addressing Tommy. "I am Councilwoman Susan Bass. You've met Brent Locke. You are?" She was a stately woman with brown hair going to gray. Her eyes were a piercing blue, and she focused those eyes on Tommy. "I'm Tommy Carter. This is my fellow commander, Duncan Freeze." Tommy was acutely aware he was guilty of doing the same thing he and Duncan had laughed at John for just that morning. "And where do you call home, Mr. Carter?" "We live in a lodge off the Illinois River, about 30 miles downriver from the capital of the new United States," Tommy said. "There's a government again?" This was a question from an older man on the edge of the circle. Tommy nodded. "There is. We've retaken several states and have representatives from most of them, the ones that had people living in them anyway." "And have you elected a president and vice president?" the man asked. "Sure have. We didn't have a popular vote election, more of a representative election, but no one complained," Tommy said. "So, if we had a representative to send north, we could have a vote in the proceedings?" Tommy was getting impatient with this line of questioning. "Sure, you can do that if you want. The president is a really nice guy and loves to spend as much time as he can with people who want to help him run the new country." Duncan snickered, and the man turned a little slightly pinkish hue. "Are you suggesting the new president is a man who would refuse to listen to the concerns of his citizens?" Duncan fielded that question. "Oh, he'd listen all right. Then he'd go off and kill some zombies. He's like that." Tommy took the pause in conversation to ask a question of his own. "How did you all come to live here?" Susan smiled at that. "It was mostly accident, really. We were here for a convention, and when the upheaval struck, we realized we were as safe as we could hope for. We made this place our home and have lived here ever since." "Where did the kids come from?" Tommy asked. "Families were here," Susan said. "I would like to say it has been a great experience, but we had our troubles. Once we organized and settled our priorities, well, things just took a turn for the better." She looked at Tommy and Duncan. "Now then, since you are here and obviously formidable, I was wondering if we could reach some kind of agreement." Duncan looked up. "What do you need?" "Just like that? You'll help us?" The man on the end spoke again. Duncan shrugged. "It's what we do, and we're all in this together, one way or the other. Besides, anyone going to the trouble you did to make this city look unappealing and looted has to have a really good reason to want our help." Everyone at the table sat back and stared at the medium-framed, unassuming young fighter from the north. Before anyone could speak, he drew his pistol and held it loosely at his side. And before anyone says something they might not live to regret, I want to know who it was who gave the order to release 2 small hordes of zombies our way. The only reason I haven't killed one of you for that is that none of us died in dealing with that little welcoming party." The men with Tommy and Duncan adjusted their rifles, and the resulting noise was loud in the shocked silence that followed Duncan's outburst. Susan Bass recovered first. "Please accept my apologies for that error, Mr. Freeze. If you will allow me to explain our reasons for that mistake, you might understand our precautions." The explanation took little over a half an hour to deliver, and at the end of the discussion, Tommy, Duncan, and their men walked out of a small exit at the base of the building, across a bridge that spanned a maze of cars turned on their sides, and back to their vehicles. The men who were waiting had a lot of questions, so the men who went into the building had to split up and tell them what they saw. Duncan immediately got on the radio. "All commanders, rendezvous on the East Mountain in 1 hour. Repeat, all personnel on the rendezvous in 1 hour. Over." "What are you thinking?" Tommy asked. "I am seriously thinking about that community in Missouri that played us for damn fools. That's what I'm thinking." "Well, let's talk it over with the commanders, get a feel for what they're telling us, and we can scout it out. No one is telling us that we have to take care of this problem," Tommy said. "But we will, won't we?" Duncan asked. "Probably." The group of scouts drove out to the rendezvous point and saw that the rest of the groups were waiting there for them. After a quick meeting, the commander sat down with Tommy and Duncan and got the story straight. "So, here's what we learned. This group of people were already in the hotel when the upheaval hit and decided to stay there and make it their home. In a very weird twist, the people of Albuquerque actually made an effective evacuation, scattering to the hills and beyond. The people of the hotel didn't know that until later, but they had already made their life in the building, and it was a safe place. The zombies that wandered into the area were rounded up and kept in the best place they could think of, which was garages. No windows, sturdy doors. Not a bad idea, really," Duncan said. Several nods around the group confirmed the assumption. Tommy continued with the story. "Up the road, along Interstate 25, things in those cities were bad and got worse. The zombie threat was always high, but a group of people banded together and started pushing back. No big deal in our world, but they were pushing back on everyone. A number of representatives from the hotel people went to see about joining up, and only one man made it back alive. He told them what had happened to the others, and that got them thinking about defense. They didn't really have a line of defense, hoping secrecy was going to keep them safe, but they decided to try and make the city look like it had been devastated to keep anyone from being interested. They scoured the homes and businesses, stockpiled their food and supplies, and made it look like there had been a zombie battle." "How'd you guys figure out they had done that?" one commander wanted to know. "Duncan figured it out. Everywhere you looked there was destruction, but they forgot one thing," Tommy said. "What's that?" "There wasn't a drop of blood anywhere." The group let out a collective, "Ah," before Tommy continued. "So, as all secrets come to light, the people in the hotel were found out by this rather nasty group, and it's just a matter of time before they come storming in. The zombies in the garages is a defense, and they thought we were the bad guys when they turned them loose on us. They have dozens of homes with zombies in the garages, but as we proved, skilled fighters can take them out pretty quickly." "So, what's the play?" another commander asked. "We go see for ourselves what kind of group this is. If they're noisy but not a real threat, we leave them alone and tell them to leave the hotel people alone. If there's something else, we deal with it," Duncan said. "We killing live people?" "Only if we have to. I know we try to leave as many alive as we can, but sometimes, and you know this as much as I do, there are some people that just need killing," Tommy said. The collected nods around the group attested to the things all of these men and women had seen since the upheaval hit, and the depths to which some people slipped once the bonds of society and civilization slipped away. "Where are we going?" "The last parlay took place at San Felipe Casino, right off the road here, but they may have moved on. We don't know for sure," Duncan said. "What if we can't find them?" someone asked. Tommy thought of that. "We're only going to look for a day, then we move on. If we can't find them, we're pushing on north and leaving this place for another day," Duncan said. We'll move out in the morning. See to your gear, check your supplies. We're cutting it very close to get to Denver," Tommy said, dismissing the group. The commanders drifted off, and Tommy spoke in a low voice to Duncan. "You think we'll find them?" he asked. "If they don't find us," Duncan replied. "Either way, we gotta move out." "Roger that. What's the ammo supply?" Tommy asked. Duncan smiled. "We are lousy with ammo. There were 2 Air Force bases in Albuquerque, an Air National Guard and an Army Reserve support. We also have a few other goodies as well, but I'll look after those." "Oh, hell, I think I'd rather not know," Tommy said. "You're right. You wouldn't." In the morning, the whole convoy of vehicles headed north on I-25. They stopped at the casino, only to find it abandoned. It looked like it had been occupied for some time, and only recently vacated, but there was no indication that anyone had been there for at least a week or more. They traveled a bit further north, and passed by the city of Santa Fe. The devastation around this area was much more extensive, and it was very real, as shown by the blood and bones all over the place, and the abandoned cars along the highway. The group had to get off the road and find a way past the devastation, which meant a side trip along the southern edge of the city and into a place called El Dorado at Santa Fe. This was a huge community full of traditional-style adobe buildings, and Tommy and Duncan got separated from the rest of the group as they made their way through the maze of streets. The streets were nothing more than dirt roads, and small trees and cacti hid the buildings until they were right on top of them. "Jesus Christ, what a maze! What happened to the rest of the army?" Duncan asked, looking behind the truck. "They didn't have you as a navigator," Tommy said irritably. "You're funny. I think you should—" "Watch it!" Duncan yelled. Tommy slammed on the brakes, and the truck skidded a few feet before coming to a rest in the center of the road. Ahead of them, a small boy was standing in the middle of the street. When the truck stopped, he ran over to a nearby home and disappeared into a side door. "Good God," Tommy said. "Where the hell did he come from?" Duncan looked around. "I don't know, but I got a bad feeling about this." He got on the radio and quickly called out to the rest of the group, warning them to be alert. "We may have found what we're looking for, whether we wanted to or not." Tommy nodded and got out of the truck. The street signs showed them at the junction of Mariana Road and Cuesta Road. There was a house directly across the street from where the boy had gone. To the left and right were a couple more houses, and behind them on both sides of the street were 2 more low-built homes. Off in the distance were the mountains on 3 sides, and Duncan knew from studying the map which way he wanted to go. He just had to get there. Tommy pulled his rifle out of the truck bed, and Duncan followed suit. In a minute, there were dust clouds in the air, and the sound of many engines headed their way. Tommy used the small time they had before their visitors arrived to send out another call to the group, giving them a general description of where they were and what might be happening. Tommy then put his rifle back and motioned for Duncan to do the same. "Keep the heavier firepower out of sight, but keep it handy. These may not be the people we're looking for," Tommy said. Duncan saw the logic in that, although he didn't like it. He watched as the dust clouds turned themselves into trucks of various shapes, moving quickly towards them. When the trucks were about 100 yards away, they skidded to a stop and disgorged 4 men each, all of whom were carrying various rifles. It was particularly disconcerting when the rifles were being pointed at him. There were 2 trucks per road, which made for 24 rifles being pointed at the 2 men. Tommy held his hands up around his shoulders, and Duncan did the same. Anyone not familiar with Tommy would think he was surrendering outright, but Duncan knew his friend better than that. Tommy could whip his hand down, draw his weapon, and fire a point-aimed shot in under a second. None of the men said anything, and Duncan used that time to assess the character of their captors. The men looked slovenly and unkempt, and more than one had the unmistakable ruddy look of someone who abused alcohol on a regular basis. "Well, this is interesting," Duncan said. "Just keep cool," Tommy said. He had his eye on the sky and was looking for something specific. Just then, a lone car pulled up, swerving around the trucks that were parked on the road. It was a white Cadillac with darkly tinted windows. The vehicle was in immaculate condition, like it was wiped off every day before being put to bed in a very clean garage. The car came to a stop in front of their truck, blocking the road in front of them. 2 men got out, the driver and the passenger from the back. The driver was nothing special, just a guy who looked capable like most of the people who survived the upheaval. The man from the back, however, did not look like he should have survived a zombie apocalypse. He was about 6 feet tall, and he likely would have been a muscular man had he not sheathed his frame in layers of fat. His gut preceded him by at least 1.5 feet, and his arms were large hunks of flesh that couldn't even hang flat at his sides. His legs were pushing the boundaries of the black sweat pants he wore, and the large gold chain around his neck must have been used as some sort of status symbol. He waddled over to stand in front of Duncan and Tommy and spent a short minute looking them over. He must have hit a cautionary note in his mind, because his opening question wasn't as belligerent as it could have been, given the circumstances. "You gentlemen must be lost," he asked. His voice was wheezy and high-pitched, not at all what either man expected to hear. "Pretty much," Tommy said. "We were looking for a way through Santa Fe and wound up getting stuck in this area." The man nodded as if that was a common occurrence. "Are you all by yourselves?" Tommy decided not to play coy. "No, there's about 500 of us in the area. We just got separated as we entered this maze." He put his hands down as he watched the man digest that piece of information. The man nodded. "I heard there was a bunch moving through here. Where did you come from?" "Just left Albuquerque." The man nodded again. "Did you see the hotel people?" Tommy nodded slowly. "Yes, we did." "Did they tell you about the bad people who were going to come and get them if you didn't help?" the man asked, this time with a small smile on his face. Tommy nodded again. "Yes." Tommy was starting to suspect something about the hotel people. "Well, they got rid of you too," the man said. "That's their game. They don't want help. They just want to be left alone, so they play helpless and get people to chase ghosts trying to be helpful." Tommy looked back at Duncan, who was shaking his head. "Fucking Missouri," Duncan said. "What's that?" the man asked, scowling. Duncan gave a brief account of what happened in Missouri, punctuated by a good deal of cursing. The man listened patiently, then burst out laughing. "So, you have seen the other side of human nature. Very good. Well, I'm not the boogeyman, and my people are just trying to survive," he said. "Fair enough. We'll get out of your way after you tell me one thing," Tommy said. "What's that?" "How the hell do we get out of here?" The man laughed again, and this time Duncan and Tommy joined him. An hour later, the whole 500 were moving out, traveling up 285 towards I-25. Duncan was quiet until they reached the interstate. "How many more people are out there who are going to just lie and lie to us? I mean, that whole group had an entire city rigged to lie," he asked. Tommy nodded. "People survive in different ways. Some people wear deception like a coat. Can't take it off even if they wanted to. Besides, at least we're on the right road to Denver." "Think John got the rest of our army out?" "No idea. Probably. He's been gone long enough. Him and Charlie both." Tommy reached down and gave Tucker a scratch on the head. Tucker looked up and yawned. The cat stretched and climbed up onto the dashboard, where he stretched out again, watching the highway as it rolled by. Duncan watched the cat and then looked out the window. He marveled at the hills and trees he saw. He always figured New Mexico was just a place of desert and cliffs. These plains looked like the same ones he saw in a bunch of other states. Tucker suddenly perked up and looked off to the east. Duncan looked and then rolled down the window. "You hear that?" Duncan asked. "I do. What do you think it is?" "Let's find out." Duncan radioed the rest of the group to stay put while they scouted this new issue. They drove down 104, with Duncan sticking his head out the window. They drove around a bend, and Tommy suddenly dragged Duncan back into the truck. "Fuck! Get in here," Tommy said. "Get down! Grab that cat!" That last part was unnecessary, since Tucker had already leapt to the floor and was under the truck seat. They had rounded the corner and suddenly found themselves facing a huge horde of zombies. The ghouls were walking towards a large fenced-in area, and as Tommy watched, several fell away from sight. The noise started again, and the dead walked over to the cliff and fell out of sight. The noise was like a coyote caller making a sound like an animal in distress, which attracted zombies like an ice cream truck did to little kids back in the day. Duncan pointed to a small sign by the fence. It read, Santa Fe Mining Company. "Looks like someone had a genius idea," Duncan said. Tommy nodded. "I'd love to see how many they trapped, but I'd probably fall in. Let's get out of here and keep this as an idea to use later." "Right. We have to get north," he said. "John's gonna love this one." "Any idea to kill lots of zombies is a good one, no doubt. Wish we had thought of this about 2 years ago with that quarry on I-80, Duncan said. "No kidding. On to Denver? No point in waiting." Denver. "Casey, where the hell are your scouts?"
"Sir, they're deployed, sir."
"And have they reported any activity?"
"None so far, sir."
"No kidding. Are the radios on at all, by any chance?"
"I'm sure they are, sir."
"Did any of them happen to go through the southwest quadrant of the city?"
"Not sure, sir."
"Is there anything you could tell me for certain, Casey?"
"Sir?"
"Casey, right now I'm surrounded by about 300 zombies that I would have liked a heads up on. Understand?"
"Are you serious, sir?"
"You and whoever was supposed to scout this area are in serious trouble if I live through this."
"Yes, sir."
"Talon out." Charlie looked at me with a cocked eyebrow. 300? I looked out the window. "All right, 50 or so, but there will be more in a while." "But you are right. A little scouting goes a long way. Any word from Tommy or Duncan?" Charlie leaned out the window and emptied a magazine, killing about 25 of the ghouls. "Not yet. They should be rolling up this way any time now. Do you think we made a mistake entering the city with only the force we had?" It was my turn to lean out the window, and I racked up another 24 kills. "Maybe," Charlie said. "This little horde is the worst we've seen in this city, and they didn't even chase us inside the building." "I think there's more downtown. We just haven't gotten there yet," I said, replacing my spent mag with a full one. "I think we might want to pull out and wait for reinforcements. We can't take this city with just the crew we have," Charlie said, releasing the bolt on a new magazine. "Yeah, we'll do that. All right, let's get out of here and find a safer spot to call Casey's scouts back." "What do we do with the rest of them?" I asked, heading for the stairs. "They were supposed to establish a line on the northeast quadrant, but right now I have my doubts," Charlie said. "Wonder what happened to Sarah and Rebecca," I said. "Jesus, did you have to bring that up now?" "Just wondering. We're almost 3 weeks late, but they're pushing it." It was a sore spot that we didn't know what was going on. We thought we had a report about some activity out east, but nothing was definitive. That was the one thing that drove me nuts about the New World, was the severe difficulty in reaching anyone at any serious distance. The communication system we discovered was great, but you had to have relays of messages. We moved down the stairs and exited the building. We had been moving through the city trying to get a feel for what kind of resistance we were looking at, and I was hopeful that it would be minimal since it was early February, and there was still a good amount of cold weather hanging around. Add to the mixture that we were in a city that was a mile high, things might stay frozen a little while longer. "Where did we leave the truck?" Charlie asked. "I don't know, somewhere over to the west, I think," I said. "You lost it?" "Wasn't looking for it yet, so no, I didn't lose it." "Since when was I supposed to pay attention to where you parked the truck?" "As the passenger, my job is to make sure the area we park in is safe for us to get out of the truck, which obviously it was," I said. "Okay, smartass. So which way back to the safe zone?" Charlie asked, checking the road for stragglers. There was one down the street, but we weren't going to waste a shot on him and have his buddies come crawling out of whatever hole they were hiding in. "It was by a lake. I remember that," I said. "We walked east to get here, so let's go west, and I'm sure I'll remember something." "I can't tell you how comforting that is," Charlie said. "Feel free to lead the way, Pathfinder." "No, please, I insist."
We bickered mostly because it eased the tension. We were alone in a hostile city with no real backup, and if things got dicey, we were very much in trouble. "Come on, let's go this way," I said. We headed down Dartmouth Avenue, and I had to admit a lot of it looked familiar, but then a lot of it looked familiar in a lot of different places we weren't in at the moment. We passed by a strip mall which looked like it had been bombed, and a bank where someone had driven a car into the side of it. Neither looked familiar, but I wasn't about to admit that to Charlie. The Bradley gas station looked somewhat familiar, but the zombie coming out of the side street was all too common. It was a young man, probably in his early 20s when he was taken, and he still wore his baseball cap over his dark features. His eyes were freakishly white under the visor, and they stared unblinking as he made his way across the intersection. He looked at me, and then Charlie, and then back to me again. I stepped forward with a two-handed grip on my pick and let fly when he was close enough. The flat end hit him on the side of the head and knocked him to the ground. His head must have been particularly hard since he started to get back up after he got his hands underneath himself. Charlie chuckled behind me. "Takes a second swing, does it?" I stepped back. "Not usually, but I must have hit him at a bad angle." "Give it a try," I said. Charlie shook out his arm and swung his left-hand axe at the kid as he stood up. The blade struck the Z in roughly the same spot and knocked him to the ground again. It was my turn to laugh when the zombie started to get up again. "Son of a bitch!" Charlie took better aim this time and caught the zombie with the beard of his axe. The point cracked through the incredibly tough skull of this zombie and killed it, knocking its hat off in the process. "Unreal. Let's keep moving. There's bound to be more of these," I said. We kept on Dartmouth and passed several more strip malls and homes. The homes had been broken into, with several looking like there had been major battle inside. Down every street we looked, there were white flags hanging from mailboxes. At the intersection of Sheridan and Dartmouth, there were 2 gas stations, each filled with cars. All the cars had been abandoned, most of them with their doors still open. 2 cars still had occupants, but they weren't zombies. Charlie looked them over and reported that each had died from a gunshot wound. "Guess some things were worth dying over," Charlie said. "I guess." I looked over at the other gas station. "Did you see something move?" Charlie looked. "Not sure. There's something over there, though. I think something just fell over." I flipped my rifle up and scanned the area with my scope, being too lazy to get my binoculars out of my pack. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary and reported as much to Charlie. "Wonder what I saw, then. I know something fell over or something ducked out of sight," Charlie said. "Probably the latter. Could have been a cat," I said, still looking through my glass. "Or a squirrel," Charlie said. "God knows those things have wreaked enough havoc around." Was that ever the truth? Once, when we were hiding from a horde of zombies, a squirrel in a nearby tree took offense to our presence and started making noise at us. After we fought the zombies off, Charlie made a point to shoot that squirrel dead. "Well, whatever it was, it's content to stay on the ground and stay very quiet," I said. Charlie nodded. "Then again, I may be seeing—" Holy shit! I spun around and realized we were facing a mob of over 100 zombies at least. They were all gray and nasty looking, several with deeply torn faces and necks. Most were wearing professional clothing, which was odd, but then we were in an area that would have supported that kind of employment. One woman looked like she was about to give a presentation on the merits of adult meat versus child meat. There wasn't a scratch on her until she fell forward, and then I could see that huge chunks of her back had been eaten and ripped away. I didn't waste time with my axe. My rifle was in my hand and it was ready to go. The Z's were too close for the scope, so I sighted in through the elevated scope rings and started taking shots that way. The zombies in the back spread out to avoid stepping on the ones I shot in the front, so my delaying tactic was a complete failure. "Better move. They're surrounding us," I said, putting my rifle away and getting ready to run. "Not to worry. I have a plan," Charlie said. He took off at a run, and I was right behind him. There was a zombie in the way, but Charlie swung hard from the hip and took the ghoul right in the face, upending it and tumbling it into its friends like an Olympic gymnast.
Even that ploy didn't work since the roller only took out another zombie. Charlie ran down the street, and we were about free when the damn horde got reinforcements from the north. A small shopping center to our north was literally puking zombies in our direction, and we had very little time to make a decision, and even less time to execute it. "Follow me," Charlie yelled. He ran straight for a small 5-storied professional building. I didn't have time to read the different signs out front that advertised what services were offered. I was just hopeful for some sort of solid wall to put my back up against. We reached the front door, and as usual, we tried it before we broke through. Like a lot of business doors, it was open, and I couldn't help but wonder how much higher the death toll would have been if the upheaval had hit on a weekend. People ducking for cover couldn't get into locked businesses and would have been eaten where they got trapped. I pushed the door closed behind me and slipped a plastic zip tie through the handles and shut it tight. I used carabiners when I had them, but zip ties worked just as well, and I could carry a lot more of them without sounding like a horse-drawn sleigh during Christmas. That only bought us a few minutes. The zombies had seen us go in here, and they would easily break through the glass in a few minutes. Charlie went over to the directory and quickly gave it a look. "Let's see. Attorneys on the first floor, useless. Real estate and a software company on the second floor, even more useless. Here we go. Pediatrician and dentist on the third floor," Charlie said. "Huh. No mention of fourth or fifth floor. Government offices, then. Hard to find even after the end of the world. Stairs are over here," I said. I went over to the large gray door and pulled it open. I jumped back as a body fell out onto the floor. I nearly hit it with my pick until I realized it was already dead. "What happened to her?" Charlie asked. I gave the body a look. Dehydrated, most likely. Must have escaped to here and saw there wasn't a way out. "Not a fun way to go," Charlie said, stepping over the corpse. I kicked the legs out of the way and made sure the door could close. Can't think of any way of dying that I would consider fun, although I could name a few that would be preferable ways to go. True that. If she was hiding from something, then we need to make sure we aren't caught by the same thing, Charlie said. We went up the first flight of stairs, and I took a quick look onto the second floor. I didn't see anything that would have been worth running away from, but that didn't mean it wasn't there somewhere. The air was cooler in the hallway of the second floor, which led me to believe there was an open window around there somewhere. I banged on the door with my fist and heard some definite movement down the hall. I motioned to Charlie, and he slipped into the hallway behind me, his axes already out and open for business. I put my rifle on my back and pulled out my pick, choking up on the long handle since I didn't have much room to swing. The hallway was dark, but around the corner there was some light, so I figured we'd head that way. Charlie tapped me on the shoulder, and I turned around to confront what could only be a nightmare. There were two of them, one missing his legs and the other most of his throat. His head flopped forward as he stumbled towards us, his eyes glowing unusually bright in the dark hallway. Between him and the shuffler on the floor, I can understand why that woman stayed in the stairwell. But now these two had Charlie James to deal with, and he does not scare so easily. Charlie didn't even waste time with the one crawling on the floor. He just used him as a step to get a better angle on the taller zombie. Charlie reached up and buried his axe in the man's skull, and then got out of the way as the big Z crashed to the floor, pinning the other zombie underneath him. Charlie stepped back and actually had to find the right angle to kill the other one. He was that well buried. I waited for Charlie to finish, and then we looked around the corner. The hallway opened up into a large reception area that had 2 desks across from 3 couches that formed a small 3-sided box. A huge chunk of local wood served as a coffee table, and I could only imagine how much that thing weighed. Charlie looked out the window and waved me over. Damn. The 100 zombies that had chased us here had grown considerably, and they were walking into the building beneath us. I went back to the stairs, and the 2 of us reached the 3rd floor. The stairwell opened to a mural of the circus, and whoever painted that particular picture knew not to make the clowns too weird. Charlie and I broke into the pediatrician's office and managed to find several boxes of antibiotics and other medical supplies. In the dentist's office, we found some more painkillers and a small canister of nitrous oxide. Push came to shove, we could go out with big smiles on our faces. We worked our way over to the other side of the building, and that's when we both noticed that the roof of the second floor extended out away from the front of the building towards the rear parking lot.
"I'll take yes for an answer," Charlie said.
"Same here. We need to get out before that crowd discovers the other side of the building and we'll wind up like that woman in the stairs," I said.
"No time like the present."
I walked over to the window and put the point of my pick against it. Taking a book off a nearby desk, I put it against the window and, using the flat end of the pick, smacked it and the window cracked. Hitting it again, the pick went through. I pulled on the glass and pulled a large chunk of glass inside. "Think that was too loud?" I asked.
"Can't be helped. I don't have much ammo left, and we don't know where the truck is," Charlie said.
"Yeah, and there's that," I said, pulling in another chunk of glass. I looked at Charlie and then grabbed another chunk of glass. I ignored the look he gave me and grinned to myself. We moved out to the roof and away from the building. At the corner, I got down and looked over the edge. The way was clear, but it was about 30 feet to the ground. We could jump off, but after we broke both our legs, we'd only be food after our ammo ran out.
"I like that tree," Charlie said.
There was a pine tree that was growing right next to the building. It was about 20 feet closer to the zombies than I would have liked, but it was better than falling and breaking my neck.
"If we're gonna go, it had better be now," I said.
Charlie didn't waste any time. He walked over to the side and dropped into the tree. Branches snapped, and the tree swung away from the building, but it held, and in a minute, Charlie waved from the ground, hidden in a corner of the building from the zombies still streaming into the building. I jumped, landing hard in the tree and slamming a branch into my crotch. I coughed in pain and slid the rest of the way down, trying not to hit myself again. I lost my grip on a branch and fell forward, losing the canister of gas out of my pack. It slid out and fell to the ground. The top hit the ground and broke off, and the canister blew down the street, skittering away and sounding like a fire bell. It banged into a building, then it spun in a circle, spitting gas and vapor. I dropped to the ground and joined Charlie at the corner, breathing and trying to forget the pain in my gut.
"Tree rack you too?" Charlie asked.
"Yup."
"Ready to leave?"
"In a minute."
"Take your time. That canister has distracted a bunch of those Z's, so whenever you're ready, we can move," Charlie said.
"All right, let's go," I said. I couldn't justify staying still when I had the ability to move. We ran down the street and past a building painted in red, orange, and yellow digital camouflage. It was so striking that I remembered seeing it for the second time. "Truck's this way," I said. Charlie nodded.
"I remember that building. Don't remember those zombies this way before."
Several Z's watched us run by before giving chase. They were joined by several more who came out of the homes we passed on our run. I was hoping we could leave a few behind, but they kept coming. After 10 minutes, the two of us were leading a pack of about 50 zombies on a walk down by Bear Creek in lovely downtown Denver.
"This just gets better," I said.
"Call Casey. We've got 2,000 fighters out there. Gotta be a few doing nothing right now." I pulled my radio and got on the channel.
"Casey, Talon here."
I waited a moment, then called again.
"Casey?
John?" That wasn't a female.
"Tommy?
Hey, John!" Charlie grinned.
"I'll be damned.
"Tommy, where the hell are you?" "We're on the outside of Denver, coming up I-25. Where are you?"
"Running from zombies somewhere in the southern end of Denver," I said.
I gave Charlie a thumbs up, then quickened my pace as a couple of zombies seemed to be faster than the other ones.
"Okay, hold on."
There was a pause.
"All right, we can intercept or at least give you a reference to meet us at. We'll come over on 470, Tommy said.
"Sounds great. I'm glad the rest of the army is here," I said.
Tommy said.
"Repeat that. I didn't hear you," I said, suddenly getting a ball of ice in my stomach that had nothing to do with the tree branch that hit me.
"We don't have the army, John. Duncan and I sent them north to clear the middle states, and we just have 500 with us."
It was my turn to pause. I looked over at Charlie, who just shook his head.
"So close," he said.
"Tommy," I asked, Yes? Does the rest of the army at least know to come here? I asked. They do. They will, Tommy said. Well, that's better news than before. Let us know when you get in town. We'll lead a crowd your way, I said. Fair enough. And John? Yes? Duncan says hi. You too, Charlie. Charlie laughed out loud. Hi back, Duncan. I signed off. We moved along the road and passed a baseball field choked with weeds and leaves. I couldn't explain why, but that baseball field made me sad in a way that I hadn't felt in a long time. It just told me in no uncertain terms that our innocence was long gone and was never coming back. Well, hell, Charlie said. I tore my eyes off the field and looked in the same direction. Crap, that sucks, I said unnecessarily. Our truck, which was about 50 yards in front of us, parked nicely under a tree, was the object of the attention of about 100 more zombies, added to the ones we had trailing us, and we were pushing our 500-a-day limit. The zombies behind us, seeing that we had stopped, started groaning as they gained on us. The noise attracted the attention of the ones by the truck, who started to drift in our direction. And, of course, there's a few in the subdivision coming our way as well, Charlie said, pointing a tomahawk across the street. I have an idea, I said. Is it dangerous? Charlie asked. Pretty much. Is it stupid? Oh, yeah. Well, what are we waiting for? Charlie asked. Duncan isn't here yet to give his endorsement, so we'll have to go on without him. Let's get to the creek and cross over to the other side. I'll stay in one spot and try to keep their attention. You sneak along the bank and get to the truck. I'll meet you further up the way, and we'll get out of here, I said. Better hurry. Charlie picked up a large rock and hurled it at a zombie who was moving faster than the others. The rock flattened his nose and caused one eye to bug out further than the other, which didn't improve his looks any. He fell down and immediately started to get back up. We ran straight away from the road and into the heavy brush that grew along Bear Creek. Charlie made his way through the tall grass and trees and towards the truck while I stood at the edge of the grass and waved my arms. Over here! Right here! Lunch buffet! All you can eat! I think I heard a chuckle coming from the direction Charlie went, but I couldn't be sure. The zombies took to it all right, and they stumbled and weaved and swayed their way over to me. When they were about 20 feet away, I ducked through the grass and down to the creek. I don't know what I was expecting, but I certainly wasn't prepared for what was in front of me. I must have forgotten that Western standards of water were vastly different than what I was used to. In Illinois, a creek was anything that was between 5 and 10 feet wide. Rivers had to be at least 50 feet across. Hell, parts of the Mississippi River were a mile across. What I thought was going to be a creek turned out to be little more than a stream barely 2 feet across. Sure, the zombie might trip on the stream bank, but they weren't going to be stopped by it. The water looked very cold, and I couldn't see the bottom, but that was likely due to the overhanging branches reflecting off the water. Well, some barrier was better than none. I went up the hill a little bit and started shouting some more. It was funny how, when you needed to make noise, you always sounded like the biggest idiot. Woo! Over here! Right here! I had to give Charlie a chance to get to the truck despite the small size of the water. I raised my pick over my head and yelled for all I was worth. It was in the middle of the second round of yelling that it occurred to me that there was another side of the creek, and it was entirely possible that there were zombies on this side. I looked over my shoulder and suddenly ducked, avoiding the sweeping hand that came to grab me from behind. I stood suddenly as the corpse fell over my back and pushed away at the same time. The zombie went flying and landed on the other side of the creek with a wet smack in the mud. I didn't have time to laugh, since there were 3 more that were converging on my position. I darted away to the west, following the tree line and making the Z's come after me. I waited for the first one to get close enough, and I took a full swing at his head. He went down without a sound, and I wrenched the flathead of my pick out of his skull. I swung a mean backhanded blow to the next one, punching through his skull with the pointed end. The zombie took my pick away with it, and I whipped out my grandfather's K-bar to deal with the third zombie. The point easily went through the last zombie's skull, and it made a high-pitched squeaky sound as it slid out of the Z's brain. I kept running, and when I figured I was about parallel with the truck, I charged through the grass. I crossed the stream, but I nearly fell in it when I saw the zombies down the way struggling in the water. The ones who stepped over the creek were fine. They were climbing up the other side. The ones who took a step in the water were up to their waists, clinging to the grass on the other side while the current threatened to wash them down a ways. Deep in the recesses of my mind came a reference to mountain streams and how they're a lot deeper and more dangerous than people think they are. I came out of the woods on the other side, and as it happened, I was about 20 yards too far. I could see Charlie in the truck, and further down I could see groups of zombies still headed into the woods for either disappointment or baptism, depending on their footing. I went over to the truck, and as I got closer, I could hear Charlie talking on the radio. I figured he must be talking to Tommy or Duncan. I opened the truck door and ducked as Charlie bellowed and aimed a gun at me. "Jesus Christ!" I yelled. "What the hell?" "Christ yourself!" Charlie yelled. "You scared the shit out of me." I don't know why, but the situation struck me as funny, and I spent a minute laughing while Charlie composed himself. I climbed in the truck, and Charlie shook his head. "Thank God I let go of the send button. Duncan would never let me live that one down," he said. "Are they nearby?" I asked. "They're just south of us, and Tommy says they heard a report from a scout on the eastern edge that they heard faint radio chatter from the rest of the army," Charlie said. "Damn, that is good news," I said. Charlie nodded. "We get the rest of them here, we'll clear this place out in a week, and we can use this as a base of operations." "Good point. It's a central location, up against the mountains, and we'll need it for the next phase," I said. "What's that?" Charlie asked. "We seal off the mountains, keep the west coast from getting through and starting the apocalypse all over again," I said. Charlie was quiet for a minute. "What if there's communities alive in there?" I thought about that. "We'll make sure anyone living could get through without a problem. Anyone dead will have to stay where they are," I replied. "Well, let's just hope no one is dumb enough to want to go into the mountains," Charlie said. "Amen to that. By the way, we'll need to come back for my pick later." We drove south the first chance we got, and it took some work to get through a few traffic jams. I had to push some vehicles out of the way, and Charlie had to kill a few Z's, but we pushed on, and eventually made it to where Duncan and Tommy and the rest of their band were waiting. Our reunion was brief. Tommy brought us up to date on what they had accomplished in Texas and New Mexico, and I gave them the information about Montana. I had to laugh about how the hotel people pulled the same kind of fast one as the people in Missouri did. "I ever get back there, I'm going to knock that smug son of a bitch out," Duncan said. "Leave it be," Tommy said. He turned to me. "He's been bitching about that for about 300 miles. I laughed. "It stings, but it happened. Let's focus on the here and now." We set up camp outside the city in Cherry Creek State Park, next to a decent-sized lake. The lake was formed by a dam, and there were good-sized trees all around us. Access was limited, so we were secure. I wasn't going to go in again, not when the rest of the army was on its way. I got in touch with Casey, and we soon had a much bigger reunion going on. Casey set up a perimeter, and we relaxed a bit. I sent scouts far out east to try and contact our other army and let them know where we were. We were outside the city proper and had been there for 2 days. The teams we had with us were slowly pushing in, but it was a street-by-street process. We didn't have the manpower to do much more. The earth movers were not with us, and neither were our supply trucks, so we were taking it easy, not trying to strain the resources any more than we had to. On the third day, we had secured the area south of the lake, as well as the suburbs to the east all the way to E-470. Buckley Air Force Base actually had a large number of people living in it. We were able to clear out the zombies that had hemmed them in and allow them to leave. There were 3 helicopters out on the tarmac, but since we didn't have any pilots, they were going to have to stay there. Duncan tried to figure it out, but one look at the control panel, and even he admitted defeat. On the 5th day, I was out with Duncan trying to find a high place to scout the city without actually having to go in. We ducked several pockets of zombies and were getting closer to a decent-sized tower when we got the radio call to come back to camp. Charlie was vague with details, and that was never a good sign. My first thought was, who did we lose now?
Half an hour later, we were at the camp, and I went over to where the radio tower had been set up. It wasn't very high-tech. We just ran the antennae up into the air with a balloon. Charlie was waiting for me, and he had a grin on his face. "I think you'll want to take this call," he said. I cocked my head at him. "Is it the Army?" "Better." I took the microphone. "This is John."
Hey, babe.
The voice that came through the speaker sounded like peace on earth at last. "Sarah?" I held my breath, hoping I was right but prepared to be wrong.
That's me. Rebecca is here. Julia is here. Jake is here. Aaron is here. We're all safe and sound.
Sarah sounded a little strained, but maybe it was the reception of the radio. "Where are you?" I asked, looking over at Charlie, who shrugged.
Somewhere east of the Rockies. In Kansas, I think, Sarah said.
I had to chuckle. Sarah wasn't exactly the best with directions. "Well, as long as you keep the mountains in front of you, you're headed in the right direction. If you start to go down a really big hill, then you've gone too far," I said.
Not funny, John, Sarah said.
She couldn't be mad. She knew I was right. "Okay, seriously, how far are you from Denver?" I asked, winking at Charlie. Sarah was quiet for a moment, then responded.
"We'll be there in about a half a day," she said.
"All right," I said. Then it hit me that she had said we. "Who are you traveling with?"
"The rest of the Army. I ran into them on my way through Kansas," Sarah said.
Charlie raised a fist in the air and went to get the commanders together. We were finally going to have a shot at clearing out this city and using it for a base. "That's great news, babe. You drive carefully, okay?" I said.
"John?"
"Yes?"
"How secure is Denver?" Sarah asked.
"Not so great right now, but it's going to get cleared out once you get here," I said.
Okay. I'll talk to you in a bit," Sarah said.
"I'll station someone to monitor the radio in case you need something," I said.
"Okay, thanks. Love you."
"Love you more," I said. I set the microphone down and gave a small, silent prayer of thanks for the safety of my family. I know I go on about how God hates us and has turned his back on us, but the truth be known, I think everything happens for a reason. We just don't pay enough attention to figure out what that reason is. I found Charlie with the commanders, and they were going over a map of the city one of them had found in a gas station. It was kind of comical to watch since the map was more of a book and was only a foot square, so 10 men and women had to stick their heads together like coconuts on a tree just to see anything.
"What if we just punch our way downtown and fight our way out from there? Create a corridor with the trucks and make safe zones," someone said.
"How about we send 10 people in from different directions, have them converge on the highest building, draw the zombies in, then set the place on fire," someone else suggested. "Do we even know how many we are dealing with?" came the most sensible question so far. "I may have an idea," I said. The coconuts separated and became human heads again. Charlie spoke first. "What have you got?" "Why don't we wait for the rest of the army, spread out 3 deep, and just walk our way through? Sweep it 3 times and call it a week," I said. "Okay, there is that. Who will search the buildings?" Charlie asked. "Second sweep. First sweep clears the streets, second sweep clears the buildings," I replied. "What about the third sweep?" Charlie asked. "We go underground, clearing the dark holes in the tunnels, utility access and everything," I said. "I like it," Charlie said. "But then I also like the luring in of the people into the building and setting it on fire." "How do we get our people out?" I asked. "Sometimes sacrifices have to be made," one commander, a man by the name of Jimmy, spoke up. I looked at him. "Are you serious?" Jimmy looked around for support, and his face fell when he saw there was none. "I was, but maybe I spoke too soon," he said. "If we go with the luring idea, you can be one of the people sacrificed," I said. "Now, wait a minute," Jimmy protested. I spoke over him. "If you're so casual with your fighters' lives, then you're dismissed. Now." Jimmy looked around, but no one was willing to stand by him. He walked away, muttering to himself. I watched him go and turned to the rest of the group. "What's the one thing I ask of all my commanders, and even of myself?" I asked. 3 of them spoke together. Never send anyone to do something you're not willing to do yourself. All right, then. Let me throw another rabbit into the stew. I just spoke with Sarah, and she's on her way here with the rest of the army. I looked at the sun, which was nearing the noon hour. They should be here by sundown. It's another 6,000 fighters with earth movers, and ammo, and supplies. The commanders shared looks, and some of them were very grateful looks. I knew Sarah would be warmly hailed as a heroine for bringing all this together. I was just glad to be able to see her and know that she was safe. For the rest of the day, I was fidgety, impatient, and irritable. I kept looking at the sun as if I could make the damn thing go down by sheer willpower, but it stubbornly stayed in the sky and moved agonizingly slow. I set it in my rifle 4 times, sharpened my knife until I cut myself, and unloaded and reloaded my pistol magazines. I was in the middle of a cutthroat game of solitaire when Charlie found me. "Come on, let's give you something to do before you shoot someone, or yourself," he said, waving me out of my chair. "What did you have in mind?" I asked, putting on my vest. It was still pretty cold in the mountains, but the zombies here were apparently used to the weather because they didn't seem to mind the cold as much. They were slower than their lowlander cousins, but still able to cause damage. What would be really nice was if we could get a cold snap for a few days, really slow them down and reduce the risk factor to near zero. While I was dreaming, I may as well ask for a hot tub and a cold beer. "Just this?" Charlie's hand suddenly streaked towards my throat, and I barely got a hand up to deflect it. I swung an elbow towards his head, aiming for his ear, but he blocked it with his forearm and tried to hit me in the gut with an uppercut that would have elevated my spleen into my spine. I managed to leap back, and as the blow missed, I jumped back in and got a hit on Charlie's elbow, which knocked his fist into the side of his head. Trying to press my advantage, I aimed a long hit on his neck, but he got under it and grabbed my arm with both hands. I cocked my arm and spun, dragging him across my hip. Pulling him further, I shifted and got him off balance, making him lose his grip before he broke my arm. Charlie stumbled but recovered instantly, spinning on his heel and facing me with his arms raised. His hands were open and held apart by his face, like he was holding an imaginary ball next to his nose. He circled around and locked his eyes on my waist, using his peripheral vision to watch my movements. I held a perpendicular stance to his, offering the smallest target possible. My left hand was loosely held in a fist by my face, with my arm going down, then bending back up. That was my shield. My right hand was cocked by my ear, waiting to be fired when the opportunity presented itself. That was my sword. Of course, my shield could also stab, and my sword could also block. I wasn't rigid on the rules. "Nice move," Charlie said. He circled to the right, then tried a feint which didn't get past my left. I followed his circle and snapped out with my left, striking his hand near his face. "Thanks. I like this one, too." I jumped forward, thrusting my right arm up towards his face. When he reached up to block the blow, I grabbed his right wrist and pulled it towards me, pulling him off balance and within range of my knee, which I brought up into his gut. I danced back, avoiding the swing that chased me away. Then I stepped in as his hand was away from his face to land a blow on his shoulder. I hit him hard enough to turn him, and I used the opening to kick the back of his knee, bringing him down and exposing the back of his neck. I drew a line with my hand across it and then stepped back, nodding as Charlie accepted the fact that he just lost. "Nice moves. At least I know you've been practicing," Charlie said. "Who's practicing?" I asked, grinning. "That's just raw talent." Charlie shook his head. Then we both looked over at Tommy and Duncan, who were clapping. "Bravo," Duncan said. "Is there dinner with this show?" Charlie's hand streaked out for Duncan's head, and that worthy leaned back to let it pass. Trouble was, he didn't see Charlie's other hand, which reached out and grabbed Duncan's belt, pulling him off the ground. Charlie literally flung Duncan across the small clearing, spinning him in a horizontal cartwheel, and he landed in a heap next to a small, gnarled oak tree. We all laughed as a small voice came from the heap. "Ow!" "Come on, Duncan, get up," Tommy called. "I want to get going to see if your plan will work." "What plan?" I asked. "Something Duncan cooked up when he got his hands on some serious explosives in New Mexico. I think it might actually be a winner," Tommy said with a wink. Well, have fun with that, as long as it's far away, Charlie said. How serious of explosives? I asked, not really sure I wanted to hear the answer. Well, according to the packaging, it's used for mining purposes, making holes in rock and such. Duncan thinks it would work pretty well on a building, Tommy said. Color me confused, I said. But isn't Duncan just kind of winging it when it comes to things blowing up? I think he read a book about them once, Tommy said. Did I say far away? I meant really far away, Charlie said, speaking very seriously. His voice even crossed its arms. He was that grim. I'll keep an eye on him, Tommy said. Tommy went over to the heap that was Duncan and hauled him to his feet. The pair walked off to find a vehicle and to carry out whatever plan Duncan had in mind. I hoped they would come back in one piece, or at least in identifiable pieces. Charlie and I watched them leave, and we just sat for a while, cooling off after our little workout. The day was cool, but not cold, which meant the zombies would be out a little more. It was right at the temperature where they could move pretty well, but were still slower than in the summer. Do you feel that? Charlie asked. Feel what? The ground is shaking. I concentrated for a second. You're right. It is. Earthquake? I thought for a second. Yes, it is, I said. A green-eyed one. It was Charlie's turn to concentrate. I'll be damned. The vibrating ground was joined by a rumbling sound that started low, on the edge of hearing, but it increased with every second. Pretty soon, there was a large RV winding its way through the trees towards the campsite, and followed by 8 semi-trucks. After them, it was a collection of SUVs, RVs, and cars and trucks. It was the second most beautiful sight I had seen in a long time. The most beautiful was the woman driving the RV that pulled up alongside Charlie and me. I waited until the vehicle stopped, then raced Charlie to the door. I lost and had to wait as the big lout got his hugs first. Sarah managed to get past him, and I held on to her for a long time, just trying to breathe her in. A minute later, I had small arms around my leg, and I reached down to pull Jake up and give him a hug as well. While I was giving Jake a hug, Sarah went and grabbed Aaron out of his baby carrier and brought him over, and I felt more complete than I had in a long time. I need to talk to you and Charlie, Sarah said. I looked at her. There was an urgency in her eyes I hadn't seen before. Okay, let's step outside, I said. I pulled Charlie away from Julia, and we went out. Sarah walked out to the front of the RV, and I really looked at it for the first time. It was dented and banged up, and there were dark streaks along the front and around the tires. The RV had been modified to handle running into zombies. All of our vehicles had been, but this was something else. What did you run into? I asked. I had a feeling I knew the answer, but it was not something I wanted to hear. We were doing fine, having caught up to the army, but on the border of Colorado we ran into a horde and had to drive through it, Sarah said. Wait, you had the army with you and still had to drive through this horde? Why didn't you just engage it and cut it down? Charlie asked. Sarah smiled. We didn't have enough fighters. What? You had 6,000 men and that wasn't enough? How many were there? I asked. Rough guess was around 50 to 75,000, Sarah said. They were spread out for miles, but they were there. We found a thin section to push through, and we did. We couldn't stop and fight because there was no place for defense. We'd have been overrun with sheer numbers. Damn. Well, you're safe now. That's what matters, Charlie said. Hang on. You hit them on the border? I asked. Yep, Sarah said. The one that's just east of here? Yep. So they're following you in? Yep. And we're going to have nearly 75,000 zombies within a day or two? I asked. Yep. And there's a city still full of zombies to the west of us. That's about the size of it, Sarah said. Sorry. Well, shit. Yep. All right. Charlie, I need every man or woman with command or leadership duty to be here in half an hour, I said. On it. Charlie ran off, and I turned to Sarah. I am very happy to see you, babe. But wow, I said. Sarah reached up and pulled herself up to eye level. I wrapped my arms around her waist and held her close. She kissed me very deeply, and I gave as good as I got. When we came up for air, I put her on the ground and held her close. I thought about what she had to go through and what she must have been thinking, taking an RV full of kids through a horde of that size. I kissed the top of her head, and she looked up at me. I know you're tired. Why don't you take it easy, and I'll get one of the scouts to play with the kids until bedtime, I said. Sarah nodded, and I could see in her eyes just how tired she was, but she wasn't going to go down without a fight.
What will my assignment be? Sarah asked.
You and Rebecca are going to organize the long-range sharpshooters, and you're going to work on the edges of the zombie army until there aren't any stragglers, I said. Sarah nodded, then went inside. I called Casey on the radio and told her to send over someone who was willing to babysit for a few hours. That done, I waited for Charlie to arrive with the commanders. I looked back at the RV and decided to sit down because I suddenly got the shakes and didn't trust myself not to fall down. My mind swam with thoughts of what might have been, the horde surrounding the RV, Sarah and Rebecca trying to shoot their way through, zombies storming the vehicle, and the worst happening without me ever being able to do a damn thing to stop it. I shook my head and cleared my thoughts, chiding myself for getting stressed over what might have been. They were here, they were safe, and if the worst should happen, they were with me when we ran like hell for the hills. I looked at the hills, trying to think of some sort of strategy for dealing with the horde. We could climb up the mountains and pick them off that way, but that would eat up our ammo pretty quickly. We were too far from the capital to send a request for more. I looked at the lake and thought about floating the army and keeping us safe that way, but we didn't have time for that. The numbers kept getting to me. We had enough zombies to fill an entire football stadium or one of the high-rises downtown. Maybe there was the answer. I replayed my thoughts on the meeting held earlier and realized we may have a solution. 10 minutes later, Charlie arrived with 50 men and women in tow. One of the younger women went to the trailer, and we all could hear little peals of laughter. Everyone smiled, and for a second we were all reminded of the real reason we fight this fight. I waved the group over to the water's edge, and I climbed up on an old tree stump to make myself seen and heard. Thanks for coming. For those of you that arrived with the army, you know what we are facing. For those of you who are already here, you likely have heard what's coming, I said. I'll be honest with you, this one has me a little stumped. We can't use up our ammo because we'd be defenseless, and we can't face it hand-to-hand because we'd be killed. We've got an uncleared city at our backs and a god-awful amount of zombies headed this way. I seriously considered just getting us out of the way and attacking this piecemeal. There were a few nods of assent at that suggestion. But, I continued, we'd face them eventually, and they'd still have the advantage. What's the plan, then? Charlie asked. It's going to take some daring, some timing, and some serious luck, I said. So it's dangerous, crazy, and possibly stupid, Charlie said. Yes, it is, I said. Charlie raised his hand. I'm in. Every person there raised their hand at the same time. A huge chorus of "I'm in" echoed across the lake. I had never been so proud of this group of lunatics than I was at that moment. I spent the next 10 minutes outlining the logistics of my plan, and at the end of my lecture, I was partially convinced myself that it would work. We were going to take some chances, and we're going to try something we had never done before. But if we pulled this one off, we'd win a victory the likes of which we never would have otherwise. After I had dismissed the commanders, Charlie waited with me by the lake for the crowd to dissipate. When the last man had gone, Charlie spoke to me in a low voice. You realize the entire plan hinges on Duncan being able to figure out what he's doing? Charlie said. I think he'll do okay. He's never let me down in a clutch. And brother, we are in one gigantic fucking clutch right now, I said. How soon do you think they'll be here? Charlie asked. It's 150 miles from where Sarah saw them. Left on their own, they'll be here in a day and a half. I think we'll send out some scouts to help steer them this way, I replied. Charlie nodded. He didn't say anything else, and we both went over to the RV to spend some much-needed time with our families.
I needed some Jake and Aaron time, and I was sure Charlie just wanted to spend some time reading to Julia and holding his wife. Cheyenne was in her glory with the kids. The next 36 hours were going to be busy. We didn't sleep at all. We just worked to get the plan in place. The earth movers were busy creating earthworks designed to funnel the zombies onto the highway. The highway leading into the city was pretty clear, so we just had to block the exits. We used the leftover cars to create barriers along the road and making sure the zombies were led into one direction. We had to keep them together all the way downtown. That was when the second part of the plan would come together. I sent the entire army into the city at first light, getting them to sweep the entire place and shooting whatever zombie they came across. I wasn't losing anyone to hand-to-hand combat. The combined resources between the converged armies, plus what we found at the Air Force Base and added to the pile Duncan and Tommy found, we were good for the city. We weren't good for the horde and the city. If we were judicious, we'd have enough to get us back to Illinois if we needed it for the summer. Duncan spent his time preparing for his part, and when he got the word, he and Tommy took off for downtown. We were going to get one shot at this, and it better be good. I wished we had some time for a few tests, but today the sun was slipping from the sky with alarming quickness. I got back to the RV in the early evening to find Jake and Julia running around and just being kids. Aaron watched with calm eyes, and I picked him up from his seat, kissing Sarah on the top of her head. She and Rebecca had set up a table and were busy field stripping their rifles and getting them ready for work. They were going to be on buildings along the zombie route to keep stragglers from getting away.
How's it going?
Rebecca asked. Scouts report the Z's are headed this way. They've been running ahead of them, trying to get them to group up a little better. The earth movers are done. We're using them to move cars before they run out of gas, I said.
What about Duncan?
Sarah asked, sliding the bolt home on her gun. It closed with a click, and Sarah worked it out again, spreading around the light oil she had put on it. Word is he's got what he needs in place. Tommy completed his part too, I said.
Who's going to be doing the running?
Sarah asked. She looked up.
You can't be serious.
I can't let anyone else do it, I said defensively. Besides, push come to shove, I'd jump some cars and run like hell. What could go wrong?
Oh, sweet Mother of God, you had to go and say that,
Sarah said. I laughed. I'm going to get some rest. Wake me in 4 hours, please, I asked, handing Aaron back to his mother.
Can do,
Sarah said. I went inside and found Charlie in a chair already asleep. I spread out on the bed above the driver's cab and fell asleep almost instantly. I woke to someone shaking me. "What is it?" I said, trying to clear the fog from my brain. "John, come on, you gotta get up." I looked over the bed and saw Charlie's face inches from mine. Admittedly, I'd had better wake-ups. "What's wrong?" I looked around. The sun was still up, so I must have been out for just a few minutes. Then I looked again. The sun was on the wrong side of the RV. Shit, it was morning. I jumped out of bed and belted my gear on. As I was putting on my boots, I looked up at Charlie. "Why the hell didn't anyone wake me?" I asked. "Sarah wouldn't let anyone near you," Charlie said. "Come on, the horde is almost here. The scouts are coming in, at least the ones on the latest shift." I grabbed my pack and stepped outside. The morning sun was amazingly bright this high up, and everything had a shine to it that was really hard to explain. Little details were sharp and unusually focused. I felt like I could see everything and hear everything. I had a really, really good night's sleep. I checked my Glock and made sure I had a couple of large carabiners with me. There were supposed to be some carabiners where I was going, but I wanted to make sure to have some ready. I secured my knife and double-checked my magazines. I strapped on another knife, one that I had found in one of the shops in Denver. It was just a simple knife, nothing fancy, but it had a 6-inch blade that was over a 1/4 inch thick along the spine. The handle was some kind of fancy wood, and the guard was polished brass. The point was a simple drop, and I liked it because it was heavy and could easily punch through a skull. "Let's move," I said. I walked over to the truck that was waiting for us and climbed in the driver's seat. Charlie got up in the back with Duncan, and Tommy rode shotgun.
His rifle was between his knees, and he gave me a thumbs up as I started the truck. I pulled away, and we headed for the highway. I noted, as we got on, someone closed the gap behind us with a car and some extra debris. There was no going back the way we came. We drove east, and I was actually curious as to what a horde that size actually looked like. I had seen some big hordes and faced off quite a few of them, but something of this size was bound to be impressive. On the outskirts of town, just past the smoldering hills of burned corpses, we began passing the earthworks that had been put up. They weren't complicated, just piles of dirt, packed and scraped so the Z's couldn't climb over them. The earthworks went out in a 45-degree angle from the road and headed toward the horizon. As we looked, there was a rippling dark mass on the edge of that horizon, first showing itself as a single fluid entity. As it got closer, however, it dissolved into thousands and thousands of wandering dead. They stretched as far as we could see, from one end of sight to the other. If I ever thought I had seen an unstoppable force, it was nothing compared to what I was witnessing before me. There was nothing that could hold for long against that number of zombies. Doors and walls would get torn down, unless they were made of reinforced brick and mortar. I stopped the car, and Duncan spoke for all of us. "Fuck me." "Let's get a little closer," I said. "They need to see us." I drove the truck further out, getting a closer look at our guests. They were dressed in all manner of clothing, from uniforms to bathing suits. Many of them were barefoot, their feet worn to the bone on the bottom. Dozens were missing arms, hands, or parts of their faces, while others were as normal-looking as one of our own. They swayed as they walked, stumbling over hidden holes in the ground or rocks that moved under their feet. They flowed around trees and shrubs like an undead river and closing up once they were passed. "Was this the myth you said didn't exist?" Tommy asked. "I guess so," I said. "I'm willing to admit I was wrong, but in this particular case, I wish I had been right." "Me too," Charlie said from the back. "Well, let's get this started," I said. I drove out towards the horde and started to honk the horn. Charlie and Duncan started shouting and waving their arms, and I had to say they sounded stupid too. The two of them made a bunch of noise, but for some reason the horde wasn't all that interested. They kept coming, but they weren't lunging for them either. "We need them restless. We need them to chase us," I said. "You need to do something." Charlie and Duncan conferred with each other, and then all of a sudden Tommy started laughing. I looked into the rearview mirror and figuratively burned the retinas of my eyes. Charlie and Duncan had lowered their pants and were essentially waving their bare asses at the horde. Duncan punctuated the offense by slapping his bare buttock with his hand. "Holy shit, John! Drive! It's working! Oh my God, it's working!" Tommy was alternately stunned and laughing as the massive horde surged forward, tempted by the forbidden fruit of male butts. I drove forward, making sure I kept my eyes forward. Any glance into the rearview mirror might show me more than I ever wanted to see. It didn't help that Charlie was making whistling noises at the zombies and shaking his ass. I started traveling back west, heading toward the town, keeping us on the path we had created. I passed barricade after barricade, and the horde kept coming. Duncan and Charlie kept waving their assets and singing their songs. It was a slow ride since we had to stay within sight of the leaders who led the rest of the horde. It was a funny thing about zombies. When one or two wandered off from a group, the rest tended to follow. I'm sure we could turn this entire group if we drove around to the north and headed that way. But that wasn't getting rid of the problem, just moving it in a different direction. We had a chance here to get rid of a lot of zombies with minimal contact. That, of course, assumed that everything went exactly as planned. We reached the outskirts of the city, and I began to see the snipers on the roofs. I realized I had forgotten to mention that to the rest of the commanders and also to Charlie and Duncan. So, as we drove in, the watchers on the roofs got a good view of how Duncan and Charlie were enticing the zombies. Tommy had another concern. "Aren't you freezing your asses off? Literally?" he yelled out the window. Duncan replied by thumping a cadence on the truck roof. Yes I am." Charlie suddenly poked his head around to my window. "Are those our people on the roofs?" he asked. "Must be zombies we missed," I lied cheerfully. Charlie looked up. "You fucker! Zombies don't carry rifles." He started to pull up his pants. "Sure they do," I laughed. "You want to tell Duncan?" "Hell no." Duncan figured it out a couple blocks later when a trio of zombies came out of a building, and in the time it took to say, "How do you do?" all three were down with headshots. I had to give the marksman credit. Hitting a moving target at 100 yards or more at a downward angle was tough to do. But then, they trained for that sort of thing, so they were probably bored with it. Duncan scrambled to pull his pants up when he heard the shots. The zombies following us were fully invested in our deaths and came on regardless. Tommy called on the radio to an observer, and he confirmed that the majority of the horde was on the road, funneling into the city. I was feeling a little more hopeful when fate decided to intervene. As we passed taller and taller buildings, a small group of people suddenly burst out of a building. They obviously had been holed up there for a while, judging by their looks, and they must have hid during our initial sweeps. I couldn't blame them for that. I could blame them for their really lousy sense of timing. "Are you kidding me?" Tommy said. "I wish," I said. "I can't stop, and that horde will stop if there's a ready meal." "I got it." Tommy got out of the truck and ran towards the group. I could see him waving his hands and pointing at the horde, which was steadily advancing. There were 7 people in that group, and 3 of them were little kids. This was going to be horrible if they were the stupid kind of survivor. Fortunately for Tommy, they were the smarter kind, and Tommy took them over to a barricade that blocked the side of the road. There, he passed the kids over to our people, who were waiting on the other side. We had people at every barricade just in case a zombie strayed off the beaten path. In this instance, we were saving lives, not ending them. I kept driving, and we slowly passed the place where the others had escaped. I knew the zombies had seen them too, so we had to get their attention again. "Better show your ass," I yelled, thumping on the roof. "Son of a bitch," Charlie said. He knew as well as I did that every rifleman on the roof would be watching us with a scope and probably radioing their friends on the ground. I was so glad I was driving. Charlie and Duncan started their routine again, although this time they showed their chests and stomachs by lifting their shirts. It was almost as funny as them mooning the Z's. The zombies got interested again, and we moved deeper into the city, passing the Capitol building. I noticed as we passed that the signs of battle were more pronounced around legislative buildings. I wasn't going to waste my time trying to figure out why. I approached a heavy barricade and knew it was time to turn. This was a dangerous time. We had to let the zombies get close enough so they would follow us around the turn and not get bogged down and stop. If that happened, we just let thousands of zombies into the city with no true way to contain them. The barricades were more for keeping the zombies from seeing anything more interesting than us. With the numbers they had, they could easily push the cars out of the way. I slowed down, and Charlie and Duncan stayed well away from the back of the truck. They both drew their pistols in case the leaders got too close. I stuck my head out of the window to see clearly how close they were. I didn't trust the mirrors to be as accurate as my own eyes. The zombies got closer, and the lead ones reached out. They were in pretty bad shape, having changed to a light gray color. Their eyes were huge, and their nostrils were flared, a sure sign they were in full hunt and kill mode. The ones on the edge of the path started crowding towards the center, and there was a lot of jostling going around. A couple stumbled, but the rest flowed around until they were on their feet. That was telling. These had learned to avoid obstacles, so they wouldn't be fooled by chairs and desks. I made a mental note to let Charlie and Duncan know if they hadn't seen what I did. "John, getting a little close here," Duncan said, raising his gun. "Almost there." I had to make sure the whole front turned. Come on, I said to myself. Finally, the whole front turned, and we headed up Broadway. From there, we had to make another turn onto 17th Street. This was when it got tricky. We needed to leave the truck and start luring the horde on foot. The building was right in front of me, and I drove a little faster to get the truck out of the way. The building was the Republic Plaza, and our people had spent all of yesterday and today getting it ready.
The building was chosen because it had 2 stairwells, one on the north side and one on the south side. We had just finished the work in the stairwells when the horde had arrived. Duncan had spent most of the night working there as well, and we were hoping it would work as planned. If not, we had a backup plan.
"You ready for this?"
Charlie asked as he jumped off the back of the truck. I have no problem with climbing a 56-story building, but the second part scares the shit out of me, I said, making sure I had my carabiners. Tommy said they tested it twice and everything held, Duncan said, adjusting a small pack on his hip. That's still 1,000 feet of a whole lot to go wrong, I said.
We have no other option, Charlie said. And we have no more time.
He pointed at the huge crowd of zombies walking their way towards us. Every single one was staring right at us, which was a good sign. I jumped in the air and waved my arms to make sure I had the attention of some of the middle ones so they could keep the ones behind them moving. As a group, they all managed to groan at the same time, and in the plaza space, that was an echo I really didn't need.
Let's go. Keep it steady, I said.
I pulled both my knives and started walking away. I needed them to keep following. Duncan, for his part, decided to play the scared victim. He kept wringing his hands and looking over his shoulder, letting the zombies get close before screaming and running away. He had his knife out as well, and held a smaller version of his warhammer in his other hand. Charlie, of course, had his tomahawk, and would have looked weird with anything else. We walked through the front door and marveled for a moment at the 3-story marble foyer. Charlie led the way to the open stairwell, and we walked the zombies across the huge space into the stairs. There was a bit of a jam up at the door, but the zombies kept coming. Charlie went up 3 flights of stairs and then got out on the 4th floor. Duncan stayed at the door and screamed a few times, getting some decent groans in return. We zigzagged across the floor, trying to get as many zombies into the building as possible before we went to the next floor. On and on we went up, drawing the zombies on and on. We started to give the ones closest to us names. They were with us for so long. Come on, Fred, you're doing great.
Groan.
Lucy, you're keeping up. Good girl.
Groan, groan.
On and up we went. We got a nasty surprise on the 30th floor. Someone must have left a lunch in the staff fridge, and it literally had taken over the entire appliance. The smell was worse, and by the time we were at the other stairs, I think even the Z's were gagging. On some of the floors, there were corpses piled in the corners. Our people had obviously encountered some office workers on some serious overtime. We were on the 40th floor when I called out to one of the commanders. "What's the situation like down there, Steve?" I asked, stepping away from Lucy's embrace. "You're doing great, John. About half of them are in. Some are starting to wander, but we took care of them, quietly," Steve said. "All right. We're about 15 floors from the top. Time to pull your people out." "Talon out," I said. "Roger. Carmine out." I didn't bother to relay the news to Charlie and Duncan. They were still right next to me. We reached the 55th floor after what seemed like forever. In fact, it was probably more like 3 or 4 hours. This was the time we left the zombies to their own devices and got the hell out of there. One of the windows had been smashed open, and cold air smacked us in the face. Out across the city was another skyscraper, and we had attached a steel cable from the 55th floor of this building to the 52nd floor of the other building. We got the cable from a ski resort just outside of the city. The ski lift wasn't using the cable anyway. It was looped around one of the center columns in this building and around a center column in the other building. Charlie lifted himself up to the cable and attached the carabiners, which were hooked into his belt. He shimmied a little. Then gravity took over and he sped off towards the tan building. We waited a moment, then Duncan climbed up the same way and he sped off towards the other building, laughing his fool head off the whole way. I was about to climb aboard when a groan stopped me. 2 zombies were headed my way, and they would reach me before I could get moving. Shit. I snapped the carabiners onto the cable and whipped my belt off. I slipped the belt through the metal and wrapped it around my wrists a few times as I ran towards the opening. A putrid hand reached out and caressed my shoulder as I swung out into space. My hands were burning, and my wrists felt worse as I slid along the cable. Looking down, I could see a lot of zombies around the base of the building, and they were still moving into the plaza. There were about 2,000 or 3,000 outside the building, but that was a much better number to deal with. Looking back, I could see a few falling out of the window as they tried to follow me out onto the cable. I felt myself picking up speed, and the building was suddenly getting very large. I didn't know how to slow down, so I just let myself race along, figuring I'd stop when I reached the other building. I couldn't exactly let go where I was. As I approached, I saw Charlie and Duncan waiting for me, and the look on Duncan's face was priceless as I let go of my belt and used him to stop me. "Wow," I said. "I hope I never have to do that again." "Once is enough. Now get off me," Duncan said. "Time to blow it, Duncan," Charlie said. Duncan nodded and pulled a small detonator from his pack. It had come with the explosives, so I knew it should work. While the crews were clearing out the building and getting the cable and stairwells ready, Duncan was planting the mining explosives he had found. If they were good enough to blow through granite, then they should be able to take out the supports of the building we had lured the zombies into. Duncan entered the key code, got the green light, then pressed the small red square button. I don't know what I was expecting, but I sure was expecting something more than nothing. Charlie must have felt the same way I did. Duncan?" Duncan shrugged. "Maybe we're too far away. We are 4 blocks away and 50 stories in the air." "Good point. Let's try to get back to street level and try it from there," Charlie said. "What's plan B?" Duncan took that one. "I also wired the explosives to another detonator, and that one is hardwired, so there won't be any signal problems. Trouble is, that one will require us to be a lot closer to the blast and the collapsing building." "Christ, we'll have to run some more," Charlie said. "We just went up 50 flights of stairs and are about to go down another 50. What's plan C?" "Somehow we get close and set the building on fire," Duncan said. "Well, that's something," Charlie said. We found the stairs and raced down, trying not to trip over each other as we went down floor by floor. It was a heck of a lot easier than going up, but our legs were still burning by the time we got to the street. My radio was barking at me as well. "Sir! John! Are you there? There hasn't been an explosion. Are you there? Is everything okay?" "I'm here," I said. "We just reached the street. We may have been too far for detonation. Hang on. Talon out." We ran up 18th Street back to Broadway. The roads were cleared of any zombies, but there were still cars and trucks and debris of all kinds littering the streets. We had to climb the barricade to the other side of Broadway to get to 17th Street, and then we had to be very careful because we were just around the corner from the 2,000 or 3,000 zombies Steve had mentioned when he reported in. Maybe they had moved inside, but I wasn't betting on that kind of luck. Duncan pulled his detonator out again and re-entered the code. The light went green, and he pressed the red button again. Nothing. "Well, at least we have a plan B. Where's the hard wire?" Charlie asked. "Wait a minute," Duncan said. "I'm missing something. Something about 3 seconds. 3 seconds? Charlie asked. "Like in 3 seconds we're going to have zombies so far up our asses they'll pick our teeth? 3 seconds? "Easy," I said. Charlie threw me a look, but I returned it, and he calmed down. "Try again, Duncan. What about the 3 seconds?" I asked. Duncan hit the code again, and when the light turned green, he waited 3 seconds before pressing the red button. Nothing. "God damn it," Charlie said. "Can't we ever get a goddamn break?" "Maybe not," I said. "Duncan, where are the wires?" "One last time," Duncan said. He entered the code, then held the red button down for 3 seconds. The ground suddenly shook beneath our feet, and as I looked up at the building, I swear I saw the whole thing shiver for a second. The light reflecting off the windows shimmered and danced, and then was still. "Well, it blew anyway," Duncan said. Charlie held up a hand to shield his eyes. "Guys, am I getting taller?" No," I said. "Then that building is falling down. Run!" Charlie yelled. We bolted for the barricade and literally dived over it. The low rumble we started to hear quickly became a deafening roar as the building collapsed and fell. I didn't waste any time looking back. We just ran to put some distance between us and the coming calamity. 3 blocks up, and we dove around the corner of a building. I smashed the window of a bookstore, and we ducked inside. Luckily for us, we didn't find anything dead in there. Luckily for them, we didn't find them in there. There was an enormous crash, and the floor shook, knocking books off shelves and causing ceiling tiles to fall. Suddenly, there was a huge cloud of dust and debris that filled the street and pushed its way into the store. We pulled up our bandanas and slipped our goggles on as the choking cloud got thicker and thicker. At one point, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. If we'd have been closer, that cloud would likely have killed us. After what seemed like a choking eternity, I stepped up out of the bookstore and went to survey the damage. A cloud of dust hung heavy in the air, and I was grateful for the goggles I wore. I wrapped my head with the bandana. The mist from my breath was already turning the dust on my cover to mud. I couldn't risk breathing in this, so we had to get away. I waved the other 2 outside, and we walked away from the site of the building collapse instead of towards it. If I went there now, I would need some kind of breathing apparatus, and there weren't many of those back at camp. No one spoke as we approached clearer air. Once we could actually see the sun, we took off our muddy bandanas. "Hey, look," Duncan said. He was pointing to a storefront that wasn't smashed, and the 3 of us caught our reflection. Every inch was covered in a thick layer of dust, from the very tips of our hair down to the soles of our boots. Our faces were cleared only where the goggles had covered our eyes, and our mouths were smeared and muddy. "Holy hell," Charlie said. "Yeah," I said. We looked back occasionally and were stunned that we managed to bring down a building. "What kind of explosive was it?" I asked. "Not really sure," Duncan said, pausing to cough a little. "The package said ANFO, whatever that means. 4 ounces were supposed to be good for 3 square feet of solid rock." "How much did you use?" "About 10 pounds, give or take a pound. Those were some thick columns down there, and I put it on all 4 sides," Duncan said. "Was it supposed to fall over?" Charlie asked. "I was hoping it would just collapse in place, but I'll take falling over too," Duncan replied. "Amen, brother. Amen," I said. Epilogue. The collapsed building worked like a charm, and we managed to kill the horde with minimal shots fired. All in all, it was a good opening campaign. We lost a few good people for the wrong reasons, and a few more for the right ones. In the end, though, we'd cleared out a hell of a lot of zombies and made a lot of territory a little safer. We stayed in Denver for another month, cleaning the city up and gathering what supplies we might need from wherever we could find them. At the end of what some might call February, the snows cleared enough that we were able to head back towards home. About a third of our army decided to stay in the area and see what they could do with the resources at hand. They would use Denver as a base, but spread out and make their way. When we called on them the following fall, they would answer. Arizona was still a mess, and we still had to build the gates to keep out the millions of zombies that were just over the mountains. I doubted anyone really lived over there anyway. Tommy left early, wanting to get back to his wife and child, and Duncan went with him. Charlie and I had our families with us, so we were going to be moving back with the army. For the first time in a long time, I actually held some hope for what we were doing. I knew we would never fully clear out all the zombies from every corner of the country. There would always be cracks in whatever walls we put up that would let in danger. But we knew our enemy. We had met him on the battlefield, and we had come away victorious. "What's the first thing you're going to do when we get home?" I asked Charlie as we crossed the border between Nebraska and Iowa. "Sleep in my own bed for about 20 years, he said, stretching his back. "Think we'll have any more trouble with that pair up north?" I asked. "Nope." "Why not?" "Because I know you, and I know you'll be checking up on them one more time. When you do, you're going to have 50 of the meanest-looking zombie fighters to back your play," Charlie said. "I was thinking 20, but I like your plan better," I said. "Hey, boys," Rebecca called out from the back of the RV. "What?" we both yelled back. "Sarah and I want you two to be quiet and get us home. We have some, catching up to do," Rebecca said. I looked at Charlie as he looked at me.
"Amen, brother," we both said at the same time. Amen. Epilogue 2. I don't know what year it is, and I couldn't tell you what my real age is either. All those years of fighting and surviving kind of pushed timekeeping and record-keeping towards the back of the list of priorities. It's a warm day, not hot, but just comfortable. I worked my way down the steps that led from the lodge to the lower part of the property. The trails are still there, not as wide as they used to be, but enough for 2 or 3 people to walk abreast comfortably. As I move along, branches from the trees are stretched out over the path, and I lightly run my hand over the branches and leaves I can touch, meeting old trees like old acquaintances. I head up to the plateau that gave Starved Rock its name. Legend says a group of Indians got trapped up there by their enemies, and they all starved to death instead of surrender. Later on, the French built a fort up there with a commanding view of the river. At the base, sometime around the turn of the 20th century, a small hotel was built. Nothing remains of either except some carved stone here and there. It takes me longer than usual to get to the top, something that has been happening more recently. I'm tired a lot more these days, and some days that chair by the fireplace is really hard to get out of. I've made it up here once a week for the last 20 years or so. Jake and Aaron have each asked me to let it go, but it wouldn't be right. I know I have several grandchildren to keep me busy, but I need this. I can't explain why. At the top of the stairs, I look out over the river that has been my home for over 40 years. It hasn't changed much at all, just gotten a lot busier as time went by. After the final battles and the trouble that Ben had caused, the new presidents made it their mission to reclaim the rest of America. They crossed the mountains and took back the rest of the country. I heard the zombies on the other side had finally fallen to decay. It only took just short of forever. I had dragged a chair up here a long time ago, and I took a seat to look over the graves that had populated the top of the rock. Sarah and Rebecca had fallen to disease so long ago, yet I can still remember their faces as clear as if they were standing next to me. Tommy Carter passed away 5 years ago after Angela had passed. They're both up here now, side by side forever. We buried our quiet friend with his favorite weapons and his favorite book. Duncan Freeze left us 2 years later, and his grave is up here as well. We took his old sword, covered it in varnish, and used it as his headstone. He probably got a kick out of that. God sure had his hands full with those two up there. Jana is still around. She moved in with her other children in the town of Ottawa, so I still see her from time to time. Last year, my friend and my brother Charlie James passed away. I dug his grave by myself and buried the old warrior with his tomahawks. When word got out that he had passed, hundreds of people, most of the old guard from the early days, made the trip to pay their respects. We spent a lot of time reflecting back, swapping stories and remembering Charlie for the big-hearted, loyal friend that he was. Fearless in battle, generous to a fault, and above all dedicated to his family and friends. On his marker, I just carved his name and the word that summed it all up. Friend. The wind picks up while I'm up there, and I like to think it's my friends coming back to say hello. I don't know why I've outlived them all. I always figured I'd be the first to go. The sun feels good on my face, and I allow myself to drift off to sleep. I finally wake up, and the sun is much lower in the sky. I must have slept longer than I thought. The trip back down the steps and hill are always harder on the heart than going up. When I leave, I feel like I'm leaving just another small piece of myself behind. Maybe one day I'll go up and just never come back down again. At the bottom of the hill, I can take a look down the other path. Something I haven't done in ages. It looks like some people are standing there, so I head that way, making sure my old .45 is ready to go. I haven't stepped outside without it since I can't remember. The sun coming through the trees is brighter and fuller, and everything stands out. The river is bright with flashes of silver, and the warm, setting sun bathes the ground in orange and yellow. I walk along the path, and I don't even need to watch where I'm going. It's as familiar to me as an old favorite song from long ago. Where the path splits, there are 3 men standing there. 2 of them are of average build, while the other is a big man, broad of shoulder and thick in his chest. "Hey, John, you coming?" He speaks to me in a voice I have missed for a whole year.
"Yes, Charlie. Hey, Duncan. Hey, Tommy."
My two friends give me big grins and slap me on the back. I look back at Starved Rock and then head off with my crew. Epilogue 3 by Jake Talon. We found my dad up on the plateau by the graves later that evening. His last act was to guard his friends and family until the end finally came and took him. When word got out that John Talon had passed away, thousands of people from all over the country came to Starved Rock to pay their respects. The man who dared to take it all back from the literal jaws of death had gone to his well-deserved rest. It took a week for all the mourners and well-wishers to visit his grave, and each one laid a small stone in gratitude and respect. For a month afterward, the grandchildren would find little boats in the river, each one just a small piece of wood with a simple message carved on it. Thank you. On his grave, his marker just read, John Talon, 1978 to 2056. Father, husband, brother, friend. He fought for us all. This concludes The Zombie Wars, We All Fall Down by Joseph Toledo. Narrated by Graham Halstead. Copyright 2015 by Joseph Toledo. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Severed Press and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.